Ladies and gentlemen, it has all come down to this. The final round of the Trophi.ai FTR Endurance Series, round 6 at Mid-Ohio. I'm James Barber, going to be joined in the booth from a plethora of commentators here within JPB, and it's going to be starting off with Jim Cunningham. Then we got Alex Goldschmidt and Tom Cairns a little bit later on. Housekeeping. Oh, you know we love a good little bit of housekeeping. Well, we're going to start off with some qualifying bans for backmarker Razzle Dazzle for having 5 drivers on the roster, and MOC Endurance for also having 5 drivers on the roster. Now, there was an incident between the Apex's Lava Tail Racing Civic and Yacht during qualifying, and the steward's decision is the end of longest line penalty to Yacht for impeding the qualification of another driver. So that's a little bit of housekeeping, keep you up to date with that. Let's bring you up to date with the standings. Well, we are going to kind of keep on track of it throughout this race. We do have a spreadsheet running that we will bring you up, hopefully, the final results as we go along. But currently, at this moment in time, here as well, it is very, very interesting in the championship standings once again. As soon as this really not like wanting to send them over, send them over, which will bring championship standings for this one. It's oh, there we go. It now wants to work, but in the TCRs, we'll start off in the TCR Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and Sim Racing Grid Phantom, 63 and 93 and 68 with Elantra on 42, then Goyo in 42 with You Just Yellow. They're really the main title contenders. Phoenix has pretty much got it wrapped up, but you can see there that a couple of the others are in and around fighting for second, third, and fourth place. In the GT4s, it's very close. WBM White, You Just Gold, Talk Freak Racing, and Ineos Esports are in the GT4 title contender battle. See, there's not a lot of points between them. Again, we will keep it up to date as this goes along. If you can give me 2 seconds, Era, I'll give you a live timing link. RPM Racing Purple in the GT3 AMs have pretty much got it wrapped up. Eagle Speed and ART Sim Racing with Eagle Speed Academy are fighting out for that second and third place. So again, going to be very, very close between them. In the GT3 Pros, RPM Racing Red are out in front by 30 points over RPM Racing Black. Again, they do have an opportunity to overtake each other, but the battle's going to be between You Just White and RPM Racing Blue. If Racing Blue are a few points ahead, then they will look at taking the championship. In fact, they've got to be 10 places, so we'll see how that one goes as this one goes on. The checkered flag has just dropped for qualifying. We will be able to bring you up the grid very, very shortly. Era, there is a live timing link. You can follow along there as well. Greg Hubler, $2. Thanks for the broadcast this season. Much love to you. Much appreciated for that one as well. We do have a little goal running on this for this particular race, but qualifying has finished. We're going to have time for a quick word with Mr. Jim Cunningham. Jim, welcome in, bud. How are you?
The days of IMSA and Indy cars in the United States. What a great tough track to finish this this series on. Tough track, hard to pass here. Qualifying. These numbers that they put up are going to mean a lot. Even though this is an endurance race, this place is tough to pass around.
Absolutely, and it is going to be 6 hours. Right. A reminder to everybody, for the initial start only, the start zone and start line are on the back straight. Now, if you're wondering where that is, look at the track map in the right hand, in the top right hand corner. There is an apex down on the, there's a hairpin, should we say, down on the right hand side. The start zone will be coming out of turn 3. They will ignore iRacing green flags, and they will go coming out of the right hander in the hairpin there as well. So there's a different start zone for this one this evening as well. It is not where it normally is. So they will have to pay attention and make sure they get this right. It is not through turn 1. It is not through the hairpin at turn 2. It is in the kink before they get down into turn 4 and 5. Let's bring you up the grid. Well, it's going to be Charlie Nelson out in front for RPM Racing Red, then Richard Corford for RPM Racing Black in behind that one. Then we got Yeshil Yanis in third for Racing Blue, with Leonardo de Grotta in from Aspire in fourth. Then Gene Robus leads the way in the AMS for RPM Racing Purple, with Tyler Campbell, Elias de Vries, Samurai Goro, Miguel Santos and Tom Weston rounding out the top 10. Jelly Verstraden in 11th, with Carl Mundell rounding out the top 12. Moving on. Preston Michaels is in 13th. We then go into the GT4s. Luciano Vitvot for the Motor Racing Academy leads the way. Alex Clank in 15th, with Alex Kofard in 16th. Pablo Cabrera, Julian Carasis, George Gruber, Justin Michaela, Jason Hightower, and Austin Diltz for WBM Racing. Dylan Van Zwigenhoven for Eagle Speed in 23rd. Matthew Mueller leads the way in the TCRs. Dan McFarlane in behind that with Kieran Sharp. Fernando Rege from Yacht. DJ Gomez, don't forget Yacht have got a penalty. Austin Tucker, Miguel Hansvik, Brooks Clayton and Ben Williams, and then Daniel Handover and Martin Pearson from Marco Razzle Dazzle and MRC. Of course, both have got qualifying bans. Let's pick up and see what is developing at the front. Well, there's currently not a lot developing at the front. They are literally sat there waiting patiently for these as well. Jim, what have we got to look out for? Final round of the season, championships on the board. You know, lots to play for.
Yeah, I think early on in these races, you just got to, maybe sacrifice and give a spot away if you're being pressed hard. Especially if you're in one of the championship hunts, you don't need to ruin your race in the first hour. Just play it cool. I think if you're in one of those spots, and if you're a guy trying to push his way up to make a spot, then I think you take advantage of people who are potentially taking it a little easy early, and you push hard, and you try to put some pressure on them early on in the race and make up spots early while you can.
Yeah, we've got 0% chance of rain. The racetrack is dry at the moment, so that's something we can go forward for and look forward to. Pace car will be going around once more. So we've got 6 hours of racing lined up for this. Don't forget, guys, if you are here, like, subscribe, turn on the bells, and do all that other guys that you. Yes. So looking forward to this one. I think this could be an absolute banger. Is it going to be thrills and spills and accidents, Jim?
Yeah, probably so. Some. This is a tight and very tough course. You and I have called several races here this year, different classes. There's just a lot of places here where you're braking going uphill or downhill, and you crest a hill and your car gets light on you. There's several places to spin here, and there's a lot of cars on track. So yeah, I think we will see our fair share of accidents today. A lot of them probably, self-created. A lot of people tend to spin themselves out here, but, I think there'll be some accidents as well, but I think a lot of self-spinning type situations.
How do we reckon we're going to get on with the multi-class scenario? What are we going to see from that? Do we think there's going to be collisions between GT3s and TCRs, or because obviously the TCRs are a lot slower?
They are, and again, this is a tight track. I would say that the TCR cars and possibly the GT4s to some degree are going to have to really keep their head on a swivel and be aware of what's going on around them, and definitely the GT3 guys are going to have to be patient and and just wait for the right opportunity, because you can't force your way by people in some of these places on this track.
I fully agree. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget start zone is not at the bottom. That is why we have hid the lights, because they will be waving at us frantically by now. saying green, 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 and it's not green, green, green. We are not going green. Let's not forget that. The start zone is not here either. It is on the kink of this next straight. This will be the start zone. This is where it's all going to kick off. This is where the action is going to take place, and they're going to go straight away right into turns number 4 and 5. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. The FTR Trophi.ai final round is green, green, green. And you can see currently at the moment, it is RPM Racing red out in front over black in second. We've got Leonardo Lagrada from Aspire with Racing Blue alongside Gene Robos leading the AMS. He's sitting in 5th place at the moment, side by side in the background. Samurai Garor and also alongside Tyler Campbell in the GT4s. Luciano Vitvot is leading the way with the 2 huge S Golden Blacks. In the TCRs, it's Matthew Mueller, Tom Davidson and Dan McFarlane going side by side into the right-hander of turn number 4. How's this one going to work? Behind that is JM Gomez from Tail Racing. Currently no dramas, believe it or not, no dramas to report here, ladies and gentlemen. It is all up and running, and Charlie Nelson out in front, Jim. He's got off to a flyer.
He did. He got a great jump out there on the start, and I want to compliment the race control race directors here. Moving that start-finish line was brilliant. That was a smart move. They moved it to the spot in the track that could handle this amount of traffic, and that was a great move on their part, and I think that's why we haven't seen drama yet.
Yeah. Well, the 2 RPM Racing boys are out in front. You can see the gaps on the left-hand side. That's gaps to the leader. Team Robos leading the way in the AMS. He's absolutely flying. He's got 3 cars between him and the Ineos. Miguel Santos in behind that. We have lost Brooks Clayton, who looks like he's just had some drama. Oh, what have you been up to, sir? And is it solo? Well, we're going to find out. Is he in that Audi Dash Yellow going around the right-hander now? Is he going to get this wrong? He is, and unfortunately, it was a solo incident for Brooks Clayton. He's now going to have to try and play catch-up. Tyler Campbell, Samurai Goro is in the mix here. On board with Samurai we go. See through the left-hander at the moment of turn 11 before we go through turn 12. The carousel, the long looping right-hander, Jim. This is such a tough circuit, this one. I find this so difficult to get right. It's so action-packed, it's so fast, it's so one after the other, after the other, after the other. These guys have got their work cut out.
Yeah, you never stop braking and turning, and you're always on edge. Like I said, just like where he self-spun there in this turn right here, you're always, the car's going uphill, downhill while you're trying to turn. It's a workout, and it is a tough track to get right. I'm not gonna lie to you, I struggle here bad when I run here.
Yeah. It's a very difficult circuit. Let us know if you're in YouTube chat, guys. If you want to pop in as a driver of one of the teams and come in and have a chat with us, jump into the broadcast waiting room. We will recognize you in there and we will pull you in. So keep an eye out on that one. Martin Pearson, back marker Razzle Dazzle's in the mix at the moment with Daniel Handover. Let's not forget both of these had penalties here as well. So both of them are trying to make their way through the field. Handover currently sitting 9th in class, 11th overall. Now they have gained positions, but let's not forget they have passed the slower cars under the pace lap to get onto the back of their group. Okay, so although it says they're up 22 places, they're not in class. They're literally still at the back in class. That is Tom Weston for DDK in front of us at the moment. You can see, is he going to get a handover on the inside going into the left-hander at turn number 1? We're not. Is it going to be a handover going for the inside of the hairpin? Is that hairpin going to be the most recognizable place to overtake going into turn 2? Because you can see handover is looking to do it now in the Audi.
Yeah, I think it is, and that's just about how you do it right there. I'm not sure if he's going to complete the pass, but that is exactly how you do it, and it looks like he will. But yeah, that's clearly one of the key passing places on this track. It's a high speed, high braking zone. And that was a good move by him. That was actually a really good pass.
Oh, Weston's just been bullied out. He's going to lose a place to Pearson behind him. That's back marker Razzle Dazzle over DDK. You can see he's going to get through. Through the right-hander they go with turn number 6 on the run up into the S's of turn 7. Poor old Tom Weston got bullied out there. He's lost his school lunch money, his shoelaces, and while he's at it, somebody has stolen his trousers because he's just lost 2 places for Tom Weston. The Samurai Grove, Huge Ash Yellow, 2 Fords battling it out. We got the fabulous Ford Skin. I've had to say that slow all season long here, but Samurai Goro in behind there.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that all alone. So what happened there was he got muscled out because he tried to fight that overtake too long. He's tried to stay on the outside there and power his way back around, and he left himself wide open for that next car to come in there and close that door on him. That's one of those places where you just have to make a decision that, hey, I lost that spot right there. Let me settle back in here and try to get it back. That was just that's a typical way around a track like this that you're going to lose 2 spots instead of just 1.
Absolutely. We're going to jump down into the GT4s. Alex Cofford is sitting in second. Vitvot 2.8 seconds up the road. There he is. But Cofford's under pressure from Clank. It's black versus gold for the Hugh Jas. Ineos in behind for the GT4s with Pablos Cabrera. Julian Caracis is a bit further back from that with George Gruber, Michaela, Hightower and Dilts. GT4 pack very, very close together, apart from Van Zwigenhoven, who's a little bit further down for the Eagle Speed. Matthew Mueller leading the way in the TCRs. He's got 1.6 seconds over Dan McFarlane, and Tom Davidson in the TSRC esports car has got the Tail Racing Elantra, driven by JM Gomez, tucked in behind him. Austin Tucker's not far behind. Michael Vanswick is not behind far either. So the TCRs are very close. At this moment in time, this does not bode well for the likes of Charlie Nilsson. Is going to start coming through because there isn't any real gaps, Jim. He's got cars after cars after cars, and they're all not very far apart.
Yeah, that's right. There's they are packed in there pretty good in the TCR class, and it's probably won't be. Let me see. I'm looking at the track map. It probably won't be that long until we do get a where they start passing in some of these lower class cars.
Well, there's the first one. That's Brooks Clayton. Obviously, Brooks had his own mistake. He is the only one that has made an incident or had an incident at this moment in time. Lund Nelson does go through round the carousel. We'll stay on board because I do love a good on board as he's weaving his way through traffic. Generally means I've gone and had kittens or puppies at the moment in time because he makes some dramatic move. But I'm sure Lund Nelson is not going to put me through that this week. Here we go. Is he going to carry on? He is once more coming into turn number 2. In here right now, you can see the TCRs closing, Jim. I always get worried when the faster cars are starting to go through on the slower ones.
Yeah, sure. I mean, and I think everybody does. I think you do as a fan. I think you do as driver of both cars. That's a great spot to get lucky enough to be able to go around one in that straightaway area there. But yeah, I think it's tough on everybody, man. The slower class car doesn't want to get messed up, and he certainly doesn't want to mess up the leader of the leader of the races. He's coming around, and vice versa. The guy leading the race doesn't want to mess anybody else's race up, but he sure doesn't want to cause himself any problems.
Yeah, there he goes through Austin Tucker from Hugh Jas through JM Gomez.
Golly.
Here he goes now. There goes Austin Tucker. JM's in front of us. He's got Tom Davidson in front of that. The right-hander, Lund Nelson, still weaving his way through. Coming into the final left-hander now. He's going to should get both of them. Is Davidson going to stay to that side? He is. Lund Nelson's going to be a little bit tighter going into turn number 1. Through he goes. Hold it, Charlie. Hold it. Now he's got the final 2. Dan McFarlane and Matthew Mueller. They're a little bit more spread out. There is a gap there for Charlie Lund Nelson. It should make it a little bit easier.
I mean, I'll tell you what, that was right there was a course, in how to properly weave your way through slower traffic. He did not rush that at any point in time right there. He found his opportunities, and he took them when he could, and he waited when he needed to. That is a classic example of how to do it, man, right there.
Through turn 5, coming into 6, we're going to go up through the 7, 8, 9 S's. Through the left-hander, Nelson's only got Mueller to go now before we've seen the first run-through on lap 8. So we're roughly looking at every 8 laps. Once they start getting to the front of the G4s, though, guarantee they're probably going to be passing a car every single lap. Through they go. Regatta has got Eunice from RPM Racing Blue in front of him. Dean Robust in behind that. There's also a TCR tucked in currently. And that at the moment is Dan McFarland. He's big old slide from Regatta in that McLaren. In through Eunice coming into turn 1. He's going to be able to sit there and just hold on now. Surely we're looking at right at the start of the race. We've been going for 12 minutes out of 6 hours. Is it about conserving your position and just making sure you can get through this first run through?
I mean, yeah, to a degree, I think so. Certainly, as everybody settles in and, I mean, look at this mess right here, would you? I mean, that's tough. You got slower class cars, you got cars in your same class. I mean, that's brutal, man. What is do we have available to us the track temperature? I would love to see what okay, here it is right here. I got it. It's, it's 31 degrees. I don't know how to translate that.
It's 32, about 90, I believe. Let's do something that will make our life a little bit more easier on trying to convert it. 32, it normally doubles, and then add 30. There you go, 89, and then minus 2, so that's how it generally is. Fahrenheit on the racetrack at this time, but a little bit of cars starting to spread out now. Yelly for Stratton sitting in third in the GT3 AMS. Carl Mundell from Equipment Geek. He's declared out TCR as quickly as possible. At the moment, he's not making it through. That's on board with Carl Mundell. He's going to go to the left-hand side. Should sweep past the TCR. Job done for him. Now, what I do want to pick up on, Luciano Vitvot in the G4s for the Motor Racing Academy is out in front, and he's 4.6 seconds out in front as well, which is absolutely imperative that he manages to stay there currently at this moment, because I can tell you what, he's to make sure he's staying in front of the huge ass black and gold boys. What influence is that going to have on the championship? Well, it's WBM white at the moment, which is Julian Caraces. It needs to get clear Jas, and he's not making it through in the GT4s. So for the GT4s, it's huge ass gold that he's got to stay in front of here, and that is where the imperative comes from it, Jim, because at the moment the huge ass gold boys are in front of him. Yes,
by 2 spots, and so there's clearly they've got to push. The WBM white team has to push to to try to make that pass at some point and then maintain it for the remainder of the 6 hours. That's going to be a tough order, especially with 2 of the huge ass cars in the top 3 up there. So it's going to be, they can kind of run blocker for each other, and then you still got to negotiate all this other traffic and the one car Pablo Cabrera in between them.
Yeah, Blimey Campbell Cable says 31 degrees is 88. There we go.
He's right.
He's right. GT going through. That is the Richard Corfor, I believe. No, it's not. It's Charlie Nilsson making his way through on the GT4s. Behind that there is Mr. Corfor for RPM Racing Black. Currently, well, it's red out in front. Black is sitting in second, 30 points behind. At the moment, not going to make any advantages on that one. It should, in hindsight, be Red's championship, because the only way they're gonna lose this, Jim, they've got to finish right the way down the order, and that's never easy either. They've got to finish at the moment fifth in class, and it's not looking likely that that's going to happen.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's a tough spot here. A funny observation here as we were talking about as they were passing some of these GT4 cars, I just realized that of the top 10, 8 of them are Mercedes-Benz, and only 2 are BMWs, and you don't see any of the other GT4 cars out there. I find that quite interesting. I guess the most recent bops have just made the Mercedes the car of choice there. That's it kind of died off for a while there, but it's certainly alive and well right here.
You would expect the Porsche as well to be in this championship, but it BMW, Mercedes led, and that is basically that one at the moment. In the TCRs is Phantom over Phoenix. So Phantom is leading the TCRs with Phoenix. Now, what does that have on board? Well, Phoenix is on 93 points currently at the moment. So for them, they're in prime position, and Phantom is on 68. So Phantom needs to get a little bit of a wriggle on, and hopefully try and extend that gap over Phoenix. But Phoenix at the moment, well, they're leading the championship by quite a few points, 25. So it's going to be harder for Phantom to overturn that. So that one is pretty much wrapped up as well, I would say, Jim, just purely because of the gap.
Yeah, I have, being that this is the first one of these I've done, I don't know exactly how many points you earn per position, but it would certainly require the Phoenix team to probably finish, dead last in class or something, some sort of, knocked out of the race kind of situation for them to even have any chance at all, I would think.
Well, try and see how these guys get on, because in multi-class anything can happen. Here, generally, anything will happen.
It does, yes.
To fight it out once more. So, eye out as he's got GT passing us once again. 5 laps between the overtakes. First one was at 8, next one was at 13. Seems to be a continual process. Pablo Cabrera in behind Ineos is there with Alex Clank from Hujas Gold and Hugh Black. RPM, Julian Caricis from WBM White. They've got not a lot of points, mind you, between all of them, probably 6 points. So let's see how they get on there as well. Merck is just very consistent, track too hot, says Greg. Chat Ian Bertolucci. Phoenix needs to finish in P11 for us to get the championship, and there's only 9 cars on the TC. Yep, not going to happen. But Ian, we've got to hype up the fact that it might happen, because you never know. They might DNF. Might not score any. Who knows? You've got to think positive, dear sir. Positive thinking.
Ian's not an optimist, is he?
No, I would more say a pessimist.
Or a realist. Could be that too.
Maybe it might be that as well, but there we go. Tom Weston goes through in 9th. Ian was earlier on in Discord, he was like, guys, we're going to go into the dark, and this track has no lights. So the memes I replied with was, pull up your big boy pants. He replied with, right. I'm a girl. So I said, okay, pull up her big girl pants then.
Yeah, well, go get you a dose of the Nordschleife running around there in the dark with no lights.
Absolutely, that would be a difficult one altogether. I'm a little bit concerned by Tom Weston in the Porsche. Going backwards more than he's going forwards. He's down 2 places. Lost a place to Martin Pearson. Miguel Santos has got him in the AMS. And at the moment, Weston is dropping down a little bit down the order. Vision, however, Virico, are alongside Miguel Santos and MRC in the mix. MRC recovering, manual handover starting at the back of the field. He starts to come through once more. So it's going to be interesting to see when we start seeing the whole pit stop cycle, Jim, how much of a mix-up this is going to bring.
Well, that's certainly going to mix it up quite a bit, I would think. Obviously, the GT3 cars are going to pit first, unless they've regulated the fuel to not have that happen. But obviously, they burn the most fuel of these cars. Yeah, it's gonna get really interesting when they start pit stops. You're gonna see all kinds of mix-ups, and
Real
I'm
interesting
assuming
or
that.
real ugly?
No, I think just interesting. I think it's, there may be some bad pit stops in there or something, but it's really going to come down to, how fast they get in and out, how much time they lose during the pit stop cycle. Somebody always makes a mistake, misses their box, comes in too slow, comes in too fast, and gets a penalty. That kind of stuff. It's certainly going to mix it up some.
So basically, what you're saying is driver error.
I mean, no, yeah, okay, sure.
How else are you doing
That's
it?
a big factor. No, yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a big factor. It is driver error, and it can, it'll definitely throw a wrench into plans, and guaranteed it will happen to somebody. There's no doubt about that.
Absolutely. Well, let's keep an
But
eye on it. Well, another place for
oh,
MRC. Julian Caricis is just
there's a car around in the background. Look,
yeah.
right there. Somebody right in the middle of the straight.
Tell you who that is, and that's Julian from WBM White. That's a disaster for them.
Oh, that's bad. Yes.
On the curb, around he goes. He just kind of sits there. Hold your brakes, son, because a lot more cars are going to start coming through. There they all are. Fortunately for WBM White, that is not the race they wanted. Let's not forget, WBM, they're only 6 points ahead of Hugh Gas Gold. Going to really mix it up and make the difference. So we're going to see how he gets on. MRC, though, up into 10th place.
Yeah, that could be a big spin right there.
I agree.
And so, surprisingly, we haven't had a lot of action. They've really been, for the most part, pretty cool, just taking care of business. Probably less spins than I figured we would have, but that was a high end spin right there. That could have huge championship implications.
Find out on that one. Tom Weston did clear Martin Pearson. He's starting to get what seems a bit of a wiggle on. Cleared MRC. Hand over looking to go up the inside. Nothing doing there currently. Up down in yards because Yard are tucked there. Up behind Austin Tucker. They are literally nose to tail, these guys, as they're continuing to fight down in the yards as well. Flavio from Yar has got Austin Tucker from Hujas Yellow. Mikael Hansvik from the Apex Alpha Tail racing in front. There goes the G3. Come over to the right hand side because we want to go left here. Got to make sure we can get it through. Unfortunately, the Apex Cartel Racing did get it wrong a little bit and has brought these others into it as they start going through carousel, through the left-hander of turn 13 on the run down into turn number 1. You did have a qualifying ban. Yes, you are correct. Qualifying ban. But yeah, all to race, all to play for. 5 hours, 36 minutes remaining. We've got plenty of time for a lot to go wrong.
Yes, plenty. So explain to me what the qualifying ban was for. It was having too many cars. Yeah,
too many drivers registered.
Okay. You would seem like they would be in control of that, so that must have been a choice they made to go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I think it's just some things. Unfortunately, people will drop out. They're, unfortunately, had to add drivers that they've ended up with. This falls all red here, so do it. Fortunately, that is what has happened. Which be said, still mixed with the yards. Yart and Yellow are continuing to fight. They're going to continue on for 5 hours up there. Because very, very close.
Yeah, so do we I wish I had an estimate of when the pit stops were going to start. I would think probably somewhere in the 40-minute range for the GT3s. So should probably be coming up here shortly.
Well, I can tell you now, based off their fuel consumption, 75% for the TCRs. That will be one of the things they do. 75% for the G4s and 75% for the.
Okay,
so we know the TCRs and G4s can generally go a little bit longer.
Yes.
How these guys get on the 74 is not. Oh, right.
That's Santos.
Well, making me doubt myself now, and I really don't like doing that, considering how I've double checked and checked this plenty times before. Have a look. Of situation now.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got a pretty fast lap in there. His best laps of the race, his best lap of the race. Would it would certainly his lap time would warrant that he was in the pro class.
Dos Santos, but in the FTR GT3, they are registered as a pro team. So, on that one. Well, TCR's getting a little spread out, jumping back up. Martin Pearson has got Elias in for Virico, East Team, and Amber. Miguel Santos and Samurai Goro have just had an incident.
Oh my goodness!
And there we go for Miguel Santos and Samurai. Down into the right-hander. Did he cut across his nose? Well, he didn't. Unfortunately, that Ford did not even make the apex. Jim, if he made the apex and hit him round, I would have been surprised, but he didn't. He just about 3 feet away from it.
Yeah, that was weird. It almost looked like he was trying to hold him out wide, extra wide there, and that didn't work out well for either one of them.
Nope, not these guys. Miguel Santos there, down 11th place. Him, a bit of a tough one, but he's down in 11th. I'm sure the steward will look at Samurai Goro from Huge S White. Got the boys in front. Yeshel Yunis, Nada de Grada are currently side by side. There you go. That is Spire and RPM Racing Blue. Through the right hander they go, up through the S's, coming into turn 9, then through Thunder Valley, down into turn 10 and 11. And at the moment, like Dragoda from Aspire has got that one over the Racing Blue boys here currently. So 5 hours 30, Jim. Where are we at with our thought pattern? What are we thinking about?
Well, I think at this point, I think all the drivers are you're probably starting to consider pit stops and when they're going to do those. And I'm sure there's team strategies in there. I don't know. I don't think probably most teams won't change drivers here. I'm sure they'll run 2 or 3 stints before they change. But certainly just the pit stops and, and analyzing and figuring out where your championship competition is, if there's still a battle in your particular championship. Certainly if you go down to the GT4s, what happened to the WBM white team has got to be seriously concerning, and they've got to be scrambling to try to come up with some kind of strategy that's going to help them get back up in class, because they're down in 10th in class now.
Okay. WBM boys down there, they've got Dylan Van Zwigenhoven from Eagle Speed in front, but he's got a long way now to catch up. Leader, I can safely tell you now, for Luciano Vitvot, 2 heresies, 30. Got a long way to go until we can catch up with the guys in front of him. Of course, for WBM, That's gold and torque thing that he's got a fight with. Torque Freak up in fifth, but the gold in third. And give an update on the score situation on the top of the hour at the same time. We'll try and keep that to the top of the hour once we have had a word from our sponsors, of course, which is Trophi.ai. Go and check them out there for Trophi.ai on that one. Navigate the track with in-game overlays, voice-guided advice from Mansell AI, your very own voice coach with performance feedback streamed live to your cockpit. You can work on your technique while you drive and get better with every lap. So that is Trophi.ai, our sponsor.
I love
for
it.
This one.
I love Trophi AI. Love it. Been signed up for probably close to a year now. I was on there when it was free, and then I've progressed through as they were testing it. I love it. It's a great program, and it really does work. It's fantastic.
Go and check them out, guys, on that one. Jason Hightower's in the mix for the Apex's Lava Racing AMG team, aptly named AMG because, well, they're in a Mercedes. Justin Michaela in front from Treehouse, and Austin Diltz in behind from WBM Racing, not WBM White, which, as we know, is Julian Carassi's there and currently at the moment. So lots of action still taking shape in class. This is one of them. Carassi's is just clearing Dylan Vigensloven, and through he goes into turn number one. So a great job from Julian. Moves up one more place, but he's got a 15-second gap before he gets to Austin Diltz in that one. Daniel Handover started coming. Whoa! Yo. Yeah, Vivico there kind of saw Handover very, very close.
You're gonna need some nitroglycerin, man. You're gonna end up having a heart attack before this thing's over.
No, it'll be all right, Jim. Don't know what you're talking about. No, don't do things like that.
That's right. So something else I noticed, I was looking here, scanning through the GT4s again, and I saw the Apex's Lava Racing team. And, of course, I know that JPB Network covers the Apex's Lava League races. And that's a fun little series. They race every race is at the Nordschleife, and they just run different types of vehicles every week. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it does take shape for them guys, but we'll concentrate on this series with Samurai Goro, with Daniel Handover, Elias de Vries from Viraco, Martin Pearson, Batmarker, Tyler Campbell, Fabulous Ford Skin, still fighting it out through the racetrack at the moment. They're going in through the right-hander, up through the left-hander of Mid-Ohio into the carousel of turn 12. Fordskin's loose up front, because I can tell you what, Batmarker, Razzle Dazzle were in the mix at the same time. Now they're all going to be running out, coming out side by side. Is this going to work out for these guys? Ooh, Handover lost his nose on that one. He nearly ended up a little bit further down. Tom Weston in there. No, Samurai Goro with Daniel Handover. It's got Elias de Vries alongside Martin Pearson, trying to go up the inside of Tyler Campbell. No, he did, because the Mustangs just got that a little bit wrong. Now it's going to be a straight drag race, and at the moment, Batmark and Razzle Dazzle are in prime place position as they got the inside line.
Yeah, if you'd have said straight drag race between those two cars, I would have thought the Mustang would have stood a better chance there. But he almost got into the back of him. He did not get off that turn well, which is why that Porsche got by him. Yeah, that was a nice pass, though. That was a very nice pass.
We've got 6 cars in the mix. The last one, of course, is Mr. Weston from DDK. And he's sitting at the back. He can see what's going on. Is he going to be able to get involved? That's going to be the question. Has he got the pace? Has the Porsche got the pace? Yeah, that's, well, something we're going to find out. It's never normally good in the high-speed corners, is the Porsche. But at the moment, for Daniel Handover, he's sitting in there in MRC. He's tucked right up behind the Viraco. And currently, Handover's got to try and get a little bit of a move on. Don't forget, they did have a quali ban. They did start at the back of the pack. They did have to make their way up to the back end of the GT3 Pros through the pace lap. So that is what MRC have done. And also Batmarker, Razzle Dazzle with Martin Pearson, who's just gone through the picture at the moment. But the GT3s currently providing a 6-car action fight. This could be interesting if they start going into traffic like this.
Yeah, I think that this is a prime spot where, well, this track is so full of cars it doesn't really matter. But I was going to say this is a prime spot where, if you're getting close on your pit cycle, maybe you pit a lap or two early just to get away from these guys, where you can get out and try to run in some clean track. But there's not a whole lot of clean track out there right now. There are cars everywhere.
Yeah, MLC just made another move over Virico. Fabulous Ford skin next. Handover flying along quite nicely, making his way forward for Daniel Handover. So great job for him pushing forward on that one. Down in the GT4s, we've got Hightower. He's trying to clear Michaela from Treehouse with WBM Racing. Dilt's in behind. So we'll have to see how that one works. The GT3's trying to come through at the same time. There's one he's got. You can see, Tails around the outside. Hightower's trying to go around the outside for Michaela. He's going to run him all the way around the hairpin. There goes the GT3, got through, didn't quite make it that time, but that is one of the precarious, precautionous situations. RPM Racing Blue on the grass to try and overtake the Treehouse Racing Mercedes. Trials and tribulations of multi-class, Jim.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a bold move, but yeah, he got it done there. But I'll tell you what, that could sure bite you.
Yeah, we've got forward in front of us at the moment as well. That is Williams in 8th place in the TCRs. He's in the Elantra. So we're going to have TCRs, GT4s, and GT3s pretty much on the same part of circuit. There's two classes. The GT3s are there at the bottom. There's the RPM Racing Blue. That Elantra is kind of in the way. Nearly lost it as well. How are we going to perceive the particle situation with tyre wear? We've seen it at many tracks where that racing line comes inwards because it closes up as they start spitting more and more wear out onto the racetrack. And how's it going to work here? Because they haven't got loads of room already.
No, they don't. And but with the amount of cars and the amount of strange passes that have to happen, just like the one where we saw where he got down into the grass there, I think that probably marbles won't be a huge problem. I think that there's enough activity that they're going to kind of keep the marbles pushed off a little bit. Because there's just so many strange passes here with the multi-classes, where they're passing in odd and weird spots. So I don't think we'll see that as a huge problem. I would be surprised if we did. Now, the interesting part of that is these cars are running different rubber, which sometimes when you get a different rubber compound on your tire, it acts weird. So that could be something that's interesting.
MRC just cleared Ford's getting there. He got a bit of a slide on, unfortunately, for him.
I think he clipped the front end of that Mustang, I believe.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm not quite sure he got that close. I think that was a pretty... Ooh, he nearly got close there, though. On poor old Julian Karasis from WM Racing White. Nearly had a MRC Audi straight into the side of him. And there goes the fabulous Fodskin and Tyler Campbell. They're going to ride that GT4 around the outside of the carousel. GT4 still managing to do well. Hi, MRC doing well. They are doing very well, Jardy. They're moving their way up into 6th place. They did have a qualifying ban, so they did have to start at the back of the pack. Moved away to the back of the GT3 Pros during the pace lap. And now they're in mid-pack. That's Martin Pearson, backmarker Razzle Dazzle, and handover for MLC. But you can see what's happening at the moment. We had that 6-car field, and now as the front guy gets away, he leaves the other guys to fight, and we're slowly dwindling down to 3.
Yes. Yeah, it's they're pulling away a little bit. I'm still I'm trying to look at that huge ass Mustang there. Oh, these names, man, I'm struggling. You did pretty good. I thought it was pretty funny. The one you had the hardest name with was the Eagle Speed Academy. Of all these names in this series, the Eagle Speed Academy is the one that tripped you up earlier. That was pretty funny.
Yeah, it's the multinational side of FTR. They're from all over. Canada, America, Holland, Australia. We've got them all. Belgium, Italy. Yeah. The whole lot are here It's a multinational.
Australia.
Yeah, they're all fighting it out. So let's see how we continue to fight.
That's really cool diversity in this series. That's pretty neat.
Yep. It definitely is, and it's a big testament to
off-road action there.
Big testament to Richard Corfor and his team. They are obviously running FTR. They've got a multinational side of things. Dragotta has got Yashel Yunis from RPM Blue tucked in right behind him at the moment. That is in the GT3 Pro class. RPM Racing Blue need to stay ahead of Hugh Jas White to clinch third place. So we will try and do the maths in the process of this, and you might need to bear with us a minute because it might take a minute just to work out where everybody is. But at the moment, RPM Racing Blue are ahead of the Hugh Jas White team, which means it should be a red, black, blue RPM Racing podium in the GT3 Pros. But that is only if they stay where they are. So we'll keep an eye out for these as they're continuing to have battles on the racetrack. It's getting very interesting at the moment. I find when we're nearly 50 minutes in, Jim. I think at the end of the day, we're now getting to that point where you're starting to settle in, thinking about your pit stops.
Yeah, clearly. I think these GT3s have got to be coming up on pit stops pretty soon. And going back to what you were just talking about the points in the GT3 class, which we're going to update here shortly. Going into this race, though, Hugh Jas White had a pretty decent lead, 16-point lead. 12-point lead. 12-point lead going in. So right now, I think based on where the two teams are, it's going to be really close. That's going to be it's going to be exciting and down to the wire. I think all the way there.
We'll just do a little bit of quick maths. Let's see if we can get. At the moment, it is a 13-point difference between blue and white. So if we was to add them in now for these guys and see where they come out, we can have a look and see. It'll be 126, 142 to 146 in favor of blues. So they would basically take the championship at the moment. Or in third place.
So Hugh Jas White has to move up a few spots. If not, certainly don't necessarily need to pass them, but they need to get right behind them at least, or something like that.
Yeah, they need to move up to 7th in class for Hugh Jas White.
And that's assuming blue stays where they're at. Blue stays where they're at, yeah.
That's assuming they stay where they are at. So although I'd love to worry about the championship standards in hour number 1, I'm not going to. I'm going to worry about it a little bit later on in hours number 2 or 3, because otherwise I could be forever here doing maths. And, well, if you ever know me or watch any of the broadcasts, I don't really do maths because it never really works out quite well. So, but there you go. See how we get on. But you just do need to move up a little bit. Martin Pearson now's got a handover for MRC. Both teams started at the back of the grid. Both teams now moving their way up 5th and 6th in class for MRC and Backmarker Razzle Dazzle. And now they are together on the racetrack. 2 Audis together here, Jim. All to play for these guys, but they've been fighting their way up through the back.
Yeah, they've done a good job, actually. They're both up 4 and 6 spots, respectively. The biggest movers in class, probably the biggest movers in the race overall in any car. Yeah, they are. They're the biggest movers in the entire field. Yeah,
you have to take into consideration they did start at the back due to their qualifying times, but then obviously were able to move to the back of the GT3 GT3 field, which means they started effectively 15th and 16th, and now up 6 and 7. Although it says 28 and 26 places gained, they have not gained that amount of places. They've moved through the way up as MRC now takes another position over backmarker Razzle Dazzle. So they've handover has gone through on MRC, for MRC, I should say, over backmarker. So although, Jim, they started at the back, they obviously went to the back of class on the green flag drop. So they've gained from 15th and 14th up to 6th and 7th, respectively. So we'll have to try and do that. Unfortunately, that doesn't get picked up. It just says that they've started and moved up through positions. So from the timing software, but you can see, whoa, Martin Pearson just had a massive brown pant moment with Alex Klenk in front in that BMW. He does manage to go through, but it was a big old issue.
Yeah, that was kind of strange. He had a nice little slide there, and then just pulls on through.
Yeah, it gave him a little bit of a scary moment there for backmarker, but they've managed to stay out on the racetrack, and they're still going, which is always good, because otherwise you don't want the dramatics of crashing so early on here, especially with only 45 minutes to go. Not what you want this early.
No, you at this point, again, like I said, you're just kind of, especially right now, they're at the point where they're fixing to all start pitting, and this is just a time where you settle in and start planning your pit strategy, which of course they've all got pretty much planned out, unless they've had some kind of hiccup in their race, which those guys haven't. They've really moved up well, considering their starting position penalized. They've done well.
Goro from WM from Hugh Jazz, got DeFries from Viraco in front of us. We've just cleared a TCR. Oh, Tom Weston. Is this a Porsche doing Porsche things over the hill?
Oh, it's in a spot where it's going to happen too, right?
Yeah, back end's going to come round.
There it is.
Oh, Michaela from Treehouse. Oh, he's had to tow Tom Weston. It'd be interesting to see. But that
he might have took some hard front end damage when he got T-boned there. Might have got just enough of his front end to bend his front end around a little bit or something.
Yeah, Michaela from obviously Treehouse Racing, sitting down in 12th in the field. Stewart's decision, 5-second stop and hold for Aspire competition for avoidable collision. So
wow.
Unfortunately for Aspire, 5-second stop and hold. Tom Weston now in pit lane. That's a very dramatic moment. But these guys, there's Miguel Santos in the Ineos GT3 as he's going to run off the side of the circuit and go round. That was with the Hugh Jazz boys earlier on lap 20. RPM Racing Blue are in pit lane. It's the start of the pit stop cycles for the GT3s.
There we go.
RPM Racing Blue in pit lane. So we'll keep an eye out and see what happened to them.
That's interesting that they, where they're sitting in the championship and all, and they decided they wanted to get in there early and get this over with before pit road got crowded and dangerous and whatnot. So that's an interesting decision. We'll see how that plays out for them. Usually, kind of going for a little bit of an undercut here. Let's see what happens.
Tom Weston has got damage. Don't forget, it's no fast repairs. 0 fast repairs in this series. So whatever damage they get, they will just have to sit there and, basically, as the terminology goes, they got to suck it up because, unfortunately, they're going to sit there and get it repaired. So that's a deal on this one, and they all are aware of this. But Hugh Just White now moving up into 8th in class at the moment. That's another 2-point gain. So we'll keep an eye and try and work out the scoring as they go along.
Well, the fun part's going to be there is once they make their pit stop and see how that pit stop works out between those two cars. Between the RPM Blue and Hugh Jazz White.
Yeah. Red are in.
Yeah.
Black are in. Copeland's in. Driver change for all of them.
Yeah.
Purple car driver change as well. What about MRC? They're going to change drivers. Oh, up he goes on the jacks.
Yeah, they all are.
Yeah, Pearson's in, Santos is in, Jellyfish Stratton's in, Carl Mundell is going to be going through for them, Tyler Campbell, Ellis De Vries, Samurai Goro from Hugh Just White have all decided not to pit. But at the moment, Tom Cicchetto from RPM Racing Red have pitted.
We're getting some GT4s coming in as well.
Yeah, George Gruber, Justin Michaela in pit lane. There are no driver swaps for them. Bitvot's not in. Copland's Miguel Santos, Stefan Le Guin is in pit lane as well for Aspire and Ineos, with DDK in that. Chris Sofa in the Sunday Drivers has also pitted, sitting fourth in the AM class. And George Gruber from Talk Freak and Garrett Lair has just taken over the car in Treehouse. So, yeah, some driver swaps in the process. We thought they might have gone double stops before they swapped drivers, but it looks like some have taken the single file solo route.
Yeah, they've all got plans worked out. And they've already planned all this stuff out in advance, so they've obviously got some sort of plan, whether they put a fast driver first and last, or who knows what their plan is.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out very, very
it's
shortly.
De Vries and Campbell not pitting is an interesting strategy from both of them. I guess they're going to run it down and hopefully in the long run maybe able to short pit on that last pit stop or something, and take less fuel than everybody else, or something, and maybe get out a little quicker.
Maybe they've just managed to save an extra lap of fuel that the others couldn't. Who knows?
Yeah, possibly. A lot of times they'll do, if they can stretch it early in the race, they'll do that and progressively end up being able to take, there's a car around right there. Who was that?
George Gruber. George has just come
Gruber.
out. He's just come out of pit lane.
Yeah. Cold tires, man.
Yeah, for Talk Freak. George, you just carried way too much speed there, bud. On the marbles, unfortunately, just cannot stop that car. A few more in. Julian Kirasis from WBM White. Hightower's in and out. He stayed in the car. Vitvot's now in as well. Where's that going to leave Clank? Now we've got RPM Racing Red and Black a lot closer than they were after their pit stops, but that could be the fact that we had 2 seconds pit lane time between the two. Obviously, the Black did it 2 seconds quicker than the Red. Equipment Geek in third. They've still not pitted. Michaela for Racing Blue there over Racing Purple for Robert Lancaster in the GT3 AMS. He's taken over from Gene Robus. Tyler Campbell for Fabulous Fordskins not getting out. Elias De Vries is not getting out. Now, this is an interesting name, and I've been told to call him Ed. So there we go.
Yes.
Ed.
Yes, Ed. I saw that myself.
Yeah, Ed from Backmarker Razzle Dazzle takes over from Martin Pearson, and he's in fifth in class, seventh overall. But Campbell, Fordskin in behind the huge ass boys again. Vitvot still in pit lane. You can see the changes in the GT4. Alex Klenk taking the lead, but not pitted. Dylan Van Zwigenhoven in second, but not pitted. Vitvot comes out of the pit lane in third. He has pitted ahead of Michael Darby, who's taken over the Hugh Just Black. And Georges Correa from Ineos Esports taking over the car there with Morgan Smith from WBM Racing. So some driver swaps to keep an eye out on as well. TCRs, Matthew Mueller still out in front for Phantom over Phoenix with TSRC. Still no pit stops to go. Weston's been in the pit lane for nearly 7.5 minutes.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's even a 6-hour race like that. That's just a killer. I'm looking down here in the GT4 class, and we were talking about the WBM White team. They pitted. They did not make a driver change, and they had moved up to 8th or 9th place after that early spin. And now after that pit stop cycle, they They are down right now in 10th, but there's still 2 cars left in that class that haven't pitted yet, or two cars out of the top 10 that haven't pitted yet.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how that's going. It doesn't look well for them right now. Doesn't look too good.
WM Racing, Julian Caraces in the GT4 sitting at the back of class. Jason Hightower is in there with Garrett Lair, who's taken over the Treehouse machine and is sitting down in 9th place. Let's not forget he was involved in an incident with the Treehouse boys earlier on, so we'll have to keep an eye and see what his recovery process is like. In the GT3 Pros, Campbell, Garora and Ed and Handover, who stayed in the car for MRC, has opened up 9-second gap over backmarker Razzle Dazzle.
So going back up here to the Pro class, after the pit stop cycles have worked out, we had RPM Blue was down in 4th place, and they've jumped up into 3rd now, which helps their cause a little bit. But UJAS White has moved up all the way into 6th spot, which is, if I'm not mistaken, is about a 2 or 3 spot pickup there during the pit cycle, which is great for them considering they're trying to hold on to that third place spot in the championship. So that was a nice pit cycle for them.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Good job from them. Yeah, we're sitting down at the moment, and we're all just settling in. Ed, Backmarker Razzle Dazzle, UJAS, Fabulous Ford Skin, and Aspire all running in the mix. Ed is gone.
Ed, something happened to Ed.
Oh, Ed's back. Oh my God. Ed needs to be very careful of his Tinternet, because if that happens again and he goes off, well, unfortunately, that could be on the Backmarker Razzle Dazzle team, because that is not anybody else's fault. You can't pass what you can't see.
No, and I would think that race control is only going to tolerate so much of that before they pull him.
Yep.
Because that could destroy a race like this.
Very, very. DDK are our first retirements. Tom Weston for DDK by Eagle is unfortunately out. So first retirements, DDK are out. You can see the overall standings on your left-hand side. That's where everybody is all together. WBM has just cleared Treehouse. Treehouse have hit a pole. If we look back from the WBM White Boys, you can see that there is a alcove on that Mercedes. And unfortunately for them, they've gone and hit a pole. We're a bit like my wife in the parking lot. So there we go.
Yeah, I'm going to send her a message about that one next time I need to blackmail you for something.
It's all right. It's on YouTube. It'll be here forever. She don't care. You know what I mean? She knows what I'm like. It won't be long enough. If she don't know by now, then, well, she's in trouble. So there we go on that one. But we've got these guys fighting it in the mix here in the middle. So currently, lots of action taking place down in the GT3 Pros. Backmarker, Ford Skin, Aspire, and well, I would say MRC, but they're a little bit further up the road, unfortunately, on that one. That is UJAS, Backmarker Razzle Dazzle, Fabulous Ford Skin, and Aspire, all there as well. Just left to pick up a beer and MRC P4. Epic, says Blimey Cable. Yeah, that was after the pit stop cycles, and they've done a great job moving their way in through the field. RPM Racing Purple, however, I've got to give them a shout. They're hand to Gene Robos.
Right.
Now with Robert Lancaster, mixing it up in the pro order.
Well, mixing it up in the pro order. That's I was just looking at that myself. That's pretty nice.
Do we not believe that there is an RPM domination? Oh, free wide, he's on the grass.
Oh no, he's out there.
Yeah, Coupling's out there, unfortunately, for Aspire. Oh. They've decided to almost go free wide. It almost went a little bit Pete Tong, but Ford Skin and Backmarker Razzle Dazzle managed to hold on. Aspire did manage to hold on, but they have lost positions. And at the moment, we got RPM Racing red, black, blue, purple. Talk about domination of the top four from the RPM Racing boys. They have gone and done it. It is red, black, blue, and purple. Your top four at the moment. Unbelievable from the RPM Racing team.
Man, I tell you what, that that 3 wide incident back there, it was bad enough, but it could have really been bad. Golly, that was. I'm not sure who made that decision and thought that was wise at this point in the race.
Yep.
Is it the Aspire team that's in that baby blue car?
The Aspire, they are Ken Copeland. He's in the McLaren, and he's in that purple red machine. At the moment.
Okay. There was a baby blue car that was right around there and ended up going off track, and they lost several spots. I'm trying to figure out who that is. I don't know all the team colors out here yet.
Yeah, but at the moment, still a great job from all of these drivers. I would show the other classes, guys, but at the moment, the action is in the GT3s. You can see the gaps on the left-hand side for all the other classes. The closest one in there is the gold and black from Hugh Jass and Ineos in the Ineos Esports GT4. You can see the mix of cars we've got across the racetrack at the moment. There's a big old spread. I have no beer. No, dude, I don't drink. So, you know, I haven't drunk for 12 years now, I think it is, if not more. So there we go. So I feel your pain. I'm on coffee, to be honest. I've still got 5 hours to go. It's got a long way to go on that one.
I'm on C4 Ultimate Energy.
Nice.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, and I'm sure it sounds amazing.
Oh, it's high caliber energy drink.
I know, may get some before going on. Oh God. It depends if you're driving. If you're driving, don't do that. Don't do that, because I will call you out if you crash. Just to let you know.
Right. Yeah, you shouldn't have admitted that in public and then going to go jump in there.
Yeah, you ain't going to get called out if you don't tell us on that one. Right, guys, it's our time up here in the booth where we take a couple of seconds out just to listen from a word from our sponsors, Trophi.ai. Go and check them out at, funny enough, Trophi.ai.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Okay, guys, we are back with the racing. That was a short word from our sponsor. Don't forget, go and check them out, Trophi.ai. Navigate the track with in-game overlays and voice-guided advice from Mansell AI, your very own voice coach. With performance feedback streamed live to your cockpit, you can work on your technique while you drive and get better with every lap. Go and check them out at Trophi.ai. That would be absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to everybody here as well. Miguel Santos has just gone past Ed for backmarker Razzle Dazzles, took him on the way round into the right-hander, into the keyhole, turn number 2. So great job from Miguel Santos on that one. Elliot de Vries from Virico, he has got Aspire tucked up right behind him at the moment. If not, trying to go alongside. Oh, you're not going to have it. No. If Virico play this right, they're going to come across your nose, though. You're going to fight it out.
Him down.
Fight it out. The McLaren's just had a slide. There's going to be contact. Oh, little bit of argy-bargy from the Virico and Aspire boys.
Boy, they threw out their elbows right there.
Mm-hmm.
That was a little more than just a racing incident. That was a get off of me kind of a moment.
Yeah, but if Gap Car, you know, rubbing his racing, I hear
no,
that.
It's good. I got no problem with it. That's, the guy saying, "Hey, man, give me some room here." I'm all for that. Oh, we got a car going around somewhere. I saw it, a clip from another angle I had here.
Oh, that might have been Miguel Santos from Ineos. Just made that overtake from Ed. Oh, Miguel Santos, round he goes. Ed's got back in front for backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Onto the track. spits up the marbles, and away he goes. So,
by the way,
good
when
job
we
from them.
when we clipped in on something earlier, I saw Ed was off in the distance. Ed was still blinking. I'm really, I don't know about you. I can't stand racing around a car that's blinking because
Right.
you just never know where they're gonna pop in.
I agree with you, right? I agree with you to a degree. And the reason I say that to a degree is being that I use the internet a lot. Okay, now I've had to
Right.
go and pay for 900 up, 900 down in the UK, which, is probably about as high as we're going to get. Okay. Now, obviously, one of the reasons I pay for that is, I've got 3 kids at home. They've all got devices. They're all on it all the time. The wife's streaming a TV program, episode of EastEnders or whatever she's watching at the time. But I know the pain that these guys go through with internet. Do you know why I know about it? And this is one of the reasons I'm not going to sit here and chastise Ed about it, is the fact that he doesn't know it's happening. He has
That's true.
no clue that is taking
Yes.
shape with his internet. He can't control the internet. Just as
No,
much as a driver can't control his steering wheel connection or his pedals working or the internet or the electric. Jim, we've all been there with internet.
Right.
You know yourself. You suffered the other day.
Yeah.
And,
Yes.
and this is the thing. He can't control that. So as much
You're
as
100% right.
even if he goes into the pits and he resets his router, it's going to disconnect his car. What he's better off doing is going in on the pits lane cycle, giving the car to somebody else. He then goes away and resets his stuff and then comes back again. The problem is whether or not he's going to be given the time to do that by race control or whether or not they're going to call him out before then. He doesn't know what's going on. This is the thing.
Look, you're 100% correct, man. I was doing that broadcast for us the other night, and I lost the internet feed, and it's different. I wouldn't chastise it myself when that happened. So you're right. You're 100% correct. It's something out of everybody's control. We can't control.
I'll tell you what, that really wasn't
3 wide.
Yeah, TCR, GT4, and GT3 Pro and Am. Talk about having all 4 on the track at the same time. They were almost 3 wide.
Was that Copeland?
Yeah, Copeland in there. DeFries was in there from the Vera Cowboys. Ed was in there. Backmarker Razzle Dazzle. We got the Yacht TCR. We got the Ineos GT4. The Carrera. There was a lot going on in that little short space of a time. I tell you what, they've come out and survived, Jim, but that could have been horrendous.
Well, that's kind of, earlier in the race, I was talking about how you just need to, use a little patience when you're making passes. Copeland decided to send it on in there, where he could have waited a split second. And that's one of those situations where it worked out and it's a good pass. But, like you said, it could have went all wrong.
Yep. It could have been complete and utter disaster for them guys. Carl Mundell, he is under attack at the moment from Stefan Le Guen from the Squadron Veloci Bravo by Eagle RS team. And Mundell for Equipment Geek Racing. These guys fighting out, believe it or not, for 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Ams. The GT3 AMs, now Purple, Eagle Speed, were fighting it out with ART Sim Racing 2. But ART are not here, but Eagle Speed S is also not here. So at the moment, it's Purple over Eagle Speed there. So currently, but Eagle Speed Academy Esports G, I should say, who, unfortunately, are not also here. So
Yeah.
this is going to
that's
kind of really throw the AM order up into, well, kind of up into the air and hope you catch the balls, I guess.
Yeah. RPM Purple seems to, have that well in hand right now.
Yep.
I mean, I don't want to say it's over, but
It is over, Jim.
yes, it is.
It is over. Call it as we see it and call it out when we call it out. Because technically at the moment it is over. RPM Racing Purple are out in front. They're in 5th. They are literally 7 or 8 cars. I think it is 7 cars in front of Carl Mundell from Equipment Geek, who are not in the fight at this moment in time either.
Right, no, yeah.
Equipment Geek is literally 35 points. They are on all said and done 55. If I can do maths, 55 behind RPM Racing Purple. The only thing
Right.
for Equipment Geek might help, they might be able to jump positions up to Eagle Speed S, give or take the fact that they're going to go and finish in 4th place. Will they get ART? Well, that's going to be the question at the moment, because effectively they only get 18 points for AMS in second place. So that at the moment puts them on 45.53, which might and probably should jump them up into 4th once
4th.
Eagle RS, give or take, are in there at the same time. So lots
Right.
can still go on in the point standing, so we will try and keep you
Yes.
updated as we're going along on that one.
Speaking of point standings, we were talking about before the pit cycles. I was talking about WBM White. They were back down in 10th, and then those other cars made their pit stops. And but now, if you look at where they're all running currently, Torque Freak Racing with Gruber in the car is in 5th place, and WBM White is now in 7th place. So they have really mixed that gap up there.
Yeah, RPM Racing in the GT3 Pros. RPM Red will take the championship currently as it stands on 265. They've got 225 with RPM Black. The battle for 3rd place between Huge S White and RPM Racing Blue at the moment is a 2-point difference. Huge S White have got it by 2 points over RPM Racing Blue. So that's the situation in the GT3 Pros. In the GT3 AMS at the moment, we've got RPM Racing Purple will win on 115. No points for any of the others beyond that. Now, I will need to add the other guys in below just to see where they come out when they get points on the board. So you give me a minute, Jim, and you carry on.
Yep. Yeah, sure. Well, we're riding on board here with Copeland in the GT3 car, currently running 7th, and he's in that Aspire car, which was involved in that little 3 wide episode earlier, and he dropped back and lost a couple of positions, and so he's trying to make those back up, I'm sure. He's falling right behind the fabulous Ford skin of Tyler Campbell, making his way around one of the backmarker TCR cars. As is, I believe is that the Audi in there of De Vries coming through? Yes, I believe it was.
Yeah.
So I'm looking here. Yeah, I'm looking here at some of the other point stuff that's going on. Just looking around. There's some interesting stuff taking shape here in a couple of these categories. It's going to be fun when you go over that.
Yeah, as I continue to try and do maths in the background and work on Excel spreadsheets.
That's hard to do, yes.
Excel spreadsheets in the process, so a lot taking shape currently, because Equipment Geek will finish in, if they finish where they are now, it will be 2nd place for them. So currently at the moment they will get 18 points on that one. Squadro Veloce will be in 3rd. They will score 15. So at the moment it is still RPM Racing Purple, but it will be Eagle Sports, Eagle Speed Academy G, then ART, but then it will be Squadro Veloce and then Equipment Geek. So that's how that one's going to work out for these guys at the same time. Now the interesting bit for me is going to be what's going to happen down in the GT4s. Is it going to be as it is? 7th place for WBM White at the moment, so they're currently be on 20 points. But them, Huge Ass Gold is sitting in 2nd. So that'll be a gain of that one, which gives Huge Ass Gold the lead in the championship. Top Freak Racing is in 5th at this moment in time, so they will be on 90. And then Ineos in behind that at the moment. Where is Ineos? Ineos is in 4th position. So I can give you now, it will be Huge Ass Gold, WBM White, Top Freak Racing, and then Ineos Ineos GT4. That will be the championship finished right now.
So top three could get all mixed up. Any one of those teams could still win this, depending on what happens here.
Yep.
Any one of those top three. I'm not sure that Ineos is actually in it for the win, considering where everybody else is around him, but around them. But it's certainly between Huge Ass Gold, WBM White, and Torque Freak. Any one of those teams could win it because one or two positions here could make a huge difference.
Yep, I do fully agree. Now, I'm interested to see how the GT4s kick out here, because under the scoring system I have, which is in the rules, I've got Phantom out in front, but there's only one score system, and the only one that's different is the urn. I'll have to keep an eye on that one. Maybe Ian Bertolucci can fill me in. Send me a DM, Ian, on that one.
I tell you. Well, I don't know if this one have to look at, but Phantom is down. Phantom is running in first, and Phoenix had dropped down to seventh or ninth place, down 7 spots in this race. Something must have happened along there that we missed, or that maybe something during the pit stop. Oh, that's right. They just pitted. Okay, so our TCRs are starting to pit now. All right.
Oh, I think. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
Well, that's good. So we're going to see some pit stop action here.
Yeah, Phoenix is still ahead at the moment by 5 points. So there we go on that one. 4 hours, 42 minutes to go. Mueller still not been in pit lane for the TCRs. We're well over the hour on lap 56. The TCRs can still keep going. Tom Davidson for TSRC sitting in second place. But at the moment, Derby from Huge Ass Black has got the Ineos Esports GT4 tucked right behind him.
Right behind him, yeah.
Yeah.
There's some interesting. That GT4 is going to get real exciting here as the day goes on.
Yep, it will. It will keep swapping backwards and forwards for the GT4s. Have to see how they're going to keep going on and see whether or not they're going to be able to make it through. But lots of action still to come as the guys continue to battle along nicely. It's all kind of settled down in classes. Yachts in pit lane. Fun Wheel Drive have just come out of pit lane, so the TCRs start making pit stops here. But this is the closest battle on your racetrack at the moment, and this is Ineos in the GT4 chasing down Huge Ass Black.
And this is an important pass if he can, which he did just make it. That was a nice move right there too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a nice move. He was clearly faster. He caught him over the last couple of laps, and that was a really, really nice pass there from George Carrera.
Yeah, Carrera gets
so
through.
That helps the Ineos esports team there. They certainly can use that position.
Yep. Up they go at the moment. So great job from Carrera from the Ineos Esports GT4. They needed that, and well, we'll see how it picks up a little bit later on. RPM Racing Red, FTR Black, Blue, FTR 1, 2, 3. It's not an FTR 4 now because Robert Lancaster has, although leading the AMS, has lost a place to Handover in MLC, who was sitting 4th in class, and Handover's on his second stint, of course. Bertolucci's in. JM Gomez is in. Davidson is in pit lane. So lots of TCR pit stops happening at the same time.
Yeah, it's there's Kieran Sharp. I see. That's had a lot of fun watching him over the last few days race. So he's in as well, for the TSRC esports team.
Yep.
So who's left that hasn't pitted yet? Looks like all of the front running teams have pitted, with the exception of the Yart team and the I guess the Hugh. Oh no, UJS Yellow's in.
Yeah, it's Huge Ash Yellow has not pitted. They are currently the only one with the Apex's Lava Elantra with JM Gomez, who is not on the racetrack at the moment. Where are you? Strange. Not on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's
A little bit bizarre.
okay. That's strange. Yeah. So it looks like as these pit stops shake out, of course you got your top guys are back out there. Give them a lap or two to sort that out.
Yeah.
I am glued to these GT4 thing. It's I am fascinated by this 3-car battle that's going on for the top 3 spots. I'm kind of obsessing watching every move that they make.
Yeah. I think that's the thing. You know, so much can go on within a split second, and obviously Luciano Vitvot does not want to be getting involved in any of these battles with Gold, with Ineos, with Black, with Torque Freak, with Apex for Hightower there, because at the end of the day he wants to kind of stay away from that situation. He doesn't want to get himself in there and get himself in the mix, and that's the thing for him. We have lost JM. I'm sure JM is out in that TCRs. He is out, unfortunately for JM Gomez, is out of the race. I can't find out why, but
Almost seemed like that might have been some sort of connection issue or something. Oh, we'll see here. Yeah, so
he made some overtakes and then all of a sudden disappeared.
Right, popped out completely. Didn't drop down the ladder.
I'll do some digging in the background, see what I can find out there.
Yes, some investigative work there. Yeah, Luciano, how you say it? Vitat? Yeah, Vitat.
Vitvot.
He, Vitvot. Okay, Vitvot. Some of these names are rough. That is, he's having a heck of a race, man. Just opened up that lead early on, and he's out there 13 and a half seconds ahead now. With, I guess he's on his second stint in the car now. That's, I'm just trying to look and see if they are, where they're positioned in the championship. They're 6th overall in the championship. So they certainly can move up 1, possibly 2 spots, depending on how all that shakes out. So in theory, he could, move himself up to potentially 5th or 4th place. So that'd be nice. Let's see here.
Well, any gain is better than no gain.
Oh yeah. Well, with that race he's having right now, I don't, who else is going to be in the car later, but he's certainly getting the work done early. And probably frustrating some of these other drivers that are trying to trying to lock in their victory, and he's kind of throwing a little wrench in their plan. Everybody's plans up there, running away with first place.
One of the announcers sounds like Zach Brown.
That would have to be me. I don't think it's you that sounds like Zach Brown.
Nope.
Trust me, I can't sing like Zach Brown, unfortunately.
Can you not?
Oh no, he's talking about the other Zach. There's a singer named Zach. He's talking about Zach Brown from McLaren, I bet, the way he spelled that. He's probably talking about Zach Brown from McLaren, because there's a Zach Brown singer as well. But I would imagine that he's talking about Zach Brown from McLaren.
And he's still talking about
I'll take that. Well, yeah, Zach Brown's an American.
Yep.
So, although he lives in Europe, he is an American.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. I wish I had half his money, and I wish I had his car collection. Zach Brown has the most amazing car collection.
Really?
I mean, he's got like Mario Andretti's championship-winning Lotus from like 1978. He's got Senna's a couple of Senna McLarens, or yeah, I know he's got at least one Senna McLaren, and yeah, he's got several amazing cars. Yeah,
Noise.
yeah, he's got a heck of a collection. In fact, he quick little thing. When they hired Daniel, what's his name? The one that just got retired from Formula One.
Daniel Ricciardo.
Ricardo, yeah. When he hired Ricardo, he gave him a bet about winning a race, and he said if he won a race, he would let him drive his Dale Earnhardt. He owns a Dale Earnhardt car from like 1980 or 81 or 82, something like that. And they did a whole little YouTube video on it after Ricardo won that race for McLaren. They went out and drove the Dale Earnhardt car, and boy, Ricardo's out there with this big smile on his face, driving one of them old school NASCAR cars. He loved it, man. Yeah.
Right. Quick update on JM Gomez. Now, we said he disappeared earlier on.
Yes.
And he did. He disappeared because of the fact that they got a black flag. Now, they got a black flag is because they couldn't see their pit box when they entered into DQ and reversed to go up the pit lane because they couldn't see it.
Oh, right.
So, race control have cleared this penalty this time, but they have been told that they need to not do that again. So, they are back in the race. Robert Sharp is in the car. And they are still managed to, lucky enough, stay. I think they're near enough one lap down. Yeah, one lap down on their car, on the leaders. But they have been told to not do that again. Otherwise, their next penalty will not be cleared. They do have to be a little bit more careful. So there we go. That's the
interesting.
update for them.
So iRacing DQ'd them when they started backing up, and
yep. And then they had it cleared.
Well, that's interesting. But at least race control took care of it, and and let them know that they can't do it again. But we'll take care of it this time.
Yeah, that's what they've been warned. Zach's used to run the Marlboro sponsorship, so he got money.
Yeah, he does. That's what his original business was. The funny story about him is he came into racing go-karts. He started out racing go-karts, and he got his original money from that game show, Wheel of Fortune. Mm-hmm. As a kid, he went on Wheel of Fortune for a kids episode. He won like $3,500 or $4,000 American, and bought his first racing go-kart set up with that. And that launched him off, and he ended up racing for a while. Then he got to a plateau where he wasn't fast enough to move on. But he had all these contacts from doing sponsorship recruiting because he was a good salesman, right? And so he turned that into a business and started being like an agent for race teams and helping them hook up with sponsorship, and he was taking a cut of it. And so he became a millionaire and ended up working his way up into the CEO position for McLaren. So, yeah, he started out as a little American kid wanting to go-kart racing, and now he runs, one of the biggest, car racing organizations in the world with McLaren.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, actually. It's I messaged him, and he actually responded. I was trying to get my son to be able to get access to their engineers because my son's going into race car engineering to be a motorsports engineer. And he actually responded back with some advice and everything. It was really cool.
So you didn't give him a job then?
Well, he's not quite ready for that yet. He's still a senior in high school, but.
Oh, okay. You Just Yellow has just passed You Just Blue. That was a straight run down there. We've got Tyler Campbell from Fabulous Ford Skin. He's got a Spire tucked in right behind him. Alec King has just said, I've heard enough. You are Zach Brown's twin. Oh, there we go. Hey, dude, you carry on. I'll leave you to it on that one.
That's funny. I'm just trying to see if there's any points implications going on here, especially, I'm obsessed with that GT4 championship right now.
You might have to do some maths on that one, then, Jim.
Yeah, I'm
add
going
it on
to try.
and see what you come out with here as well. But we've got half an hour before we get to the top of the hour. And then we'll have Alex Goldschmidt will be joining us in about 20 minutes' time. He'll be taking over from Jim.
I have a feeling he's hanging around, figuring out what's going on right now somewhere.
Yeah, he's currently just getting everything, make sure everything's set up and running. Great.
Yes, that's awesome.
Carl Mundell from the Equipment Geek Racing team, sitting in 3rd place at the moment. So these guys in AMS and Sunday drivers will get 4th in AMS, partly because, well, there's only 4 of them. There we go. But Tyler Campbell from the Fabulous Fieldskins got Aspire tucked up right behind him. Miguel Santos from Ineos is chasing down backmarker Razzle Dazzle's Ed, of course, whose internet seems to have settled down.
That's great for them and for everybody around him as well.
Yep.
I'm shocked at how many Audis are super fast in this GT3 series here. You know, you race most GT3 stuff and you hardly see any Audis anymore, and they're just practically dominating here. I mean, I guess the RPM racing program is a good program, probably no matter what car they were driving, but they seem to really do well in the Audis.
Yeah, and at the moment, you can see it's an Audi 1, 2, 3, 4 from all of them. And then Virico in 8th from backmarker Razzle Dazzle in 9th. Bring you up the overalls of where everybody is at the moment. That is their on-track position right now.
Man, look at Lancaster, man.
Yeah, Lancaster in the RPM Racing purple machine, sitting all the way up in 4th. So great job from him.
He's one spot out of making it in RPM Racing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah,
again,
we had early on.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. And interestingly enough, he's in a Porsche, where the rest of the RPM cars are all in Audis.
Yeah,
and
Alex has just said, though, there's no Acura when the championship was launched, so Audi is the best.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's true, huh?
Mm-hmm. That is true. As Fabulous Ford.
But there was a McLaren's, and the McLarens were pretty high. But anyway, it's impressive to see, quite impressive to see the Audis up there. That was my original GT3 car when I came into iRacing. When I got to the GT3s, I tried to race the Audi for a while, and I struggled, and then the McLaren came out, and all was good after that.
What, in the McLaren?
Yeah, I just found a car that I liked in the McLaren, and I did switch over to the Acura when it came out just recently, and I'm really enjoying that car as well. But I like all of them, to be honest with you. I like driving. Like, I'll jump around and do different races with different cars. Just personal thing. Yeah,
backmarker side by side with Ineos. Ineos is going to have that run. Miguel Santos does make it up over backmarker Razzle Dazzle, who are now down in 10th. Ed there, unfortunately, losing positions from what Martin Pearson done in the first stint. And Ed, unfortunately, is down in 10th place. They were up to the dizzy heights of 6th. 5th at one point behind the MLC team, but unfortunately not this time. So unfortunately, dropping down.
He's lost order. He lost a few spots there, and I don't know if some of that might have been related to his internet a little bit, where he was maybe letting guys go while his internet was sorting itself out or something. You know, being courteous. Who knows?
When has a racing driver ever done that?
All right. That's a good point. You know, I mean, I have seen people pull over that were blinking or pull off, especially in NASCAR stuff where you're so tight on an oval track like that. I've seen guys pull off and pull into pits when they were blinking too bad, or stuff like that. So maybe I'm gonna give Ed the credit. He didn't lose those spots; he gave them up.
Okay.
I'm an optimist.
Uh-huh.
He's going to get him back. Watch. Come on, Ed. I just became a fan.
Well,
prove me right, Ed.
You're also going to leave yourself in a horrible position if he doesn't get it back. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. Well, the good news is by the time we figure all that out, I'll be gone, and Alex will be in here covering up for me. So I will let him sort that out and call me crazy.
Yeah.
I am quite impressed with Robert Lancaster though, and where he's running in this race, being an amateur, and really truly holding his own right up there with the top pros in this class.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is for Lancaster at the moment. Doing a great job. The overalls will state here more on this. Whoa. Okay.
Hey, there we go.
Come on. Behave yourself. What are you doing? There we go. On
Oh, yeah,
the
there we go.
left-hand side. So Lancaster sitting in 5th at the moment. So great job from Lancaster as he's continuing to sit amongst the pro drivers. There's obviously people on the left-hand side. You see everybody's on the lead lap down to 11. And that at the moment is Ed, funny enough, is there. I'm sure Stefan Le Guin and Carl Mundell are just not far from that one. I think they're actually ahead. As I try and do a quick research scan. Nope, they have been lapped, Tom Chichetto. So it is Ed next on the list. And at the moment, for Chichetto, it's not going to be long because Ed is just round that corner. So there we go.
Go, Ed.
He won't stay there, dude.
No, I know. That Robert Lancaster's position, I mean, if you look at the sheet, he's really the only one that's out of position. He is just performing so far, above where he should, not where he should be, but, where you would think he should be. So needless to say, with that kind of performance, he'll be moving into the pro category next year, I would think. Down here in the GT4s, we haven't really had any movement too much in the GT4s. Everybody's just kind of seems that they've fallen into that pacing mode for the most part. We don't really have any super tight battles. 7th and 8th in the GT3s, Copeland and Campbell, they're a little less than a second apart, going at each other a little bit.
At the moment, I'm just trying to do a little bit of research in the background into something else. So just waiting for final confirmation on what I'm looking into. Ken Copeland and Tyler Campbell still out on the racetrack. Ken there as well, doing a great job holding on to 8th overall on the tower. You can see on the left-hand side, Fitvot leading the way.
Yeah, Campbell Copeland is the one that in that Aspire car that had the little incident where it went 3 wide and he got kind of pushed off the track a little bit and dropped a couple of spots earlier. And he's done a fine job of gathering that back up some, and he's obviously right here on the back of Campbell at this point, and also Samurai in front of them, the 2 Mustangs. So that's actually a little 3-car action we got going on there as they pass these lap cars here.
Right, I've just had a confirmation after some confusion that there is a change in the scores. So we'll have to do some quick maths in a minute, but we've got 15 minutes, or 14 and a little bit, till the top of the hour. But at the moment, Copeland, Campbell and Goro have all come back together in the GT3 Pro class. And this is the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Tom Chichetto's in again. They're lasting about 36 laps per pit stop.
You all right there?
I'm all right. I've just, somebody's just got down the road. And I wasn't even eating anything. That's the worst thing about it.
Well, sort yourself out there here. We'll see as these pit stops are definitely starting to happen. We've got 4 or 5 cars here now in the pits. Even got a GT4 in there that's pitting early again, trying to maybe do a little quick jump up there. So yeah, all of our top GT3 cars are now pitting, and some of these guys have been on double stints, so I would imagine we're going to see driver changes soon here. We got
but then
yeah, we got Charlie's.
they're changing every car, and the reason I say that is apart from handover, he's just handed over the car to Elston Mason. Lynn Nielsen's back in the car. Corfor's back in the car. Yeshish Yunus is back in the car.
Okay.
So they're changing over seems to be every other one.
Okay. Well, I guess they're in a situation where they probably need to take tires too. So you can change drivers if you're doing a full tire stop. It's you get time to do that. So let's see. We've got third place and fourth currently, and fifth have not pitted, which that's our Tyler, Ken Tyler and Samurai battle that's been going on out there on the track. Which is for the last 10 laps or so. Oh my goodness, that looks a little sketchy there.
Well, that is Ken going through on Tyler. So he's made his way forward. The
he
RPM Racing red and black. Black is out. Red is out in front. Black has got huge ass gold in behind. Huge ass white, sorry, in behind him. But white have not pitted again. So there we go. Campbell on here sitting in fifth at the moment. Closest battle on the screen. Ed's in pit lane. Yelling for a Stratton has taken over the car in the Squadro Veloce team, and Ken Copeland is also in as well. So we're going to start seeing a 36-37 lap pit stops for GT3 class there.
Yeah, so they're going about 55 minutes or so time-wise on these pit stops, it looks like, for the GT3s.
They are at the moment. George Gruber battling away in the GT4s. So I'm just going to do some quick, swifty maths here. Try and get an update of where we're at in the GT4s. Where are you, Julian Carissis? You are in seventh.
Seventh still, yeah.
Time. So unfortunately, go on to that one. Ujas Gold sitting in second at the moment. So they go to there. Top Freak Racing.
Fifth.
They go to there. And then Ineos Esports GT4 are in third. They go to there. So the current GT4s is Ujas Gold takes the victory. WBM White in second. And then Ineos in third. And Talk Freak in fourth by 1 point. So if anybody's listening from either of them teams, for Talk Freak, you need to try and get one more position if you can. So there you go.
Well, going back to WBM White, that spin very early on in the original first stint of the race with Julian in the car. Set them back, and they were in a situation where they were poised to potentially win the championship, and that spin has knocked them out of first place. And we've been the next hour and a half or so trying to recover from that. It'll be interesting to see if ultimately that spin, not to hang it on any one person or anything, but if that spin is ultimately going to cost them the championship, because they certainly need to get some of that track position back that they lost.
Yeah, they will. Right, I can give you an update in TCRs. Phoenix is going to take the win on 111 if they finish where they are. Phantom will be in second on 93. The battle for third will be Tail Racing Elantra, believe it or not, because Goyo Motorsport or Autosport, by what I can see, are not here. And Huge Yellow are not going to score. Oh, no, sorry, Huge Yellow. My bad. We'll take third, with the Tail Elantra will be sitting in fourth. So that's the situation in that one. If they, for the RPM Racing Purple, for the AMs, they will take the win here as well. In second is Equipment Geek at the moment in time. They will go from 35 to 53. And Sunday drivers, they're going to lose a place anyway to Jelly Verstrat and for Squadro Veloce, who are going to take that third place. So Squadro Veloce will be RPM Purple in first, Eagle Speed in second, and then you're going to have ART Sim Racing 2 in third. So they will stay as they are. Fourth will be Squadro Veloce, fifth will be Equipment Geek, and then Eagle Speed S will be sixth.
So while you're doing your points calculations there, I'm looking here at, if you remember during the first stint, we had Tyler Campbell and DeVries that went a little longer on their pit stops, as well as Ken Mundell, but that's in amateur class. But in our pro class, we had those two, Tyler Campbell and DeVries, that extended out their pit stop, and now Tyler is just now pitting. So he's gained he's a couple of laps of fuel there, and I imagine DeVries is going to be doing the same, pitting soon. So as they're continuing to build on that strategy, maybe that's going to come back and benefit them late in the race when they can short pit and take less fuel than everybody else, and maybe make up a few seconds off pit road that way. How many spots roughly does RPM Blue need to finish ahead of White to a huge ass White to win the third place? Yes. Oh, that was because of that pit stop. They're going to gain another one too in DeVries pits. Wow. So when DeVries pits, because he's the only one that hasn't pitted yet, they're going to move up one more spot, which he's in now. So that should move up huge ass White into fifth place. So that should put him back in the points lead, right? Wow. So that is literally one spot there teetering on who's going to finish third in the championship. No. But
Lots of action taking shape, Jim.
yes, yeah, we do have plenty of action here, all over the place right now. Several positions on track. That was a nice pass, right there, getting around that lap car.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see here.
Right.
Nope, there we go.
Oh, Crawford's gone up the inside.
Move. There you go. Oh no, they're going to get a little contact.
Yeah, making contact through the left-hander they go. WBM White, hold on, but Evan Crawford come from a long way back and almost had that position. But lots of action taking shape.
Yeah, that was a pretty close little incident right there. And here we are with, there we go. Back on board with Carrera.
Yeah, he's got traffic in and around him at the moment.
He does indeed.
There's a little action taking place in the TCRs. This is Coombs and Agostino.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
One-wheel drive.
Coombs
is blue.
Coombs is all over him there.
Through the final
Yeah,
corner
it's a
they
good
go.
little-
There's only
Yeah,
really
down the
3
long-
action packs taking place at the moment. We've got this one here. We've got Parker Dime is in here. He's got Evan Crawford now behind him, and that's kind of
Yep.
it. The other one that was taking shape has gone to pit lane. So we'll have a look at the Coombs battle. They have got RPM Racing Blue alongside. Through he goes, and that's a Honda and an Elantra. At the moment, the huge ass Honda of Tyler Agostino is managing to hold on over the front-wheel drive Elantra, but they're going to be running side by side down this long straightaway onto the right-hander. And before they go into the right-hander of turn number 4, backmarker Razzle Dazzle going to go through. The Elantra's going to hold on, and front-wheel drive have gone through.
Yeah, that was a nice sequence there, with especially with the faster car moving through as well, all at the same time. The front wheel drive team has moved up a few spots here recently. That's I wonder if they've still got just a little bit of time on their pit stop cycle, and we still have one car that hasn't pitted in the GT4 class, so. Currently trying that long pit stop cycle in GT4 to see if that's going to benefit them late in the race.
Ryan O'Connor. This voice is angelic. I think he's talking about you again, because Ryan's an American. I give up. I might as well not be here today. Nickers to you all. That's what I was saying. That's it. I'm going to go on strike.
Well, I don't know if that's the case or not, but would you like to position the cameras and have Alex come in with me for a couple of minutes where you can step out for a second?
I will do in a minute, yeah. Just going to wait for Alex to jump in. Alex will take over from myself, and he will lead us on the action here. Oh, they're getting tight and close and fluffy, because I can tell you one thing, they don't want to end up mixing it up on that one. Barraclough is there. He's in front for Top Freak Racing. Alex Coffard in behind with Few Just Black. These guys battle it out. That is currently the closest battle on the racetrack taking shape right now. So
yeah, and it's an important battle too. That's for 4th and 5th in the in class. So that's actually a really good battle. Is that a McLaren that went through there? Yeah, that was a McLaren, I believe.
Yeah. So these guys continuing the fight. You can see that is in front of us. That's De Vries there. De Vries in the Audi for Verico Esports Team Amber.
Well, it's an Audi, yeah.
Yeah. So
one of the things I noticed is that they changed drivers in some of the GT4 cars. The WBM White team now has Parker Dime. Okay. Yeah, Parker Dime in there, which, of course, Julian was in for the 2 previous stints ahead. So they're obviously trying to gain back those positions that were lost early in the race, and obviously hold on to the championship victory here. This is, like I said, by far the most exciting, as far as the points battles go, action on the track.
Yeah, there we go. Right, guys, we're going to go and have a quick word from our sponsor, Trophi.ai.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, there is Mr. Goldschmidt in the background. Say hi, Alex.
Evening.
Evening. Thank you very much for that one.
Hi, Alex.
Hey, Jim.
Right, I'm going to nip out for 5 minutes, guys, and I will be back very, very shortly. I'm going to leave you on the Coffard battle, as it's the closest battle on the racetrack.
Sounds good.
Work alongside you. A rather pendulum battle, let's say, in terms of the championship, because it's the final round of the season, and Mid-Ohio does have its foibles. I've been watching along and listening to your dulcet tones and James's raggedy voice for the last, I think, probably 45 minutes or so. So at least I can get an understanding of what's been going on. But yeah, I think it's when we had, what was it? Red, black, blue, and purple. It sounded like a load of bruises being collected all together at the same time, which was quite entertaining. But we've gotten into that stage of the race now where, you know, the last penalty that we had was actually a 5 second stop and hold to Aspire competition, and that was well over an hour, 70 minutes ago. So
yes,
it seems like the drivers have really, the teams have gotten their strategies down point. They've really gotten into understanding the nuances of this this Mid-Ohio circuit, especially with the amount of camber and change of direction that you've got to mitigate, especially with dealing with multi-class racing.
Yeah, this track certainly throws all kinds of different up, down, and angles as you're braking and turning. It's an interesting track, and to be honest, I really thought we would have had more action going on, earlier on in the race. I'm really surprised by the level of racing that I've seen here today. These guys have kept it pretty clean. Or guys and gals, I guess, have kept it pretty clean, and it just some good racecraft out there. They're clean passes when they're passing lap traffic. We haven't had one incident really where we've had a faster car come in contact with a slower one. So yeah, it's been great, and I love Mid-Ohio. Growing up in the United States, this track was where IMSA and Indy cars and all those guys raced back in the day. It's a tight circuit. It's hard to pass on. I'm sure you've driven on it at some point in time. It's tough.
A long time ago, yes. It was a bit of a hair-raising experience going through turn 3, and then you head through from 4 right the way through to Thunder Valley at turns 9 and 10. The S's can be a little bit disconcerting when you're very much a sim racing novice, and I stand by those words because I still am a sim racing novice, because I don't have a sim rig at home. If I get the opportunity, I have to go to a simulator place to try and test out my skills and understand circuits. But it's a track that has a lot of character, and that's the thing with a lot of circuits globally. You always find these little hidden diamonds in the rough. But we're still seeing the battle between Alex Coffard from Huge Ass Black, still battling away with Talk Freak Racing by TeamSpeak. So they are 4/10, and Coffard looks to have gotten the run on Barraclough there in the 281 Mercedes. So 2 AMG GT4s, definitely having a great battle at the minute. But things are starting to close a little bit now when we go to P6 and P7 in GT3 Pro. We've got Tyler Campbell versus Leonardo Dragotta. So Campbell still in the Mustang GT3, Dragotta in the leading 720S GT3 overall. That is for 6th and 7th in the Pro class. Also interesting when you and James were talking about, it's now a third stint in a row for Alistair Fries in the number 55 Audi. Which is running currently 9th overall. That's the Veraco esports team Amber Audi, and that is 6.1 seconds ahead of the Ionosis FTR GT3 Corvette, with Barrio Nuevo behind the wheel. But Coffard is really hustling his Mercedes and is trying to put the frighteners on Barraclough to maybe force him into a slight mistake, and that could be coming very imminently here, Jim.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm completely shocked by the amount of GT4 Mercedes being there. Not any other, a couple of BMWs in there, but other than that, it's all Mercedes. And personal preference, if I were out there, I'd be in the McLaren, the GT4 McLaren is the car I choose to drive. So I just found that interesting. There were so many Mercedes out there, but which to me, I don't know about you, but this GT4 battle, I've literally been obsessed with it the entire race because you got three teams that are flip flopping around and could win this championship, and to me, that's super exciting.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, the top four teams covered by 13 points as Coffard goes towards the outside of Barraclough. And is Coffard going to get the side draft in the 238 Huge Arse Black GT4? He's still going to throw it around the outside. He's going to get the inside line for the next left. But still, Barraclough is trying to push him along. And they're nearly rubbing and trading paint. And they are going to have a little bit of a hip check between them. But Coffard finally gets through. That's P4. Now, it was kind of a bit reminiscent. If anyone might remember the 2018 DTM season with Gary Paffett versus Timo Glock, that was Mercedes, funny enough, versus BMW. And they were together for, I think, the best part of 50 corners, which was incredible to watch. But that was just textbook. Coffard just decided, okay, put the pressure on, try and see if there's a moment where you can get that outside run. And that's exactly what Coffard needed to do. Got the job done, and now it's gone from a pendulum swing. Huge Arse Black were basically 7/10 behind. Now it's 1.4 seconds the other way, and now Coffard has gotten ahead and is starting to pull away slightly of Barraclough, but it seems like a seesaw between these two at the moment for P4 in the GT4 class at the minute, Jim. It really is captivating when you see this seesaw battle, if you will.
Yeah, and if you factor that in the points championship, you've got Torque Freak Racing sitting there in third place and dropping back now towards WBM White, who was the points leader at the start of the day. And of course, UJS Gold was second, so that's right now they would have the points lead. But the fact that Torque Freak lost that spot to Coffard in the Huge Ass Black team could ultimately pay big dividends for the WBM White team. For him.
Well, that was so close. You've got TCR, GT3 and GT4 machinery, and straight away Alex Coffard was on the flashers, I think, for the Audi GT3 that was trying to get through as if to say, hey, hang on a second, you just compromised me. And he nearly had Barraclough up the rear diffuser. They've got the back marker Razzle Dazzle Audi coming along. It could be nearly 3 wide, and the Audi's gone to the inside. Coffard's had to avoid. Oh, mamma mia, that was very, very close for Alex Coffard. He's had a Code Brown moment, and that's the second GT3 car within the last minute and a half that he has basically said, right, you're the faster vehicle. I'm trying to keep my racing line and not have anyone throw it up the inside. But, yeah, back marker Razzle Dazzle. He's still on the flashes, and that was...
Yeah, he's still flashing him.
That was Ed Kukstas there from Lithuania, who decided, yep, okay, let's throw the Hail Mary. And Alex Coffard got a Code Brown and a clean up on aisle 3 at that point on the circuit. But he's still, nevertheless, keeping calm despite having to use probably one hand on the pedal to change up and one hand on the flashes to say, oi, enough of that, my friend. You can't do that.
He definitely let Ed know that he was not happy about that move. When you flash him that many times in a row as he's pulling off it, into the distance. That's a tough situation there. Looked like Bearcloth there had a little bit of a blinking moment. Hope that doesn't turn into some issue.
Yeah, as you rightly said earlier on in the broadcast, Jim, that race control will pick up on drivers and I think he's just he disappeared again there for a second and he's come back into shot. So if there's an unstable connection issue for Torque Freak Racing by TeamSpeak, that could give them further dramas in the GT4 classification. They are currently P4 behind WBM White. Huge Ass Gold, and then we've got WBM White and Enosis Esports who round out your...
He disappeared again.
Oh, that's 3 times in what, 60 seconds? He's just blinked on and off. So,
and I tell you what, that could be massive points implications here in the championship if they were to park that car even for a minute or something to get them to switch drivers or whatever. That could be huge.
yeah, it's just one of those things that they have to keep an eye on. I've seen it before on a multitude of broadcasts where, there again, that's 4. That's the 4th time. So Alex Coffard will be thinking, can he stop blinking on and off behind me? Because if David Barraclough comes a little bit closer and tries a pass, and then he blinks, then is missing, and then is alongside Alex Coffard during a corner, that is going to be rather tetchy, if I'm very much mistaken. But yeah, like you say, we've got all bar 2 of the GT4 cars being represented by a Faltabas finest, as that's the 399 of TSRC's Kieran Sharp behind the wheel in the TCR class, and then straight away Giovanni Romano for Hugh Jas White in the GT3 sister team to Alex Coffard fires the Mustang through, and currently running, well, started P8 on the grid to the number 37 in GT3 Pro, now up to 5th place. But yeah, I mean, MRC Endurance team, they've done a stellar job. They've started from right down to the last row of the grid, and they are now running in 4th place. 20 seconds behind RPM Racing Blue, and seems like the bruising dominance that RPM Racing have had since we went green just over 2 hours and 7 minutes ago is very much there. All they need is purple to catch up.
Yeah, it seems like purple, when they made their driver swap there, it seems like it's taken Crouch a little while to maybe, get up to the speed necessary, and they've dropped a couple of positions. Like you said, for a while there, they were 1, 2, 3, 4, only for a very short while, but then they were 1, 2, 3, and 5 for a good while. So maybe Crouch. I don't know why I'm having trouble with that. It's a good old American name right there. He should, if he could pick it back up a little bit. Obviously, they're fast. I did find it interesting that that's a Porsche, and the other 3 RPM cars are all Audis. I found that to be quite interesting.
Yeah, I mean, the Audi has been a long-serving proponent here on the iRacing service. Obviously, the Acura has been, I heard the conversation between you and James, one particular race series that I've been commentating over the winter. There's 2 or 3 guys that have just stuck with the Acura NSX. And I had a chat with one of them, I think, after a broadcast, and I said, what is it about the Acura that you love? And they said, I just love that weight distribution, that lovely bit of handling, and it just suits my driving style. Some people will enjoy cars like the Audi, which has been a talisman for GT3 racing, not just on iRacing, but also in real life. And there again, we see David Barraclough blinking away, and he's being caught by one of the faster vehicles. That is going to be one of the McLarens. I'm not too sure if that's not going to be Leonardo Dragotta. That's either going to be Brian Fratian or Preston Michaels, who are running 3rd and 4th respectively in the GT3 AM class. I think it could be Preston Michaels, just trying to catch the number, to be honest with you. But again, the McLaren gets through on the GT4 traffic. So yeah, that's the Equipment Geek Racing 185 McLaren of Brian Fratian, holding station in 3rd place, about 31 seconds ahead of Preston Michaels in the Sunday Drivers car that rounds out the classification at the moment in GT3 AM. But I mean, fuel strategies. The 185 car has actually done 2 pit stops, and they've managed 39 laps a stint, which was quite considerable. Then you look at the pros. I think Alias de Vries has done 2 stints. I think the first one was 38 laps, then did 39 on stint 2.
Correct.
So
And Tyler Campbell also stretched his out a little bit as well.
Right, okay. Incident 5 currently under investigation between
Oh.
338 Huge Ass Yellow and 74 Enosis FTR GT3 is under investigation. That was at the 2 hours, 8 minutes and 44 second mark. So we'll wait to hear what the stewards decide on that. It's quite funny because I've actually got Discord open on a web browser so I can see all the relevant messages. So then I've got my main Discord app open for the commentary. So folks, I mean, James will probably, I'll probably tell James about that, saying, how many tabs have I got open? He goes, I hate to think, but you got a lot over 3 screens. Like literally, I've got live timing, track map, points, live chat, Discord, and everything else. The Trophi.ai FTR events, endurance regulations, and all that kind of stuff. But we're not that far away. We're coming up to complete our 95th lap of this race. We're just under 3 minutes, 3 hours and 50 minutes left to go. We're back with the Apex's Lava, or Tail Racing AMG's Evan Kardwald. That's the German pronunciation there, folks. With my surname, if
How do you
mention
Kofod? Say it again. Kofod?
Kardwald. A
Kofod.
W in
Okay.
German is said like a V. So
yeah.
So, you know, Krautwald is probably just as acceptable, but he is closing in on WBM White's Parker Dime. So yeah, the 257 and the 210 closing in, and still the battle for P4 in GT4 is carrying on. Kofod now 6.5 tenths ahead of Barraclough in the battle for the 2 Mercedes. But interesting thing that I've also seen is that Hugh Gold's Antonio Alvarez in the 237 BMW is currently running second in class, but is 13.1 seconds behind Greg Hubler in the Motor Racing Academy car, which was piloted for the first couple of stints by Flying Dutchman Luciano Vitvoet, who I know is a very, very quick driver. And actually, out of everybody on this grid, I think is the only driver that's got a 10k I rating. So, right, drive-through penalty for number 74 Enosis GT3, avoidable collision caused by dive bombs. So, Francisco Barrio Nuevo is going to have to park that car bring that through.
Drive-through,
For the trundle of shame, I'm afraid. So, Enosis FTR GT3's race goes from bad to worse, because that's going to put them behind the back marker Razzle Dazzle Audi of Ed. Cooks us in the R8 GT3 that overall has made up 23 spots so far this race, as Krautwald having to deal with the TSRC TCR car, still piloted by Kieran Sharp, who's actually one of the admins of their league.
Yes.
So
nice guy. Super nice guy, actually.
He's a very nice guy, but it's 2 Hyundai Elantras that lead the way as we ride on board with Evan in the 210, the Apex's Lava car. I like that, how you can actually make an acronym from it. And as I say that, well, Barraclough again has just flickered once more. So, Enosis FTR, it's the trundle of shame, I'm afraid, for the 74 Corvette. So that is going to drop them to the tail end of the Pro GT3 category.
It's gonna drop them in behind a couple of those amateur cars, I believe.
I would imagine so.
Yeah, I believe it's going to drop them in there somewhere around the back part of the whole GT3 field.
Yeah, just waiting for when Francisco serves his drive-through, and then, yeah, that's going to put him behind Ed. That's going to be put him behind the 146 Ferrari of Squadra Veloce Bravo's Jelle Verstraete from Belgium, who's second in the class at the moment. So, yeah, it just depends on how quickly if they have served their drive-through penalty, then Francisco might have gotten away with it. If he had a bit of time, because I mean, it's, you know, you got to go in the carousel.
I don't think he served it because it would show him as pitting 3 times because it would the scoring would record that as a pit stop. So I don't believe he's come through yet.
However, Tyler Campbell is being chased down by Leonardo da Gota. So Aspire Competition versus Fabulous Fordskin Racing battling for P6. So the 69 Mustang versus the number 18 McLaren. There's Evan again on our screens. There you see that is going to be the Sunday Drivers McLaren that I think has just gotten through, with Preston Michaels, the Canadian driver, getting through, showing 14th on the windshield, so that is correct. So Preston Michaels makes easy work of getting through, and Evan just doing the right thing, just with the faster traffic, just keeping his racing line, and thereby allowing the faster GT4 traffic to get through and facilitate their way around the circuit a little bit quicker, because Preston's got, he's losing time, he's hemorrhaging time in comparison with Brian Fretian for Equipment Geek Racing and the EGR McLaren. And that gap was at one point just under 31 seconds. It's now gone to nearly 35. So the battle for P3 is definitely falling away a little bit from the 113 crew.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, they're just a spot where they haven't dealt with traffic today as well as some of the other cars. For one thing, they maybe a little too tentative on and getting through some of the traffic, and that's a fine line you walk. You walk that line between being a little too slow getting through traffic and ending up like the 74 car, where you drive it in there a little deep and cause a little incident and end up getting a penalty for it. It's a fine line there for sure.
Well, and with that, welcome back into the booth after a little respite, Mr. James Parfitt. Welcome back, buddy.
How are you, mate? I've just had my Sunday dinner, or my Saturday dinner. I mean, wife just cooked. She then brought me in cookies and ice cream, so I've just sat and had that as well. Love it on this one. So, yeah, all good. You know what I mean? What have I missed? Anything exciting?
Really good battle between Alex Coffard and David Barraclough in GT4 for fourth place. And Alex Alex did a really, really good job. He just kept David under pressure. And then as soon as he found his window of opening, he got through, then started to pull away to about 6/10, then got held up by backmarker traffic, by faster traffic, which included backmarker Razzle Dazzle, who dive bombed him into the kink at left-hander. But that was the move that secured Alex Coffard for huge ass black P4 in GT4. But yeah, I think it was Ed from backmarker Razzle Dazzle threw it up the inside, whilst David was right with Alex. They were 3 wide, and yeah, it was, I think, what was it, Jim, that Alex had to put on the flashers twice, two faster GT3 cars. Yeah, two GT3 cars that nearly cost him fourth again.
Ooh.
Yeah, he was clearly annoyed. He rode the flashers for half a lap there. He was letting them know he wasn't happy about it at all. And then we have a drive-through penalty for the 74 car that came up while you were gone as well. He did a dive bomb on the 338 huge ass yellow TCR car and got a little contact and got a penalty for that. Ooh. But other than that, just some good clean racing. Nothing else major going on.
Awesome job.
Well, guys.
Jim, take care, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to check out on you. Y'all enjoy. I'm going to tune back in here and follow my GT4 championship the rest of the day. I'm hooked, so I'm going to find out what happens there. And you guys have a good broadcast.
Man. Take care, Jim.
All right, buddy. Thanks.
Right, so we head back on track with Alex Goldschmidt and James Parfitt. James now fully satiated after his wonderful Saturday dinner. But we got the battle here, JP. This is Aspire Competitions. Leonardo da Gota battling away with the number 69 of Tyler Campbell. 2.5 tenths separate these drivers for 6th and 7th, as Dragotta's got the inside line. He's going to try, but it's going to be a left-hander coming up. And more to the point, Tyler Campbell stays on his marks. That's a great bit of battling we're seeing now as GT3 Pro gets a little bit of life back in its step.
Yeah, it does. It looks like the closest battle on the racetrack at the moment. You see Dragotta trucked in right behind. He's not going to get the legs on that Mustang down the straight, though. We know that Mustang's got a lot of horses, and this is never going to happen for Dragotta. He's got to try and find it somewhere in the corners. It's going to be difficult. He might be able to get alongside at the moment, but you can see the Mustang, once it starts opening up, climbs up through the gears. It's just well and truly gone over that McLaren. So the McLaren's going to have to try it in a most unusual place, or have a go somewhere, or wait for the Mustang to make mistakes from the fabulous Ford Skin team, of course. Ford Skin team, and but at the moment it looks like Tyler Campbell's not making many.
Yeah, and there's also battles once again resurging in GT4 and TCR. TCR, first of all, it's the battle for 5th in class. It's the 338 huge ass yellow Audi RS3 TCR. Being piloted by Ron Wolf. He's got the 371 of Fun Wheel Drive's John Coombs not too far behind, but there's a back marker. It's a TCR car. This could open the window here for Dragotta. He's going to try and throw it to the outside. Oh, there's a bit of contact. Oh, no. Oh, TCR gets in the way, and straight on that note, Tyler Campbell tries to duck to the inside. Dragotta. Oh, there's a clash between the pair. The TCR car. That was, who was that? That was Robert Sharp in the 367, who's gone straight to pit lane. And more to the point, well, Tyler Campbell's race is just, look at the state of the left front of that car, and that steering is significantly damaged. He tried to steer left, he turned it right, and oh, it's gone again. Yeah, that's going to be a return to the pits for that car, I'm afraid.
And that's Teo Elantra mixing it up in the championship with Huge Ash Yellow. So that has all gone wrong. Huge Ash Yellow sitting in 5th at the moment. Taylor Elantra down in 9th, which means they're going to lose that 3rd place. And Huge Ash Yellow is going to take that 3rd position away. I'll be interested what the stewards make of that one, because I can tell you one thing, it's going to be very, very interesting as well what's going to come out of that.
Yeah, I mean, the thing was Dragotta was really putting the pressure on Tyler Campbell at that point, but the TCR car of Robert Sharp just got in the way, and that was the Taylor Lancia crew. That is a real shame for them. That's going to put them down towards the tail end. But back again, Talk Freak Racing and Huge Ass Black go back into battle once more. Alex Coffard to the outside of David Barraclough, and once again at the same point where they duelled before, Coffard gets the initial advantage, but the gap is minimal. It's about, at its lowest, it's been 1.5 tenths. It now expands to about 3. But at the moment, this has been the closest battle as, well, Tyler Campbell and the fabulous Ford Skin Racing number 69 Ford Mustang are in pit lane. As James said earlier on, when you pit, if you get damage, that is going to be staying there for a little while. No fast repairs allowed. And if you're going to grin and bear it, well, Tyler had a car that was clearly uncontrollable with that front end, with the left front taking significant damage after the hit in the barriers.
Yeah, both teams in pit lane at the moment as well. Sharp's not happy. He's made that perfectly clear. So, unfortunately for Sharp, Third's got out the championship, and they're sitting in pit lane waiting for the repairs to get done. That's the problem now for Tyler Campbell. Just one dodgy move, and unfortunately, down they go into, well, they're 10th at the moment, but they're going to end up at the back of the GT3 AM class, or Pro class, which is where they are at the moment. They're going to end up probably behind the AMs.
Yeah, that's the way things are going, as there is the Enosis FTR GT3 Chevy Corvette trying to make its way through traffic. So I really hate to think how much repair time Tyler Campbell is going to have on that car. That was doing so well on the fuel strat as well. You and Jim were talking about that quite a bit earlier on in the broadcast, that Tyler and Alias went to, I think it was 38 laps on their first stint. But then Brian Fratian in the 185 Equipment Geek Racing McLaren has actually managed to do 2 stints. The second one got them to 78 laps of the race, and Robert Sharp has been in the pits for 3 minutes 20. Now they've changed driver. Campbell's been replaced by Alex Marsh King. So, yeah, this is going to be a race that is going to smart for the number 69 Fabulous Ford Skin Racing. They were doing so well. They could have been on course, depending on strategies happening within the next 3 hours and 35 minutes. Could be a potential top 5 finish in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, and now it's just all gone at the moment. We were close to a full course yellow on that incident. Didn't quite get one. But unfortunately for the guys from the Apex Elantra team, they were in 3rd in the championship. They're now, well, it's going to be 4th, I think, at least by the time we finish doing a little bit of quick maths on their scores. But John Coombs battling it out here at the same time. He is in the front-wheel drive car with Huge Ash Yellow in front of him. There is the Huge Ash Yellow Audi. And of course, we've got the Elantra in behind. So there you go. But getting very, very close at this moment in time in this class. This is the closest battle on track. Everybody else is a little bit further apart. The Motor Racing Academy still leading GT4s. Huge Ass Gold in behind that currently. And there is the group standings. You can see an 18-second gap for that GT4 Mercedes. Amazing job from them.
Yeah, I mean, Luciano Vitvoet, who I've commentated on so many different series, I knew was going to be mustard. And he's the only driver, I think, in this whole series that has got a 10 KI rating. And now they've put Greg Hubler behind the wheel. Antonio Alvarez for the 237 Huge Ass Gold crew, rounds P2. Pablo Cabrera for Enosis Esports GT4. They seem to be having a little bit more luck on their side, unlike the 74 sister crew in GT3 Pro. Yeah, and now Fun Wheel Drive in that Hyundai Elantra NTCR really having a good crack at the whip, so to speak, closing in on P5. So, but also now between Sim Racing Grid Phantom and Phoenix, Ian Bertolucci versus Logan McKenzie. That is now closing in. They're 9.5 tenths of a second apart. Now, looking at the points that you calculated, I think it was at the top of the hour, JP, yep, that Phoenix is leading on 113 points, Phantom on 93. So, and now John Combs trying to go around the outside. There's a left-hander coming up. He was a little bit further back. He was a second off of Huge Ass Yellow's Ron Wolf. So, respectively, they've both made up 3 positions after qualifying over the course of the last 2.5 hours. We've still got 3.5 until we get to the checkered, but there's so many strategies that could be pulled by any matter of teams, irrespective of class, as we are now on lap 107 of this race at Mid-Ohio Raceway. I mean, it's a track that I've really got to understand a bit more now, when you're seeing this multi-class smorgasbord here at the Trophi.ai FTR Events Endurance Series final round. And it was quite funny seeing in chat saying, Alex King saying, I've heard enough. This is reference Jim Cunningham. Thanks to Jim for jumping in for the first couple of hours, saying, I've heard enough. You are Zach Brown's twin, is what Alex King has officially declared in YouTube chat.
Yeah, we did hear a lovely story from Jim about Zach Brown's garage and what cars he got and how he started, and Jim was well on his way. It was like story time with Jim Cunningham up here in the booth. It was at one point. I sat there silenced for ages while he was chinwagging. So fair play to him. But, I think you say about the circuit, this circuit is very, very difficult once you get up into the twisty bits up through turn 4, 5, the S's, all the way through Thunder Valley. It's like that now.
Oh, careful. Logan McKenzie got a bit of a fright there, didn't he? And that was from the Aspire McLaren, that would be, I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the Aspire McLaren at that time, yeah, and that was Dragotta in there. Dragotta playing a little bit of havoc with the leaders of TCR's Phantom and Phoenix. Phantom out in front of the hands of Bertolucci, who was having a little bit of a conversation or moan or however you want to put it about the fact that we're going to end up going into night time and there's no lights on the circuit. So
Logan McKenzie, that was a bit too wide coming out of T1 there. That was a code brown.
It was. I can tell you now, the Elantra and the Fabulous Foreskin Racing is under investigation. So
Yes.
now the interesting thing about this is, compared to last time, in the last round where we had we were at Zandvoort, there was a lot more incidents, and RC was a little bit behind trying to catch up. At one point, I think they were like 35 to 45 minutes behind. It was absolutely mental with certain things. But here, although the track is more difficult, the racing seems to be cleaner because RC are now on every incident at the moment it happens. So for them, it's a good shout. They're not so rushed, should we say, as they were at Zandvoort.
Yeah, I think in some respects, after the chaos that you just described in a brief summary there, JP, that maybe Race Control have pulled everyone to one side and said, right, this is the final round of the championship. This is what we expect. And it is fair and hard racing. And that's the biggest point. But I think everyone, when they came into this race meeting, thought, okay, right, we've got to listen to what Race Control say, but we've also got to play it a little bit safer, because what they don't want to do is have a problem. And that's the biggest issue that we have now, is that if people start getting into trouble as we go into the latter stages of the race. Now, that is Brad Crouch in the AM class leading Porsche, who's just gone exit stage left off the circuit. Now, I don't know whether he's he's just gone down pit lane.
Yeah.
But there's Alias de Vries from the Netherlands for the number 55 Veraco Esports Team Amber Audi. He last pitted on lap 77. So his first stint was a 38 lapper. Second stint was 39. So I would say that De Vries is probably going to be in at around about lap 116. Okay, incident 6. I see Jeffrey from Race Control very frantically typing in. Well, Julian says, first race we make mistakes and it's the race we can't use as drop week. RIP, time for a full course yellow. Well, that's dependent on what Race Control decide, because we'll get the notification on that. But I'm sure that there's going to be a decision imminently about Incident 6 between Tail Racing Elantra and Fabulous Foreskin Racing, which is, as of 2 hours and 25 minutes and 9 seconds into the race, only the 6th incident that we've had, and it's been pretty calm. But as with always, James, on a season finale, when you get towards the end of the race, that's when we get the tiredness and the mental fatigue coming in, depending on what drivers have been in for how many stints.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that have been swapping one after the other. I think I've only seen Handover, maybe, and a couple of others do a double stint. A lot of the red, the black, the blue, they've been swapping drivers every single time. So for them, they're taking relatively decent breaks in between. WBM White, unfortunately, in the GT4s, Julian, are going to lose the championship to Hugh Just Gold by 5 points if you stay where you are.
Yes, so they've got a little bit of work to do. Right, 60 seconds, stop and hold for Fabulous Foreskin Racing for unnecessary, avoidable contact. 60-second stop and hold. That's the biggest penalty of the race so far. Ouch.
Yep. One of the biggest ones they can get, if not the biggest. But they have copped it. And unfortunately for them, well, you're done.
I mean, sort of, from what I remember seeing at that, Dragotta actually put himself in, I think, in some respects, possibly the right position, because then it forced Tyler Campbell to make a move.
Yeah, and they're out. They've gone.
Exactly.
Fabulous Foreskin have gone. So whatever it was, the penalty ain't going to matter because they've left. It's done. 10th place for them, because that's all that's running. But for them, unfortunately, it's all gone. That's kind of the battle separated a little bit here. Yeah, there it is. Confirmation on your screen. 60-second penalty for, well, They've been given it, but they're not here. So there we go. Taylor Nelson's in YouTube chat. R.I.P. in peace, he says. Well, there we go.
Yeah, I mean it's a shame for that to happen, but obviously they swapped over to Alex King, and the car had been in pit lane for nearly 5 minutes 50 seconds. Robert Sharp is still in pit lane. The timer is still ticking, folks, at 13 minutes and 45 seconds. So that Elantra picked up significant damage. I don't know how much damage there is foreseen on that car. And yeah, it's just yeah. Okay, so there's been a discussion. Sorry about that. Alex King has said in Discord, sorry about that TCR. We thought we were clear, and it can just be.
Oh, lost Alex. Alex, you there?
Yeah, I'm still. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, you just cut out on us. You got.
Oh.
All we heard was, I thought it was.
No.
Well, you cut out for me, or you cut out for everybody. Either way.
Oh, well,
we could hear.
Anyway. Robert Sharp has just said 30 minutes for engine replacement. So the front end plus the engine took significant damage on that impact. So that is now going to... Right, okay, there's been a change for Sunday drivers. Chris Sofa back behind the wheel of that car on their third pit stop of the race. So GT3 cars that have yet to make their third pit stop, 55, which is Veraco Esports Team Amber. So that is going to mean that Sunday drivers in the 113 McLaren, fourth in GT3 AM, now move out. Brian Fratian in the 185. That is the 9th place car overall. Equipment Geek Racing. That is now on its 112th lap. They last pitted on lap 78. So, yeah, it looks like De Vries and Fratian are really, really able to stretch out the fuel on these cars at this moment in time.
They are. There's a lot of fuel saving going on at the moment. I would have thought to try and get them on track somewhere or try and do something. We've got 3 hours 22 left, of course. So these guys really trying to sort of get into a rhythm now. They want to try and avoid everything. They've been going. GT3s was about 36 laps, give or take 37, 38, something like that they've been in and around. The TCRs and the GT4s were a little longer. TCRs were going 52 laps. So for the TCRs at the moment, some of them are on 102. So it's going to be over the next couple of laps that we'll start seeing the TCRs coming in for their second stop. GT4s going about the same, 30 to 35 laps, give or take 36 at a push. So still lots of action, still lots of pit stops to take shape. And unfortunately for WBM at the moment, for WBM White, they are still losing the championship by 5 points.
Well, there's a battle happening for 9th place, 8th and 9th in GT4 at the moment. It's between the 218 of Garrett Lahr and then Kenneth Franken in the 299. That's Treehouse Racing versus Eagle Speed Academy. Mercedes versus BMW. As Parker from the 257 crew, that's WBM White, Mercedes-Benz, now makes its third pit stop. The only team alongside WBM Racing who ran at the 10-strong grid in the 214 Mercedes. I mean that they are both on 3 pit stops apiece. Seeing a few more pits now happening with regard in for the 383 car. That is,
you might have to repeat that,
Taylor,
mate. You cut out again.
Did I cut out again?
Yeah, you just went silent.
Well, yeah. 383 Tail Racing Civic has now got Patrick Elstrand behind the wheel. Bertolucci still leads. Sharp now in second for TSRC Esports Honda. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix now has Dan McFarlane behind the wheel. So we're seeing a lot of TCR pit stops now at this point, JP. So around about the 100, 103 lap mark, so to speak, give or take.
Yeah, which is what we said, didn't we? We said about 52, 53 laps per pit stop. They've done one at 52. They're going to do another one. You are right. There is 19 people watching, and apparently there is only 3 likes. So Julian has told everybody in YouTube chat, press the like button, guys. It's like down at the bottom. You can see it. Hit that button.
It's a little click. It's a little click.
Yeah.
It means so much to us.
And the good thing is, it's free. Woo!
Yeah.
Unlike other streaming platforms that you have to pay for. Just for the privilege.
I just had to get that low blow in there.
Yeah.
Or TNT Sports, formerly Eurosport.
Yeah, whatever you do, whatever. Premier Sports as well. So just click the button, click the like button. That'd be absolutely amazing. We just
now we got
shot
10.
up to 10. There you go. Awesome job as well.
Happy days.
Yeah, absolutely amazing job so. Thank you very much for that one. Lap 116, 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Good job. I've got a well-supported lumber. Otherwise, I'm going to be like an old man trying to get out of bed. Actually, no, hold on. Let me rephrase that. I am an old man getting out of bed every morning.
And you'll need your Zimmer.
Zimmer. Who stole the keys
Where's
to
the keys to me Bimmer?
Yeah. Oh, 2 old people over the booth from remember
there we go.
that one.
And then we got Tom Cairns joining you for the last few hours as well. So
it's a
variety of different story times.
Yeah, we got Jim who's got his Zach Brown story. We got us who's got our old man story, and we got Tom who's a young chicken who'll be able to tell us all about what the youth and the kids are up to today.
Yeah. Greg Hubler's just pitted from the race lead in GT4. So that could give Antonio Alvarez for Huge Gold in the second place BMW possibly the opportunity to get into the race lead. Pit stops we've been seeing in GT4 round about 44 to 46 seconds top whack. So I think Alvarez will end up taking the lead, which has just happened as we speak. So there is Antonio Alvarez going into turn 1, and that was where we saw Ed. What have you seen?
No. They've crashed together. McFarlane and Razzle Dazzle. Martin Pearson. Oh, Pearson's going to spin him. I do want to make sure before I label that contact. I'm going to presume there was. Let me get up. Oh, here we go. Yes. Martin Pearson.
And Martin stops.
Well, he ain't got a choice.
Yeah.
Yay!
Oh! That was the Aspire McLaren coming through at a big rate of knots there as well.
Yeah, and we got a yellow flag. First safety
Full
car.
court. Full course yellow.
Thanks, mate. I don't know. Oh, dear me. Yeah.
You nearly did your fast show impersonation there.
Oh, no.
Chris Waddle.
Yeah.
So, with 3 hours and 17 minutes to go until the checkered flag here for round 6, we are under full course yellow, and the safety car peels out in front of our race leaders. Tom Cicotto for the RPM Racing Red team, and it's red, black and blue. I was saying to Jim a little bit earlier on whilst you were having your Saturday dinner, I said when it was red, black, blue and purple, you've got all the different colours of bruises there alongside you in the top 4.
That's exactly what I thought about when it was the same earlier on. I literally thought about the same thing earlier on. It was like red, black, blue and purple. I was like, somebody's been punched in the eyeball. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I did think about exactly the same thing. So that's, yeah.
But one of the things I need to clarify: are we going to have waiver rounds? That's the key point here.
We will do, yes, but they won't go to the extreme. Obviously, they'll just do the next ones. What they aren't going to do is change the field position. So where they are at the moment is generally where they start. They're not going to. They haven't, and I say this in a term that they haven't done this season, moved the TCRs out the way. They've literally kept them where they are. So that's the generally where the situation comes out of it on that one.
Right, okay, well, with the safety car out on track here at Mid-Ohio for the Trophi.ai FTR events Endurance season finale here at round 6. Let's take you through your top 5 or top 4 if you're GT3 AM for the respective classes. So it's RPM Racing Red leading ahead of RPM Racing Black, with RPM Racing Blue having a top 3 meritocracy lockout with 3 Audis. Then it is Huge Ass White in the 4th placed number 37 Ford Mustang. Then it is MRC Endurance Team in the 4th of 5 Audis, with Janis Albert from Germany rounding out the top 5. RPM Racing Purple lead in GT3 AM in the Porsche. And then we've got Equipment Geek Racing in 2nd as they come into pit lane. So good idea to make use of a full course yellow to navigate your 3rd pit stop, which means that they'll reduce their time. Well, they'll reduce any sort of deficit they might lose. Then we got the 146 Ferrari of Squadra Veloce Bravo by Eagle. Their 3rd. Sunday Drivers with Chris Sofa behind the wheel round out the top 4 as it stands in GT3 AM. GT4, Huge Ass Gold in the BMW M4 GT4 with Antonio Alvarez lead the way in the 237. Then it is Greg Hubler back behind the wheel of the 209 for a 2nd stint. That is the Motor Racing Academy car. George Correa for the 275 Enosis Esports car is in pit lane. And then we've got the 238 of Huge Ass Black. Their Mercedes-Benz GT4 rounds out 4th. And then we've got David Barraclough behind the wheel of the Talk Freak Racing by TeamSpeak Mercedes. That's your top 5 in GT4. Then TCR, Sim Racing Grid Phantom with Matthew Mayer behind the wheel leads the way ahead of Dan McFarlane in the Sister Phoenix team. So 2 Hyundai Elantra N TCRs lead the way. Then Tom Davidson has taken over the 399 Honda Civic for TSRC. The Sim Racing Collective Esports has been running with Kieran Sharp in this race so far. Huge Ass Blue with the number 337 Honda Civic piloted by Tyler Agostino rounds out the top 4. And then in 5th place, it's the next best placed Honda Civic of the Tail Racing Civic of Patrick Elgstrand from Sweden. That's your top 4, top 5 roundup with 3 minutes and 13 still to go. And yeah, it's that's our first full course caution of the full course yellow with safety car. It's calmed things down a little bit now, hasn't it, James?
But I can tell you one thing, it's going to kick off after. So just before it absolutely does, guys, we're going to have a quick word from Trophi.ai.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
3 hours and 12 minutes of the season finale of the Trophi.ai FTR Events Endurance Championship here at Mid-Ohio. We're currently on lap 120, and welcome along to everyone watching on the JP Broadcasting Network. You join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and James Parfitt in the booth. We've had Jim Cunningham giving story time with Jim a little bit earlier on, talking about Zach Brown's collection and everyone loving his dulcet tones. I think he is, if there was ever a doppelganger for Zach Brown, and JPB's version is definitely Jim Cunningham, and it was a real pleasure to share the booth with him for about 10 to 15 minutes. Of course, Tom Cairns will be joining James for the final few hours of this race. But JP, we've got the safety car still out on track. We've got our first full course yellow engaged here, and it's you said just before we went to commercial that it is going to be a case that things are going to start winding up to volume number 11, in the words of Spinal Tap, when it
Mm.
comes to the adrenaline, when everyone gets ready for the restart, when the safety car lights are off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the thing is because obviously we've got a mixed up field. You know, we're not in TCRs aren't getting kicked off round the rest of the field. They are where they are. You can see we've got 2 TCRs, a GT3 Pro, in Stefan Le Guin, 4 TCRs in behind that. There's a GT4 in behind that as well. That's the Mercedes, I believe, of Hubler. He's in there. We've got the huge ass gold in there, and you know, lots of mixed up fields at the moment. So it's going to go from 0 to 11 very, very quickly because the slower cars are in there. There is some confusion in the moment as well. A bunch of cars are being told to overtake each other and they're not really sure what to do, so they're waiting for clarification. But I do love that safety car. Yeah, I think the look of the safety car is awesome.
Oh yeah, that's the BMW M2CS Cup car as well. So nice to see that car out on track, and we still have the safety car lights flashing away on the top of the vehicle. When they go out, it will be the signal that the safety car will peel in that lap. We've had 6 incidents so far, as we see I think that was either the huge ass gold or the black that went screaming past. Yeah, that's Michael Derby in the 238. Alex Coffard having a great battle with David Barraclough a little bit earlier on in the battle for P4 in the class. So the waiver rounds are happening. Once those have been facilitated, then full course yellow will then go to safety car in this lap. And then it'll all kickstart once again. And at this very compacted 13-turn circuit, they're allowing the GT4 traffic to go through. Then the TCRs will be waved round to a point when they get informed. Sorry, James?
They are removing them.
Right.
I'm sure, now anybody can agree with me or correct me and say, James, you're wrong. I'm sure in other rounds they have not removed the slower cars. So I've been told that they've not removed slower cars.
So probably what they're trying to do is get a mix of the GT3 Pro and AMs together, the GT4s together, the TCRs. Just so at least, I think in some respects I can see the logic a little bit here. So I'll just explain it very briefly, is to make sure that there are no major incidents on the restart between different classes of car, because that could be absolute bedlam. You know, if Stefan Le Guin still had two TCR cars in, and they let him go at the start-finish line, and he goes barreling up the inside into turn 1, it could cause major problems.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I've missed anything. I can't see I've missed anything. But, I'm interested to see how this is going to work out now, because this has brought black in the mix and blue not very far away from each other. Huge ass white is a little bit further back for Giovanni Romano. What has this done to the lead of the GT4? Hubler's still there. Carrera, you just see the red car further back there. The AMG sticking out on the right-hand side. He is in front of the GT. He's got I think that's Equipment Geek Racing GT3 tucked in right behind him at the moment. So there is a mix-up of battle of people. So it isn't class separated.
Okay. So, I just had a look. According to the regulations as per Regulation 12.5, iRacing will automatically pick up the overall leader by allowing all cars between the safety car and the overall leader pass until the leader is behind the safety car. All guidance provided... well, it says here, all guidance provided by the sim racing regarding waiver rounds should be ignored once the safety car has picked up the overall leader. The only exception is where waiver rounds have been issued by race control. That's 12.5.2 during the steward controlled wave around window. So and it has said a class leader as per 12.9.5 Class leader will never be waved around the safety car. Class leader should ignore any instructions to pass the safety car unless explicitly ordered to do so by race control.
So unless that wasn't the leader of classes. But then again, that throws into spanners why Stefan Le Guin is behind that, when the leader for GT3 AMS is Gene Robos.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Stefan's P3 in GT3 AM, so he's not the class leader.
No.
So he would not have gotten the wave around.
Right.
So what they've done is that everyone apart from the class leader has been given a wave around in each class. So
fair enough,
that
then.
would be Gene Rubos wouldn't have gotten a wave around. Greg Hubler in GT4 wouldn't have gotten a wave around. Matthew Meyer would not have gotten a wave around either. So, and now lights are off on the safety car. It will be in on the next lap. So
hold on to
you
your
can
hats.
see Tom Cicchetto is getting ready to pull the pin once the safety car peels into pit lane. And once that happens, so it will be the next time we come out of the carousel, the BMW CS Cups safety car will peel into pit lane, and look how eager Tom Cicchetto is looking right now. He's weaving from side to side, so is Jaakko Mikkola. Oh no, Patrick Gannon, sorry. And there's Jaakko Mikkola not doing any weaving at all.
He's finished. Same as Kimi Räikkönen. Everybody else,
exactly.
do all what you want. I'm just going to say.
Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know.
Driving 200 mile an hour through El Rouge, up through Kemmel, through a cloud of smoke.
Poof. The magic dragon.
Well, I'll tell you what, he would have
go.
been puff if he found a car in that cloud of smoke he decided to drive all the way through at full speed.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? But,
so we're heading through the S's now. And so it's about having all your weapons sharp. So tyres up to temperature, brakes up to temp. And once we get through the carousel, Tom's just like an eager beaver, isn't he? He's just like, wait, he's like, let me go, I'm ready.
Yeah, I wonder if they've got the same ability that we have in officials to drive through the car.
I wouldn't know about that one. But safety car looks like it's peeling off. So safety car in, and we're just under 3 minutes to go into the halfway mark. We're green and back underway. And once, look at Tom Cicchetto. Straight away, he's like a rat up a drain pipe. And he's got a lead of nearly 1.7 seconds. He runs a little bit wide coming out of T1. But several other drivers are trying to do that. Mikkola and Gannon have both got through on Stefan Le Guin. So there is Gene Rubos. So once again, we've got the flying formation of RPM Racing, red, black, blue and purple. The black eye has come back again, JP.
Yeah, so we've got Parker Dime and Evan Krautfield. They're running side by side in the GT4s. This is WBM white for Parker against Tail Racing AMG. We've got Austin Dieltz and Justin Michaela fighting out, Evan Clavier and Evan, oh, probably two Evans. Evan Campbell are also having a nice little battle a little bit further down. So lots of action taking place, lots of fighting still going on, and it's amazing what a good old safety car can do.
Bunches up the field and brings us to volume number 11 as Evan holding on to 5th place at the minute when it comes to GT4. Parker Dime just trying to close on him, but loses a little bit. That was coming out of turn 8 and into 9. Now they're going to be heading through into Thunder Valley. Here it turns 10, 11, then into 12 and 13 at the carousel. He's got to try and get through on the huge ass Honda. That's currently P5 in TCR to try and close on in. The gap is about 0.7 of a second. Parker Dime gets through, uses the slingshot coming out of turn number 13, gets through, and then just behind them was another GT4 car. Not too sure which one it was.
3 Hours Racing.
Okay. So Treehouse Racing, who are down in 22nd overall, but more to the point, they are 8th in class. And, well, David Barraclough has been left for dust at the moment in the number 281 Talk Freak Racing Mercedes AMG. But Parker Dime still trying to close on in to Evan Krautvold at the moment for that 5th spot in GT4. And, well, another TCR makes its way in front. That is Brooks Clayton in the 338 Audi RS3 LMS TCR, car that we don't really see that often when you have endurance races brought into mind. So a plethora of Hyundai and Honda on the TCR grid, a bit like Mercedes and BMW and GT4s. But this is with the TCR back marker traffic, it's given Evan the opportunity to get away from Parker, and there's another car in front of Parker who's going to like, come on, man, get these TCRs out of my way.
It's hard because they've got to try and do it on the straight. There's nothing they can do. They don't have to jump. I know the guys in the Motor Racing Academy did get a black flag on the restart because it has said that it was told that people who were told behind them to overtake them did not overtake them. So whether or not that's on them or whether or not that's on the cars that overtake. Now, Jeffrey's looking into it as well. He said they have cleared it, but it may need to be a reapply if it is a valid black flag. So that for Motor Racing Academy could be dangerous because it is them. And there was a lot of talk about people saying that they've been told to overtake car 209 and everybody waiting for a response, and they didn't get one quick enough. But it's at the moment with the Motor Racing Academy currently are there with possibly a black flag hanging over their head. So we are waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the stewards announcement channel on the Discord at the moment, but you can't not say what a great job that Luciano Vitvoet and Greg Hubler have done at the moment in this leading GT4 class car, the Mercedes, for the Motor Racing Academy crew. But yeah, Jeffrey is currently frantically typing in the stewards announcement channel that we have access to at the moment. Jeffrey and Brandon doing a great job as always. Like you said, they had their work cut out for them at Zandvoort last time out. But Austin Diltz for WBM Racing now closing in on Justin McKayla. This is for Treehouse Racing. Now this is for a battle for position in GT4, so that is the battle for 9th place, and Austin looking to the outside into the next right-hander. It's a bit like when we saw Coffard and Barraclough go into battle a little bit earlier on, but Austin not quite alongside enough of Justin to try and facilitate that move. We are past the halfway point. We're 2 hours 57 minutes plus change to go until the checkered flag. We're currently just about to complete lap 127, which Tom Cicchetto does now. Okay, 95-second stop and hold has just come through. It's not the GT3 team from Enosis Esports. 95-second stop and hold for pitting under closed pit lane and taking full service. According to the following regulations that Jeffrey has just put in, 12.4.2, cars that need to top up fuel ensure they can pace behind the safety car are permitted to come in, but be stationary for no more than 6 seconds in their pit box, as reported by the iRacing SDK data stream. Cars pitting for emergency fuels that fail to adhere to that regulation correctly will result in a 60-second stop and hold penalty plus any time over the 6-second allowance
Which
added
was
on.
37.
So 275, they were in the pits for 43 seconds. That is why it's a 95-second stop and hold.
That is a lap.
So that is 35 seconds added on
That is a lap.
to the 60-second stop and go penalty.
Yeah.
And now there's an incident number 7 on investigation between Aspire Competition and Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. 3-2-3. That was at the 2-hour 45-minute mark of the race time elapsed, as George Correa is having to battle away now with Antonio Alvarez in the huge ass gold car. So this is going to be right. So what are we looking at? Oh, this is Barraclough. And he gets turned at T1.
I don't know. Hold on a minute.
Let's have a look at another angle.
Going to be under the bridge, I think, which is really annoying. Oh.
I think that was Parker Dime, wasn't it? Up his inside. And you know what you said about safety cars.
He weren't on the inside.
Yeah.
He was not on the inside, Parker Dime.
No.
I know he ain't coming for you, and it gets from worst to bad, worst to bad to worst for the WBM White Boys.
And also, incident number 8, number 9 have just been said that they're under investigation. Incident 8 between Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and 24 back marker Razzle Dazzle, under investigation. Incident number 9 between Talk Freak Racing and 257 WBM White, which you've just seen, under investigation. So, that safety car, I think, as you rightly said, James, it has put the cat amongst the proverbial FTR events pigeons on circuit right now.
Yeah, it definitely has. We're going to have to find out how this jumbles up the scores. We'll do them in a swift bit of time, and we'll bring you up to where everybody is roughly, as we've got 2 hours 54 minutes remaining. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. So there we go. Hopefully it should be. Yeah, it will be good.
Yeah, we'll wait to see how things transpire of those 3 new incidents that we've had within, what was it, the last 5 minutes of us going back under green. So again, now things are just really, they've concertinaed quite a bit. George Correa in the 275 car for Inosis Esports has just served the stop and hold penalty of 1 minute and 37 seconds. So that now puts them right down at the back of the GT4 grid, and that is really, really, I think in some respects, if anyone might remember, that drivers in real life motorsport have been caught out by that, where they've gone and the pit lane is closed, and it's come back to bite them. And that is a very, very hard hit for Inosis Esports GT4.
That is probably the hardest penalty that you could ever suffer. You go from second or third right the way down to the back end and a lap down. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Exactly. It's and Daniel Handover's just contacted us, and he said, just watching my first stint back. Well, he did the opening 2 stints, didn't he, for MRC Endurance Team, who are now running 5th in class with Yanis Albert behind the wheel of the number 93 Audi. Still a bit of an Audi meritocracy at the top of GT3 Pro, with Giovanni Romano for Huge Ass White in the number 37, still holding the pride of Dearborn, Michigan, up there. So all's good on that front. But yeah, we're waiting with bated breath, aren't we, James, with regards to these 3 incidents that are now being scrutinised by race control from every angle conceivable.
Oh, I do love sitting here waiting. It's the famous British pastime, isn't it? You know, we wait in line for everything. We wait in line for McDonald's, even though there's 5 tables. We'll stand in one single line down the middle of the shop. You know what I mean? Because we just love waiting. Yeah. It's the British way. That queuing, what favourite pastime.
Yep. And so, yeah, if you want, guys and girls, just get the smallest violins out in the world and start playing them for me and James right now, after what we've discussed.
We are British.
It's like watching,
that's it.
Yep. It's like watching paint dry. You could be there for hours.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, battle continuing here. Now, this is actually, funny enough, we've got a battle here for P3. For GT4, Michael Derby for Huge Ass Black. We've got Evan Krautwald for Tail Racing AMG, and Parker Dime for WBM White. And, well, WBM White, if they get a penalty, that is really going to rip the championship away from them. They're 5 points behind Huge Ass Gold, who are quite a way ahead of them at the minute in terms of the... Well, they're not that far ahead, but they're far enough at this moment in time. It's about, what, 6 seconds, give or take, between Huge Asgold, who have got Antonio Alvarez behind the wheel in the 237 BMW. And then you've got Parker Dime down in 5th place, who's trying to get through on Evan Krautwald. Michael Derby is the driver behind the wheel of the 3rd place car, 238, Huge Ass Black. And that is, well, you can see that Parker Dime is really getting a bit frisky, let's say, on trying to get through.
Yeah, for Parker, he's kind of sitting there at the moment, urgently trying to get through. The problem is it's urgently trying, but nowhere to go, because they're all kind of in that draft. I don't want to say draft train, because we're not in F1 and we haven't really got that draft facility with closed wheelers GT4s that are sometimes about as aerodynamic as an house brick on roller skates. You know, but you know, you get what I mean.
Yeah.
There's that few temps that they're managing to stay in front of each other.
Yeah, it's sort of like the corner stalemate, so to speak. You're going around one corner, you can't find a way past. You're going around the next corner. Oh, we've got a right coming up after this. We've got a left, then we got another right, then we got a double right, then we got a left, then we got the final couple of corners. Finally a straight where I can put the power down. So it's a case of waiting in a queue, and then, hey, finally I can put the loud pedal down a bit further. And you know, through this section from turn 4 to turn 11 is a very, very technical part of the circuit. You've got to be able to carry that momentum through, but also capitalize on other people's mistakes. So Parker's just trying to put the frighteners on Evan a little bit to see if he does an unforced error. That's easier said than done, but when you are under significant pressure with a car closing in on your rear wing, the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to be looking in those rear view mirrors saying, right, trouble has found me.
Do you know what, Panic? You are right there. I just noticed that. Austin Tucker, Huge Ash Yellow. Brooks Clayton, Huge Ass Yellow. That's bizarre. Hold on a minute. I will deal with that momentarily. But I do have to go and hunt, so I will be back.
No worries, but we are now on to lap 135 as we see this is Brooks Clayton in the 338 Audi RS3 LMS. Nearly said R8 there. No, that would have been a little bit bigger than a four-door tin top, which we got plenty of here at the Trophi.ai FTR event season finale here at Mid-Ohio. And there we go. Well done, Mr. Parfit. So we've got Huge Ass Yellow 3rd and Huge Ass Blue in 5th in TCR.
Thanks, mate. I just I don't know when that change had happened, so apologies if that had happened. Nobody had mentioned it in the last round, so I'm guessing it was right in the last one.
Who knows?
Who knows?
But it's now the thing is that Brandon from Race Control was aware that cars did enter closed pits. Three of them only took emergency fuel. So, of course, the 275 of Enosis Esports took more than the emergency fuel. They may have... I think it can just be a complete error. And now, 30-second stop and hold has been thrown to Sim Racing Grid Phoenix for an unsafe rejoin.
That was Dan McFarlane's incident that we saw earlier on. So there we go. But we do have somebody in the booth, Mr. who's going to pop in for a quick chat with us, is MRC's Endurance Trophi.ai. Dan Handover. Dan, welcome in, bud.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you, mate?
I'm good. How are we both doing?
All good. Long time no speak, Mr. Handover. It's been a while.
I know. I think the last time we caught up was probably at the expo.
Yes. That was a long time ago, now that you're a busy man.
Yeah.
But good opening double stint for you in GT3 Pro. I mean, Yanis is currently behind the wheel of the car at the minute. A good, strong opening couple of stints, and I think Yanis is now on his second of his double so far. How's the strategy been working out for you guys? I mean, it's been a bit chaotic in the early part of the race. The safety car restart, we've had a few incidents, but how's it been going for you guys so far? Pretty smooth?
Yeah, pretty good overall. I mean, we're jumping in, having a bit of fun and and just get back into racing. But yeah, its strategy has been going pretty good. The safety car obviously has made a bit of a difference. So that's moved everything back. So we're just making sure that the fuel's all good. But yeah, I mean, it's going good. As I'm sure everyone saw, the opening few stints, or the opening couple of stints, were pretty intense to say the least. But yeah, it's all settled down now. Yanis is doing a really good job. Al did a great job as well, settled into a rhythm. But it was nice. It was nice to get back behind the wheel of the GT3 and do some racing again. So.
Yeah, I was quite surprised you guys didn't. Well, I know with your penchant for McLaren, having worked for them previously, I was like, that was a bit of a surprise. I thought, I'd like to see Handover in a 720S GT3, but you went with.
Hopefully.
Yes, you were hoping, weren't you?
Well, at some point, yeah. So the guys at MRC have very, very kindly allowed me to jump in a bit last minute. So I've jumped in. Started practicing, Tuesday. Did a few hours before the race. So, yeah, it's at some point, hopefully with FTR in the future, I'd love to do some model league racing, get back into it. But I think McLaren will definitely be on. I sort of have to, really, don't I?
You have to at a later stage. But what's the plan for the rest of the race with regards to? I mean, obviously Yanis being in there now for what will be. You guys are coming up to lap 30 on this particular stint, yet to do your fourth pit stop. What's the driver rotation going to be?
I think chances are I'll be in next. So we're just going to do, myself, Yanis, and we'll just rotate round, and then, as we come nearer the end of the race, again we'll sort of play it by ear, really. But that's most probably going to be the plan. And we'll just see, especially now it's getting cooler, the temperature's dropping. So going into the night will be interesting. It will mean that the times are going to be faster. It will make things a little bit easier. But because of that, you'll be potentially using a bit more fuel. So we've got to take that into account. There's just lots of different, lots of things we've got to keep checking in on. But, again, we're all working together. And, I'm sure every other team is always, just constantly working on making sure that the fuel is good, making sure that, when the times drop, it all plays a factor.
Brilliant. James, you got any questions for Dan at all?
No. Do you know what? I kind of did, but then you kind of asked them and answered them. So I don't really know, to be honest with you. I'm quite happy just sat here chilling with 2 hours 41 to go, watching the MRC boys gain through all the spaces, obviously after your qualifying ban, Mr. Handover, that you had to have.
Yeah, it was, I think, it presented another challenge, which again, it was something different. But I mean, the first stint was very, very just all over the place because there was, a chunk of TCRs, and then there was a bit of a gap. Then there was GT4s, a bit of a gap. Now that there's, everything's spread out, the second stint was definitely easier. I mean, the lap times, you probably saw it with everyone. the lap times just became a lot more consistent for a lot of people. But second stint was good, settled into a rhythm, had some pretty good pace overall. I didn't think I was doing too bad in that second stint. Made up some places, which was good. That was a nearly... what happened there? That was nearly between a GT3 and a GT4. That could have been interesting.
Yeah, Michael Darby and the Virico boys had nearly had a drama on that one. But, yeah, I do wonder how... When you look at a track like Mid-Ohio, Dan, what do you sit back and think? Because it ain't the most easiest to overtake at times.
No. Initially, you think, why am I doing this to myself?
I agree. I think I would probably think that as well if I was a driver at Mid-Ohio.
It's definitely a mentality. You've got to go in with a certain mentality, purely because normally, in terms of, if it was pretty much any other track, you've got an opportunity to, overtaking it's just easier, right? Unfortunately, with Mid-Ohio, it's all medium speed corners or high speed corners, and it's one after another. The infield section or the second sector and third sector, overtaking is almost impossible. There's two chances. And then you've got the one back straight. So you have to go in with a different mentality, which is simply just really think consciously about the way that where you're going to be in, not necessarily at that moment, but where you're going to be in 10 seconds time, especially when overtaking. And you probably watch it, if you jump on board, you'll see some people, and I know I was doing it a little bit as well, is you'll be going into, say, turn one, there's a GT4 up ahead, you'll actually back off and you'll just lift and coast all the way through the entry of the corner, so to get a better run going into turn two. So it's that type of mentality. Lap times are really, really not irrelevant, but it's more about you can gain and lose time massively with traffic management. I think that was probably a big reason where I caught up a lot of people in the second stint, was because I think obviously that was close as well. But yeah, that was definitely, I think, where I felt like I was making up a lot of time. I probably got a little bit lucky with the traffic, but just the traffic management in general, that's where I was able to take a lot of time out of, and make some positions that way. So yeah, it's a cracking track though. Such a cool track. And I've definitely not done this type of intense racing for a long time.
No, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's a craft. It's an art, managing traffic. I mean, you can either get it or you don't, or you dive and then it all just goes wrong. That's the thin line between management and developing decent racecraft on traffic management. The RPM Red Boys have been great at it today. They were all the way through. Black's done the same thing. You guys at MRC are managing it well. Don't get me wrong, we've seen some dramas, but it's expected in a 6-hour race here. And so looking forward to seeing how everybody can get up and get going. Is there anyone you want to shout out, Dan?
Oh, I just want to shout obviously to Earl and Yanis, the teammates, and also as well to you guys, cracking broadcast as always, and to the FTR guys, all the organisers, stewards, and actually for letting Trophi.ai be a part of this, and hopefully we're going to be able to continue this this long-term sponsorship with FTR. So it's a really, really good run league. Everyone's really friendly. So yeah, just shout out to everyone.
All right, before I let you go, Dan, you are going to have to explain what you do at Trophi.ai, just because there's probably a lot of people that aren't going to have a clue who you are, fella.
That's fair. So for anyone that doesn't know, I am the head of operations at Trophi.ai. And what we're doing is we're developing and building, and we'll have released now, it's an official product, an AI training coach for sim racing. Not just sim racing, the plan is to go into lots of other different games and in real life stuff. But sim racing was a great opportunity for us to explore it. And yeah, that's what we're doing. And the idea is to democratize performance, try and get as many people to get, better, faster, more confident, as efficiently as possible. So,
and I can't vouch, guys, I did use it. Then I realized that I don't actually drive that much. So, there we go. Look, Alex, I had a go, all right? You know what I mean? I had a go. I used Trophi.ai. I used me free bit to try and see if I could actually develop. I did get quicker, though, Dan. That's the impressive thing. I think I was like 3 or 4 times quicker than what I was last time. And then, unfortunately, I got really busy broadcasting and I just haven't driven again, to be plain honest. Dan, it's been a pleasure, dear sir. I will catch up with you early next week, mate. Thank you so much for jumping in on the booth with us, and hope you boys at MLC do well.
Perfect. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
And you, mate. Take care.
Bye.
There you go. That was Dan Hanover from Trophi.ai, Alex. Right, why we were talking to Dan, there has been some penalties coming in as well.
Yes.
5-second stop and hold for backmarker Razzle Dazzle for avoidable contact. 30 seconds stop and hold for Sim Racing Phoenix for an unsafe rejoin. Yar and Huge Ass Blue is under investigation. Stewart's decision, 5-second stop and hold for WBM White for the avoidable contact. We saw that. That was with David Barraclough, if I'm mistaken.
Yep.
Maybe I am.
And also, yeah, we've had incident 10 between 378 and 337. No further action. Incident 11 between the same cars. No further action due to our good friend, Major Netcode.
Gotta love a little bit of netcode, but we have got RPM Racing Blue and Black with red, black and blue.
Black eyes come back.
Yeah,
again.
black and blue are oh my god, I can't even get my words out. Black and blue are fighting it out on the racetrack, not in the ring. That's what I was going to...
Ding ding, seconds out, however many rounds you want. Right, okay, so it's Patrick Gannon versus Jaakko Mikkola. So the two Audis going into battle, and well, this could actually help. If Jaakko gets past Patrick, then that's going to change things a little bit in the GT3 Pro classification, because then that will put RPM Racing Blue, that will put them a bit more than 152 points. That will add another 7, so that will put them on 159. And that will take 7 away from RPM Racing Black, putting them on to 218. So... yeah, I think it's a case that, you know, the top 3, who are now covered by just shy of 3.6 seconds on lap 145. We've still got 34 minutes until we hit the final third of this race. But there is still any possibility, folks. We could have another full course yellow. We could have another safety car phase. Don't count your chickens before they hatch, as they say. Michael Darby in the... in Huge Ass Black is closing in on Tail Racing AMG's Evan Kroltwald for 3rd place, and Austin Diltz again still battling away with Justin Michaela for 8th place in GT4. George Correa has just set his fastest lap of the race on lap 134, 126.738, which is the... just having a look here, which is actually the 2nd quickest lap out of any of the GT4 cars. So you can bet your bottom dollar that George is going to be foaming at the mouth and chomping at the bit to try and get himself back a little bit further up the grid. I mean, there's still 2.5 hours to go, so anything's possible.
He needs a safety car.
Yeah.
I do think. I think he needs a safety car, and we have seen previously that they can come out quite often. So I think for them, it's got to be a more of an imperative one. He obviously doesn't want to go and cause one, but at the same time, he needs one for George Carrera. I think that's the thing. So we'll have to keep an eye and see what happens there. A lot of people sort of drifting in and out of contact. We've got the likes of the TCR of Elgstrad and Clavio are in and out of contact with each other in 4th and 5th from TCRs. The same with Krautfeld and Alvarez. The same with the black and blue teams and Jas in there as well. So they're sort of getting close, drifting back, getting close, drifting back. But it could be this stage of the race, Alex, where we start talking about fuel strategy, whether or not they're going to be able to save, what the situation's going to be, and whether or not they're going to be able to keep it that sort of balance. So it'd be interesting to see how they get on.
Now, you and Jim earlier on were talking about Tyler Campbell and Alias De Vries. Now, De Vries has peed in.
Swing, bada. Who was that? Oh, bro, you got to be careful of that move.
That was definitely something that caught James Parfitt's attention, hook, line, and sinker right there.
Oh, mate, he went from one side of the track to the other, which normally I would say, yeah, go, block away, but not sat in traffic with GT4s in and around you, not really sure what you're going to do. We talk about staying predictable. We don't talk about doing things
Silly
like that.
things.
Yeah, I suppose that would be the way of putting it a little bit brighter than I was nearly going to over the microphone.
Yes. But look at it from this respect. Now, I'm wondering if the 55 Audi and the 24 Audi... Okay, so Martin Pearson in the number 24 Audi, that's 9th in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, their fourth pit stop was done on lap 136. Now, that was to serve their 5-second penalty they received for backmarker Razzle Dazzle. Alias de Vries, however, pitted on lap 119. So, I think whether 55, Veraco Esports Team Amber, have... Now, the thing is that before a full course yellow, if they dived into pit lane and those pits were open, they could service that vehicle. So put fuel in the car, put new tyres on the car. That is really, really going to give them a little bit of a helping hand when it comes to the opposition in front. Now, you look at the top 7 in GT3 Pro at the moment. They're covered by 34 seconds, which is effectively a pit stop in GT3 Pro at every single stage. Now, whether teams have decided to double or single stack the tyres when it comes to their pit stops is anyone's guess. But that says to me that maybe Veraco Esports could have played a nice little number on the rest of the oppositions, because you look, RPM Racing Red 109, Black 109, Blue 108, Huge Ass White 110. This is the laps that they pitted on last time. Then you've got MRC with Yannis Albert behind the wheel, pitted on lap 108. So that says to me, with a 33-second window of opportunity, could Veraco Esports Team Amber get themselves a little bit higher up the grid? And as I say that, Jaakko Mikkola now pits.
Yannis Albert. And Albert, where are you? Oh, he's right up by Thunder Valley. It's going to be, Mike.
Dragotta's just pitted. Yeah. Now we're seeing the pit stop cycles. So what does that mean? Alias de Vries on the top 3 at the moment has a little bit of a little joker card to play, I think.
Yeah, he should make it at least 15 to 20 seconds past some of these, because they're still in pit lane. There it goes, shoots up into 4th. Giovanni Romano shoots up into 3rd. So we'll see the gap when he comes out, and whether or not he can get a pit stop gap from them. So, you know, we'll have to see how it all pans out here and see what goes on, I think, with this one. But unfortunately for Evan Campbell, doesn't look like it's gone too well for the front-wheel drive machine.
Oh. Front-wheel drive, Hyundai Elantra. Tries to turn the car in. Back end steps out to the left. That's what you call Scandinavian flick there, folks.
Yeah,
tries to turn it in.
Do you know, it's very difficult to do with a TCR what he did.
It is, but
normally
you carry
just floor it.
Yeah, you floor it, you spin the wheel the other way and hope to God it sticks.
Yeah.
So now Patrick Gannon is in. So
The
we
Brits
are
is in the same
seeing
place.
so this is where, now when you look at it, let's say it like it is. Okay, Alias de Vries, lap 119 that car last pitted. So you're looking at lap 157. So 9 laps time. That is going to put Veraco Esports Team Amber, depending on when the next 2 teams pit. Romano's just done, is about to complete lap 40, because obviously we've had the safety car fit. Right. This is where it could even be that Alias de Vries could go as far as lap 160, because they were saving fuel. It could be even further. So how's about this for a play that no one might have seen coming? I think maybe that when they said to Alice de Vries, right, we're that close to a full course caution, get the car in now. And that is probably going to be a bit of an interesting one when it comes to the standings. But even if Veraco Esports Team Amber, and as I say that, they are both in the pits, and that is going to be the case where Alice de Vries is, I think, will now. Cicchetto has just stopped on his marks. Romano has. Cicchetto hands over to Charlie Lund-Nielsen. Samurai Goro now retakes the wheel of the Mustang for Huge Ass White, and here is Alias de Vries from the Netherlands for Veraco Esports Team Amber, who on lap 151 now lead.
Yeah, they do now. And they're going to lead by about 15 seconds, I think. Because of the way that it's going to happen, I think they're going to lead by about 15 seconds. So I'd be surprised if it's any closer than that.
11.5 according to Charlie Nielsen. That time's going to go up slightly. So now it gives the advantage to Veraco Esports Team Amber on lap 151. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, if he's pulling 38 laps a stint, 39 in his second one, let's not forget. And then it was 40 laps before. Yeah, it was 40 laps. Was it? Yeah, it was 40 laps from the next one. So
yeah, they've been mostly going 36, 37. Depends on how good their fuel saving situation's been.
So Alias de Vries, who has been in the car, let's not put this lightly, folks, for the entire time I think Alias de Vries has been in this car, isn't he?
I do wonder whether or not he's solo.
That'll be one Herculean effort to get that car to the checkered.
Let me see if I can find out. I'm on it now.
Okie doke. So, on lap 152, Alias de Vries for Veraco Esports Team Amber means it's a top 5 lockout in GT3 Pro with Charlie Lund-Nielsen for RPM Racing Red second. He is so yes, Johnny Shampoo in YouTube chat has just said yes, he's solo driving. Imagine that, the final race of the season, you're the only driver in the car and you pull a master stroke. I mean, if that happens, that's a way to finish off a season in the overall race lead, isn't it?
I'm interested to see where his points will go. Hold on, I'm on something here. You carry on.
Okay, so Alias de Vries leads by 10.6 seconds. Now, the last lap time for de Vries was a 1 minute 23.0. Charlie Lund-Nielsen was 3 seconds slower. Richard Cawthorne in P3 for RPM Racing Black, 1:21.8. Yishal Yunus for RPM Racing Blue in P4. Last lap, 1:21.3, and is within half a second of Richard Cawthorne in the number 21 car. So, and both first and second have just picked up the pace here, James. De Vries, high 22.0. Nielsen, just under a tenth slower, a tenth quicker. So De Vries is, I think he's using the fuel saving strategy by getting behind cars, catching them, and then using that slipstream to help him a little bit. I mean, his top speed indicated was 7.3 miles an hour slower than Charlie Lund-Nielsen's on that last lap. So De Vries is having to negate getting past back marker traffic, but in some respects that's helping him with fuel saving at the same time. So that's where the strategy is coming in a little bit here, as we see third and fourth. That's Yunus versus Cawthorne. That's for P3 in class between the two RPM Racing stablemates. So black versus blue. What have you seen?
Brooks Clayton all of a sudden was battling, and then all of a sudden went down the order. Oh, and the huge
he got
GT4.
collected. Oh, was that Michael Derby, I think?
Yes, in the Mercedes. So huge ass black.
So the sister teams from different classes, unfortunately, come together. And, well, look who's not too far behind this battle here. Yannis Orbit for MRC Endurance. So top 5 covered by just under 14.5 seconds on lap 154. So, yeah, Charlie Lund Nielsen is now starting to pick up the pace, which says to me, I fear that Alias Tafis is going to be at the closing end of his stint. He's trying to save fuel, but he was pretty level on top speed. So I think it's because Tafis is trying to save that fuel, is having to siphon a little bit of time because of getting past that GT4 traffic, which in some respects is helping him to a point. He's able to save that 0.1 of a litre of fuel here, 0.1 of a litre of a fuel here. When you add all those 0.1s, 0.2s of a litre of fuel together, it does, you know, you can probably, maybe if you're lucky, claw a lap or two back if you can on your fuel stint.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. If you can try and save as much as possible, you know, trying to mitigate some of the issues where you're not gonna. The bad. I always remember, I did the Isrex series, and one of the drivers always said, regardless of how your race is doing, you do not want to do a splash and dash. Right, that's the thing. You do not want to do a splash and dash. You want to negate a splash and dash altogether if you can. Okay, so for these guys, they've got to try and negate that splash and dash if possible. Right, they've got to make sure that their pit stop is on point to where they can go in, get out, and not do any form of pit stops within the last 10 minutes. It cannot happen. And people would have planned that, and they would have, you know, been able to make sure that that doesn't happen to them, which is where they basically could turn around and say, we've nailed it because we've negated the splash and dash altogether. So hopefully that's what these guys will manage.
Yeah, so a couple of pit lane visits by GT4. Justin Michaela has jumped into pit lane. Tail Racing AMG, that car has now been handed over to Jason Hightower in the 210. So David Barraclough for Talk Freak Racing now moves back up into P3 as Charlie Lund Nielsen makes his way through the GT4 traffic. I think one of them was that was the second of the BMW GT4s we've got with Dylan Van Zwegenhoven behind the wheel of that car in the 299, currently running P7 in the GT4 class. Started last in GT4 this evening or this afternoon, but one of the big things that we're seeing now is the transferal here, James. 2 hours 17 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Sun is starting to fade. Yes,
we are becoming into that daylight. No, we're not. Not even daylight.
Daytime, nighttime situation.
Yeah, that daytime, nighttime situation. Now, one of the things you want to be able to have here is, I would, and I really would do this because I am a nightmare. If I've driven in the day and then I've got to come back in the night, I'm lost. Right? Don't even ask me because I couldn't hit my braking point even if there was a neon light there. Right? I have to do this thing. I have to do this progression from day to night. Then, after that, I can come back at night and I'll be fine. But I seem to get a little bit lost on the day to night transition where I'm not doing anything. So therefore, for me, I would do this thing, this changeover, this day-night swap over, so I know what I'm doing as the night's gone on.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be able to adjust your eyesight, but also with regards to braking markers, and that's quite crucial when you go from daytime to nighttime. You just, as you said, you want to have that progression, which means, okay, right, I've done that bit, I've acclimatized to it. You know, even if it's 10 to 15 minutes after the sun has set and the headlights are on and the circuit is completely dark apart from the floodlights up above, depending on where they are on the circuit, that's what you want to do. You don't want to be just thrown straight in, you know, feet first and then expected to sink or swim and then you sink. That can really put a strategy to, you know, can throw it completely under the bridge like water, and then you just like think, oh, we should have done that, really, should we? So, but in the meantime, Yanis Albert versus Yeshel Yunus battling away. This is for P4 in GT3 Pro. So thanks to the opening work of Dan Handover, last minute shoe-in for the MRC Endurance team, one of the head of operations for. Yeah, and it's 3 wide. They've got a GT4 in the middle that quickly gets out of dodge. And there we go. Back up to 4th goes the number 93 Audi of Yanis Albert for... And so we're going to see it's coming into turn 1. So you've got the GT4 on the inside. Yeshal actually ran a bit deep. The back end stepped out to the right. And that lost all the momentum there for RPM Racing Blue. And Yanis just went... Thank you very much. I'll take that every single day of the week to the bank.
Yep. Unfortunately, it happens. The Audi does do that, and it happens, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more of it. Greg Hobler is in pit lane for the leader of the GT4s, but Yanis and that are still fighting out. George Carrera and Dan Van Zwiggenhoven are here. And
hey, there you go. Well done.
Mate, I've had it since the beginning. Just I've been so long since I've seen his name up there. I couldn't quite get it right. Stop it, Mister. Now listen here, Mr. Pronunciation.
I'm impressed. That's why I'm laughing.
So you should be. I don't put lots of great practice into that. At least 45 minutes before we went live, saying the name over and over again.
Oh mate, there's one in karting that used to trip me up for the first couple of times, and I just referred him by his first name, and then I asked him, "How do you say your surname?" And then then 1 or 2 times I did it, I nailed it. Luciano Vitvoet, in the meantime, has got back behind the wheel of the Motor Racing Academy car. So good double stint there from Greg Hubler. So Luciano will definitely pick up the pace. They were in the pit lane in the pit box for 45 minutes. But there's George Carrera. He's now up into 8th place. Last pitted on lap 121. So yeah, I mean we were saying about the same for like the GT4s, weren't we, on pit stop strategies, where it's like between 36 to 38 laps approximately per tank of fuel.
Yeah, and I think that's what they're trying to work towards, because they want to really stay within that strategy. If they can stretch it any more, great, but we'll have to see how they get on and what sort of saving situation they're going to be able to do here. I think that's the important thing. Yeah.
So he is getting very, very close to Dylan Van Zwigenhoven in the 299 BMW. That is Eagle Speed Academy Esports. And they have got the RPM Racing Purple car. That is, Brian Fretian is now pitted for Equipment Geek Racing in GT3 AM. So there we go. Up the inside goes the Porsche GT3 through on George Correa. But then it goes 2 wheels on the grass going into the keyhole here at turn 2. Just like the amount of risks that the GT3s are going to be taking in the next 2.25 hours. There's going to be a lot of it, and one of the things that I find not disconcerting, if you will, but a bit worrying is when you see these GT3s taking a bit of a risk and like they go like, no, I've got to do it for the championship, got to do it, we've got to win, we've got to get the points. And sometimes, you and I have both seen this, JP, where a driver's taken a risk and the reward hasn't been worth it because they've ended up in the barriers.
Yeah. Dude, we've sat here and we've done hundreds, thousands of broadcasts. You know what I mean? You can look at the videos count on JPB, and I'm probably on 90% of them. you know, we've seen it all. We've seen crashes, we've seen collisions, we've seen that not go as well as that did that time around. So we've seen it all. I'm interested to see this though, because I am interested to see how Yanis Albert, RPM Black and RPM Red, which are only they're even closer now, 1.6 seconds apart, end up coming back together. So yeah, we've seen it all. So we've seen, you know, the saying goes, you can't lose it. You can't win it in the first lap, but you can definitely lose it. But you can lose it on lap 161. You can't win it on 161. So it's all the way through the field. And unfortunately for Stefan Le Guen, it looks like at some point for the 146 team, they have just gone and lost it. Back end's coming around. Watch this. Into the corner. Round he goes.
Oi, that's a flat spot and a half on those rears. Yep. That's not what they wanted, really. As Evan Clavillo, this is through turn 1. And then
hold on, I was checking on something that was put in. So I'm just waiting for a response onto that scenario. But Austin Tucker from You Just Blue has got Patrick Elstrand from the Apex Lava Tail Racing Civic team in front of him.
Right, so there's a GT4 trying to get past.
Yeah, there was a lot of dramatics in going on in the TCRs. There were some problems within that, but at the moment, everybody is all good. They've all been told to behave and settle down. So that's currently what they're doing. But Yanis Albert is getting closer and closer, and for Richard Corfor in that RPM Black, he's going to be feeling the other part of that Audi very, very soon in his Hero.
Yeah, and so will Charlie Lund Nielsen, because he's only 0.6 of a second up the road from Richard Corthrow. So, first, second, and third in the overall race, class lead is now 1.4 seconds, and it's GT4 traffic they're having to negotiate here. Yanis Albert makes a clean move there going into turn 10 out of Thunder Valley, and there is Corthrow, who's just got past. That was 238. Michael Derby behind the wheel of that one. And now this is the opportunity. Can Albert get through very shortly, because he'll get the run. He's about a couple of car lengths behind. They fire it into turn number 1. Now they've got to be very, very careful. They've got the GT4s again in front of them. That was, I think it's Jason Hightower they just got through on. Now through into the keyhole here at turn 2. So very, very close indeed. Yanis Albert just winding things up and then waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But in the meantime, Charlie Lund Nielsen's lead is now just over a second. And now the headlights are starting to come on. The sky is definitely getting darker and darker by the second. And more to the point, while the gap between Corthrow and Albert is nigh on non-existent right now.
Yeah. And now it's literally going to come down to a straight fight to see how these guys do it. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. Go inside. Go inside. Go inside.
Oh, dearie me. And the GT4 says, don't you dare. It's a bit like Alex Coffard a bit earlier on. He's flashing at Richard Corthrow saying, hang on, mate, that was a bit close. Well, yes, it was a bit close, but Richard is in a battle for position. And now you've got the 3 GT3 Pro leaders trying to get through on the Hugh Jaskol GT4 BMW. Now this is into turn 1. Richard Corthrow's got to thread the eye of the needle. Yanis Albert gets through right on the edge of the apex through turn 1. Yanis Albert knew that he had to make that move. He said, if I don't make that move now, I'm going to be compromised, and I need to put the frighteners on the 2 in front. And when you consider where MRC Endurance were nearly 4 hours ago, this is how things can change in a race. We've got the strategy of Alias de Vries, and now we've got a hard-charging German driver in the form of Yanis Albert closing in on the overall main competition in GT3 Pro. We've got 2 hours, 6 minutes and 45 seconds on the timer until the checkered, and we ain't done yet, folks.
No, we're definitely not. Definitely not. It's going to be fireworks, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats, because it's going to get probably spicier than your local Vindaloo. It is going to be going off very shortly. They pitted on 150. They can go about 36 laps, possibly a little bit more, so it's not going to be till 186. So for Jonas Olbert, he's got a good 20 laps maybe, if not more, to have a good old go at these guys in front of him. So keep going here, Yanis, because I can guarantee Blimey Cable in YouTube chat's going to be cheering all the way if you get in on this position.
Yeah, it's very much the case. We are 6 minutes away from hitting the final 2 hours of the Trophi.ai FTR Endurance Championship here at Mid-Ohio. A big thank you to everyone that's been interacting in the chat on the JP Broadcasting network, and thank you for joining us for well over now 4 hours of coverage. So Yanis Olbert really has got the bit between his teeth. Richard Cawthorne, in the meantime, is closing in on Charlie Lund Nielsen. That gap is just shy of 0.4 of a second. A second covers the top three. We ride on board with the number 93 Audi R8 LMS GT3. And again, it's just like red and black are not engaging. Nielsen and Cawthorne are playing the team game.
They have to.
They've got no other choice.
No,
because
they haven't. If they fight, MRCs and Yanis will be there. They cannot, physically cannot fight. Oh, Black's got it wrong. A little slide for Cawthorne, and that's brought MRC right into the back of him. They can't fight even if they wanted to. As soon as they do, Yanis is going to be there. And this is going to be one of the issues now. They're going to have this backmarker scenario where they all need to make it through. If Black makes it, MRC's got to make it. That's without a shadow of a doubt. He's going to try and stick his nose up the inside. Yanis almost got it chopped off. But I can tell you what, the fight isn't black and red. The fight's MRC and Black.
Yeah, and that could turn to MRC versus red very, very shortly. Yanis Olbert looking up the inside at Richard Cawthorne at turn 2 at the keyhole. It's one of the most, there's, I think with Yanis Olbert, there is not a sense of desperation. There is that sense of urgency to get through. And at this point on lap 166, you look at the top 7 in GT3 Pro, they're covered by 40 seconds.
That's the thing, and there's not a lot of time at all. The more you spend fighting and trying to race with each other, the more problems you're going to have within the people in around you. Now, this is going to be an exceptional. Lund Nielsen knows he's got to back off here. He has to wait to this straight. Now, is Olbert going to be able to get these guys going into turn 1? It's going to be very, very tight. He's not going to be able to get 2. He got 1, but now he's behind. Now he's got to go again and hope that the guys in red and black do end up catching up with people in a very awkward place. There's a few cars in front, don't get me wrong. GT3 Prams and GT4s are there, but they've got to be very, very careful. And Olbert did suffer a little bit with that management of traffic going into that turn number 1, because he couldn't go on the inside. The door would have shut all day on him, Alex, and he wouldn't have been sitting where he is. He probably would have been off in the gravel.
Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment there, JP. It's just a case of now, red and black are running in formation. MRC chomping at the bit to get past, and that gap has now come down again. Top 3 once again on lap 167. We're about to complete said lap very, very shortly as they make their way through into turn 9 and now enter into Thunder Valley. So we'll have turns 10, then into the left-hander here at 11 before we go into the carousel. But a great run by both Yanis Olbert and Dan Handover here for MRC Endurance, from pretty much down at the bottom end of the GT3 class, the GT3 Pro class, when we started just shy of 4 hours ago, and they are in contention at the moment for the race lead. Olbert was the first out of the 3 to pitted on lap 148. They are all Cawthorne 149, Nielsen taking over from Cicchetto on lap 150. But Ken Coplin has just come into the... Oh, right. The number 18 McLaren of Aspire Competition Now, I think that car has suffered damage because that car, if it was normally in the pit lane, would be in for 32 to 35 seconds. That car has been on its marks for over a minute and a half now. So that says to me possible damage has been suffered. No fast repairs allowed in this series, folks. So however much damage they've got to repair, unfortunately, Ken Copland's got to sit it out.
I can't actually see anything with him. That's the problem. I've got Kenneth Franken, who has done something in the Eagle Speed car. Round he's going to go. Can't see anything there. Morgan Smith has been off the racetrack, but that's in GT4. As far as I'm concerned, he's just entered pit lane. Oh, steady, steady. Stop it, stop it.
Oi, he ended up going back the other way, up the horseshoe, up the keyhole again.
But no, yeah, I can't see any reason. I don't. Is that? Hold on. Are we missing something here? Just checking the penalties. No, that's be far too long. But yeah, this battle's still going. But at the moment, Ken Copland and Aspire pit lane for a while.
Yeah, well, the thing was, the last time they were under investigation was incident 7, and that was probably over an hour ago, and that was with 323 Sim Racing Grid, who got a 30-second stop and hold for an unsafe rejoin. So, if there has been damage sustained through possibly an earlier incident, because they had a 5-second stop and hold for an avoidable collision with Huge Ass Blue at around about 10 to 6 UK time. So that was quite early in the race.
That was a long way ago.
Yeah, it's like within the first hour. So whether they've decided to, if there has been damage sustained to that McLaren through that incident, they probably decided to try and go as long as they can, and then go, well, we're not going to win any trophies, but if we can get that, if there's a further issue, you know, sometimes it can be the case that something goes wrong, and if there has been a technical issue, reference software or hardware, that has caused that car to go into the pits, that could be the other underlying factor. Meantime, we're on lap 170, and the top 3 now covered by just under 0.8 of a second. No surprise, folks, Yannis Albert is the fastest of the 3 of them at the moment in P3. Last time around, he did a 1:21.841. Richard Caulthorpe, 1:21.922. Charlie Lund Nielsen, a 1:22.008. So it's less than 0.13 of a second in terms of actual lap time pace that these drivers are showing. And I'm looking here that, well, Alias de Vries is only 9 and a bit laps into his new stint, because he pitted on lap 160. These drivers are now in their 20th lap of their stint. Actually, for Yannis Albert, it's his 22nd. Caulthorpe on his 21st, and Nielsen now on to his 21st. So we're going to see these drivers pit, I would say, probably the pace they're running, because the pace has increased. The track started to get a little bit cooler. Air temperature 64.4 degrees Fahrenheit, 68 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature. So as Dan Handover said a little bit earlier on to us, JP, that as the track cools, the temperature's lower, the lap times will get quicker.
Yes, I agree. Sorry, I'm so infixed as to what happened here. Excuse me.
Well, okay. So that was Ken Copland coming into pit lane with the Aspire.
Yeah, he said at the end of 165, there was a massive amounts of netcode that's apparently registered 8 minutes of repair on his car. Now, it hasn't registered anything for us, but there it is. Here we go. So this is what happened to them when we couldn't work out why it happened. He's got such a wide berth. Still no contact. Oh, look at the gap.
That was like
At least a 2 meter, meter and a half, 2 meters worth of gap. No wonder they're angry.
yeah, that is very, very odd. That was with one of the huge ass cars as well. It was either gold or black. I've got a feeling it might have been the gold car, possibly. But look, 3 little Audis all in a row, 4/10 apart, folks. 4/10 apart. It's getting a bit too close for my liking at the minute.
Yeah, I think these guys are going to be continuing to fight. It's now what MRCs really want to do. They've only got probably another 12 laps with their before they've got to pit again, I think. So we're going to have to try and see whether or not they're going to be able to hold this, or whether or not they're going to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because they pitted on lap 148, so you add 36 that, yeah, that's 184. So, yeah, probably in the next 11 to 12 laps, depending on what happens. But yeah, the 2 guys at the front of the field, Charlie Nielsen for RPM Racing Black, Red, and Richard Cawthorne for RPM Racing Black, you know, they are playing the numbers game, but Albert knows that he has got the pace. On that particular occasion, the last lap around, he was actually slower than the 2 in front. So I think Richard Cawthorne was just making a little bit of a moment there for himself going through the keyhole at turn 2. So I think he's just trying to follow in Charlie Nielsen's wheel tracks and say, right, Charlie, I'm your rear gunner. But also he wants to make sure that they stay in their respective spots, because it will be, at the minute, an RPM Racing Red and Black 1-2 in the championship standings, and then you've got RPM Racing Blue, who at the minute are still ahead of Huge Ass White, which helps them in terms of making it a 1-2-3 lockout for the RPM Racing eSport RPM Racing team. You know, that'll be a nice little bit of a notch to have on their tomahawk.
Could be 1, 2, 3, 4 with blue, black, and red. Because blue's coming into it again. Now, the incident between Huge Ass and Aspire is under investigation. For me, it can only be one outcome, to be honest.
No further action.
No further action. Massive dose of netcode, because we've literally seen that, and there was loads of room between them. But now we've got back markers coming in to play again. He's going to go for Yanis. What you doing? What you doing? Think. There you go. Hold on to it. Over the right-hander he goes. Round the hairpin. He's going to look and get that run round if he can, and try and go, maybe get him down into turn 4. Going to be a very difficult move, but we'll see how it gets on.
Yeah, I mean, Richard's making a couple of errors now. I mean, particularly at turn 2, and it's not helping him. But now when they go through that back marker traffic, I mean, Charlie's now 9/10 up the road, and he's trying to put cars between himself and Richard, and also between himself and Yanis. So there's this pendulum swing, and that is Stefan Le Guin, isn't it, in the 146 Ferrari Squadra Veloce Bravo, which rounds out the top 3 in the AM side of things. And at the moment, well, RPM Purple still on course to take the W in the race, and more importantly also take the season in the AM side of things. Now, the big question is,
Yes.
GT4, WBM Racing White at the minute
Are in 6th.
They are in 6th, so
they will get 7 points.
which still keeps them 5 behind.
Gold is still in 2nd.
Yeah.
So they will get 18. Talk Freak are 3rd. So for them, they will get 15. And what was Ineos, as we know, but they are down in 8th place now, and they will get 3. So the current standings are Gold, WBM, Talk Freak will be your top 3.
Okay, so what WBM White now need is an absolute miracle. They need to haul tail, so to speak, and move their way up the order. So I think, what was it we were saying, that they need to be, what was it 5th or higher than that in GT4, or was it going to be?
Yeah, they need to be in to 4th, I think it's 4th place for WBM, which would net them 12 points, which would see them tied. If they can get 3rd, great, but at the moment that would put them on a tie with Hugh Just Gold.
And in terms of countback, who would it go to? I think would it be WBM that it would go the way of if it went to countback?
Yeah, we would have to keep an eye and see on that one. I am just looking. There was an announcement about it a little bit earlier on, so I'm on a little bit of a hunt.
Okay, so we have 1 hour and 50 minutes plus change to go, and still things, well, Charlie Lund Nielsen has scarpered. Oh, Yanis Obert nearly went into the back of WBM Racing, I think. He had to avoid, yes it was. Oh, Yanis Obert nearly had a clean up on aisle 3 and a code brown. So he was very, very lucky he nearly did not harpoon into the back of a GT4 car. And now...
it's going to block him in, it's going to block him in.
Oh, Yanis Obert goes for it. 3 wide. GT4 of WBM White to the outside, and Yanis Obert is through for 2nd. Yanis Obert, you lucky, lucky man.
Well,
that
the opportunity was there,
so
mate.
much. Yeah. That could have been so much work. That could have been a really, really bad outcome. Really, really bad outcome if those 3 had come together, because that would have thrown that would have thrown all the hard work of RPM Racing Black, who now will still remain in 2nd in the championship standings, but that would then mean that it wouldn't be 40 points, it would be 47 would be the differential between 1st and 2nd. So Yanis Obert threaded the eye of the needle, and it was like what I was saying earlier, wasn't it? You know, the sense of urgency, and Yanis Obert saw that he was urgent about how he acted, and that was the key thing. And Richard Cawthorne was piggy in the middle. He was like stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he had nowhere to go. And he just thought, right, okay, stay where you are, Richard, stay where you are. And it's just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, he blocked him in. Cawthorne got blocked in by Albert, and that was the thing. Albert literally took advantage of the fact that they couldn't go anywhere. They blocked him in, and that's it. So if it's a tie, the car finishing in front that wins the championship. So in a tie, it's the car finishing in front that wins the championship. Countback goes on last race. So what? Steward's announcement anyway. Steward's decision, stop and go for Aspire for avoidable contact due to their shallow entry to the corner. Net code played a part, but due to angle taken on entry, contact more than likely would have happened. Jeffrey. Oh, come and have a chat down here in the booth, young sir. How did that one come about? I'd be interested to see on that one. Wow, that one come about on there. We're there. Let's see if we can get Mr. Jeffrey in the booth.
Yeah. So, yeah, that is very, very interesting indeed on how that decision has come about. But I'm sure we'll probably have a relevant and logical explanation given to us in due course. But no, Richard Cawthorne is not letting that slide of what's just happened. He's right up the tailpipe of Yanis Obert, and this is now what this has allowed is Charlie Lund Nielsen, with just over an hour and 45 to go here, JP, his lead has now blossomed to a 3-second advantage, and now they've got GT4 and TCR traffic to get through these two. But as I said earlier, Alias de Vries pitted on lap 160, and well, he's on lap 178, so only 18 laps through his stint.
These guys have got to go in again very shortly. But the question is where is the Fries's stop in conjunction with them towards the next set of pit stops? Is it going to be that he's on target, or is he going to be not on target? Jonas Allbair now has got to try and catch up to Charlie Nilsson due to that little bit of fighting, whatever the situation may be. And they've lost a little bit of time. But Pablo Cabrera for Ineos is trying to fight his way back through for Justin Michaela. Let's not forget. God blimey, look at the gaggle of cars down here.
Oh, they're 2x2 raw like Noah's Ark, and that could go horribly wrong at any minute.
Yeah, we got GT3s in there, GT4s, TCRs. They're door banging their way past the TCRs. Cabrera's in there. That GT3 AM is being really patient. That's Michaels there. Preston Michaels in the Sunday Drivers team. I'm surprised he hasn't just kind of gone through, punted his way through and gone for it.
Yeah, I think it's just about just picking your moments now, because you can see there's a little bit of red sky in the air here at Mid-Ohio. Red sky at night, Shepherd's Delight, as they say, JP. Nice little shadow across the circuit. So it's one of those things, really.
Yep, it definitely is. As this racing continues, you can see the 2v2. We've got GT3s, GT4s, TCRs in there. Oh, brother! Oh, dearie me.
Oh, no.
Black is now gone and been it, but it's gone round and Blue's in front. Black is behind Blue.
Black has traded places with Blue.
Yeah, now the bruises come out a little bit earlier. And unfortunately for Black, well, it's all gone wrong. Portfor's now 4.5 seconds away from Blue. Blue's 2.5 seconds away from MRC, and MRC is pulling in that gap over Red by 2.8. So that's come down at the same time. So yeah, and that battle further back, Tyler Agostino is in pit lane now as well. So it's all kind of gone a little bit separated now.
And a bit Pete Tong, as you sometimes like to say.
I do like to say that. I don't know if anybody, probably people might not know who Pete Tong actually is, to be blatantly honest.
It's rhyming slang, folks. Pete Tong, wrong. Yes. Whistle and flute, soup.
Yep. That definitely is, but we've only got 6 people on the lead lap.
Yeah, and one of which he's got a long time to go until his pit stop coming up very soon. Alias de Vries, Mr. Running Solo.
Yeah, he's well out of sync with everybody. 160, he's 11 laps ahead of everybody else, but he is losing time. He's 54 seconds. That's going to be really close to getting in and out, Alex, in front.
Yeah, it's just, you can in some respects find out what the what things could have been. So
yeah, we're going to find out now as these guys continue to battle on here. We're on lap 182. Guys, I think it's time to hear from our sponsors at Trophi.ai.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Okay, guys, that was from our sponsor, Trophi.ai. Don't forget to go and check them out. Trophi.ai with your navigate the track with in-game overlays and voice-guided advice from Mansell AI, your very own voice coach with performance feedback streamed live to your cockpit. You can work on your technique while you drive and get better with every lap. So that's Trophi.ai. Massive shout out to them for sponsoring this season. And much love and look forward to hopefully seeing them again next season as well. It's been a pleasure, as it always is, been up here in the booth. And we continue to crack on and continue to fight our way through what has been an absolutely amazing race so far. 1 minute 41, or 1 hour and 41 seconds remaining here, and as you can see, RPM Racing Red, FTR out in front by only by 2.3 seconds at this moment in time to MRC. RPM Racing Blue is closing in with Black as well, who's just seen make a mistake. Hugh Just White in 5th. In the GT3 Hams, we got RPM Racing Purple FTR with Equipment Geek Racing in 39 seconds back with Squadra Veloce. 1 lap down with Sunday Drivers. In the GT4, the Motor Racing Academy with WORXJSM out in front with Hugh Just Gold. At the moment, it does mean Hugh Just Gold will take the championship. Top Freak Racing by TeamSpeak is 3rd, then Apex Tail Racing AMG is in 4th, and then Hugh Just Black in 5th. TCR's Sim Racing Grid Phantom with TSR Esports, the only 2 on the lead lap. Then we've got Yacht, Hugh Just Blue, and the Apex is Racing, Apex is Lava Tail Racing Civic in behind that. As Mr. Goldsmith back in the booth with us.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice run through there, Mr. JP.
I know. It's just amazing what experience brings when you've been doing this a while, isn't it, sir?
It is indeed. It is indeed. It's nice when you're able to give a little bit of a rundown of who's where, but yeah, not that far away. Just under 10 minutes to go until 1 hour and 30 minutes remaining on the time. We've still got a bit of GT4 and TCR action heading through into turn number 1. There's Jason Hightower in the Apex's Lava Racing AMG car. Closing in on Georg Gruber in the 281 car. Talk Freak Racing by TeamSpeak. So that battle for P3 still very much well, we got 3 close battles here in GT4. So Gruber versus Hightower, Darby versus Dime, Michaela versus Cabrera. So that is 3rd, 5th, and 7th, all being contested, and the gaps are next to nothing between the trio of warring parties, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to continue this one as well. Parker Diamond, that Michael Darby side by side. They're going into the left-hander at the moment. This is through turn number 5, up through the S's of 6. So they're fine as they are. They keep going at the moment. No real dramas. Gruber and Hightower, though, side by side.
Yeah. Oh, and a mistake there from Gruber. And round the outside, tries to go Hightower. And they've got the Sunday Drivers, McLaren, right behind them. Preston Michaels behind the wheel of that car. They come out of the final corner down the start-finish straight. And this is going to be really, really close. Gruber's got Hightower breathing all over the back of his rear wing through turn 1. Then it's the short run up the hill here to the keyhole. And Preston Michaels makes it 3 wide. The McLaren gets round the outside. Hightower nearly had the opportunity given to him on a silver platter. And he has. And they nearly rub Pate. And more to the point, it's just the case they're going to be wheel to wheel on the run down into turn 3. And Gruber is on the outside. Hightower's going to try and make it stick through into turn 4. And Gruber was later on the brakes, but Hightower still keeps it pinned to the inside. And Gruber still late on the brakes into T5. Thank you very much. I'll take that one, he says.
Yeah, Gruber got that one. Hassled Hightower. Called for, got his pass. Yeah, Olbert's in the pits up way. Sorry, I was a little bit confused as to how that all panned out. Then we got Georg Gruber. We've still got Hightower tucked right behind us, and Michael Darby and Parker Dime in behind that, and Paolo Cabrera and Justin Michaela. So still 3 actions in GT4 now. So we'll play and see how this one goes here as well. So let's keep an eye out on the action and see what comes out of it, Alex.
Yeah, and folks, still a lot to go in this race. And now Charlie Lund Nielsen has a 10-second advantage because now Janis Orbert has pitted, and then now Daniel Handover is going to be in for the last couple of stints. Alias de Vries still on his 25th lap of his stint, so probably say lap anywhere between. Well, Charlie Lund Nielsen now pits, so 32 laps. 32 laps, I think. Wasn't it? Or was it? No, it's 36. 36 on the button for Charlie Lund Nielsen.
Yep.
Richard Cawthorne, 37 laps that time. Because they pitted a lap earlier, let's not forget.
Brees is a
And
long
here
way back,
is-
mate. He's too far.
Yeah, well, the thing is, Alias de Vries, his times haven't been consistent. That's the thing. If they were in the
Where's he going to make this? Hold on. Hold on.
This-
It's got... I don't know if this is a good outlap, Alex. I think this is what I'm afraid of. I don't know if this is a good enough outlap because they're literally on their way out of pit lane now. He's too far back. He might get black. He might get blue. But he ain't going to get red. Nope. Got stuck behind traffic on that outlap. Did Dan Handover. And Tom Chichetto is up the road by about 3.5 seconds. So 7/10 more, maybe a little bit more than that, maybe a second more than it was when he come into pit lane.
Yeah, it's just one of those things whereby it's those law of averages, and Alias de Vries, he's now running 22.8s. I mean, if he was running a second quicker, it's more okay. If he was running a second quicker, I could understand it. But when you are seeing Mikola, Handover, Chichetto, they've been quicker than de Vries at times. De Vries, okay, his best lap has been a mid 121.2 at best, but he's running solo. So what he's having to do, he's now done nearly 4.5 hours, folks. So chapeau of the night goes to Alias de Vries for running solo.
Hold on, how long's he been going? Don't forget he had practice and also qualifying.
Yes, but I'm talking about race distance only at the moment.
How long have we been going for then?
We've been going for, we're coming up to 4.5 hours in about 4 minutes.
Oh, blimey.
This race has flown by.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree with you. It's been absolutely crazy how quick it's actually gone. So, yeah, amazing. So fair play to you.
But then, what was it? You had qualifying. I don't know how long that was. You then had the 2 hour,
45 minutes. They all get
45 minutes. So
they all get 15 minutes.
Yeah, so they all get 15 minutes. So that's 4 hours 45. You've then got the 2 hour practice sessions as well, haven't you? Earlier on in the day.
Yeah, because there's one that runs from I think it's 2 to half 3.
It was like two. It was like
2
two.
to
Well,
half
it was a
3.
2 hour session. So it's running from like 1:30 until 3:30 or something like that. Then there was another practice session after that for other drivers that may not have made it. So we could be looking at a person who has been behind the wheel of a sim rig, folks, for probably close to 7 hours. It'll be nearer 9. It'll probably be like 9.5 by the time he's.
Yeah. He's going to be in there for a while, won't he? Let's just put it that way. But Alias de Vries on. So there we go.
We're just having a giggle because we're actually sending WhatsApps to each other at the moment as well. No. I'm just saying that people say we can't multitask. That's what I'm saying.
can.
Multitasking.
We're trying to we're arranging breaks and then
Yeah, exactly.
me running to grab a drink. But there we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Lots of action still taking place in this situation. Pablo Cabrera in the GT4 Ineos. Yeah, he needs a safety car, but he ain't getting it at the moment.
Yeah, but I don't think we've gotten any closer to what is it? There's a certain window, isn't it, with regards to safety cars. I think it was like say
Not in the last 10 minutes.
No, not in the last 10 minutes, but then when we had a spate of incidents like rapidly happening, and then it took one that just threw it over the edge, and that was just as we were hitting half time, weren't we?
Yeah.
So like an hour, 90, just over 90 minutes ago, and then we had the waiver rounds, which it was so like when you were asking the questions, and I was actually able to look at the sporting regs and go like, class leaders didn't get a waiver round, but everyone else did, and then we had the emergency fuel situation.
Yeah, and that caused a bit of a drama.
In OCC Sports GT4.
Yeah, because people sort of...
That was it. Because, I mean, it was like when they said, 6 seconds for... Okay, fine. You know, like 5 to 10 seconds, fine, not a problem at all. It said 6 seconds in the sporting regs, and they were in the pit lane for a little bit longer than 6 seconds, which added to it, I think it was like 41 or 42 seconds, and they copped a stop-go 60 plus an additional 35 seconds for every second over. So they thought, oh, we can do a full service. No, the pit lane was closed.
Painful.
I know.
Painful penalty. I tell you, absolutely painful penalty. But there we go. You don't read the rules, or you break the rules, you end up getting your fingers burnt, as my mum always says. Crouch and Crouch and Barrow. These are Pro and Am. Crouch being the Am, Baronevo being the Pros. So although this looks fun and a nice little battle, they are Pro and Am. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting fight. But Crouch second in Ams.
Yeah, well, both the 275 and the 74, both from the same team, have been through the ringer tonight. You know, because 74 got the drive-through, or the, as we like to call it, JP, the trundle of shame down the pit lane.
More or less like the walk of shame in the morning, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Oh God, no! That whenever I say the trundle of shame down the pit lane, this is like the walk of shame in the morning. Like we always, with you and I, whenever we're in the box together, we always end up on that tangent, and I just go like, it'd be like, it's a running gag.
I don't know why. You know what I mean? It's one of the things, but it is. The drive-through is just like you want to hope that we don't see it, because otherwise it's on YouTube forever. Or for I don't know, for however long JPB's going, whatever the situation may be. But what I'm saying is like, you know, everybody's going to see it, and then of course, you know, it's like the walk of shame where you're walking up the street and open your heads down and nobody's seeing you because you got drunk and slept in a park bench because you couldn't find your way home or something.
Or in a bush.
Or in a bush, yeah. Maybe in a bush to use the leaves to keep warm. I don't know. Whatever. Not that I've ever been there before at all. No, I'm innocent. You know, and that's the thing, isn't it? I think that's the problem with it, because everybody's going to see it. You want to avoid a drive-through if you can. Don't get them. They're naughty, and you will be blasted on YouTube. So there we go. And if you're really lucky, I might get you a YouTube short clipped of you driving down the pit lane tomorrow.
Yeah, we just call it the trundle of shame down the pit lane compilation, with some really, really dodgy elevator music to accompany it.
Yes. Or some Benny Hill music.
Yeah, if you can find the parody jingle that doesn't get you hit with a copyright.
Oh, don't even talk to me about them.
Oh mate, I know about it as well, so I feel your pain. I tell
you, slightest little sneeze out of place, and before you know it, I'm in the naughty books. Well, there we go. 1 hour 27. Sorry if we've been off on a little bit of a tangent there, guys, but we're keeping an eye on the battles and trying to work out times and stuff here, and not a lot is actually breaking out. As I said, this is a pro-am fight going on, and Baronuevo has just gone through, and this is a class fight, but for 7th and 8th from Ineos and Michaela. So a lot taking place on that one. I'll tell you what we're going to do, guys. While we bring Tom Cairns into the booth, we'll hear from Trophi.ai, our sponsor for this series.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
While the sun continues to set here at the final round of the Trophi.ai FTR Endurance Championship here at Mid-Ohio, as you join Alex Goldschmidt and welcome into the booth Tom Cairns. Tom, good to have you alongside us in the booth. Been a lot of action happening, and good for you to join James in the next few moments to take us home to the checkered and to speak to some of our drivers post-race. But it's been a good one so far. Multi-class racing is what we all love here in the world of sim racing, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. And Mid-Ohio, with it being a permanent racetrack as well, not one of the street circuits like we saw in Belle Isle, which this championship had competed at earlier in the season. But yeah, it's a brilliant track, is Mid-Ohio. I do like the layout of it. I like the undulation, like we've just seen Justin Michaela go through in the for the Trios Racing team. But it's been some form of race so far. We did have a safety car intervention about 15 minutes before the halfway point in this race. It seems like they've all settled in. We've not had too many retirements. I think we've only had 4 since the race had started.
Yeah, those 4 retirements. Ken Copeland for Aspire Competition. The fabulous Ford Skin Racing number 69 Mustang retired on lap 102. The Apex is Lava Racing Elantra, which was caught up in the in an earlier collision, which actually, funny enough, included the number 69 GT3 Pro entry, and then DDK by Eagle Speed Academy retired on lap number 42. So we still have 30 of the 34 runners and riders. At the moment, it is Tom Cicchetto for RPM Racing Red leading the way on lap 195 with an hour and 24 and a half minutes remaining on the timer. He's ahead of Daniel Handover, who takes over for Yanis Albert for the MRC Endurance team. They have had a Cinderella story style race. Dan Handover, the head of operations for Trophi.ai, started practicing for this event as a last-minute shoe-in this past Tuesday, and they're only 5.5 seconds behind the race leaders. Then it's RPM Racing Blues, Jaakko Mikkola from Finland, rounding out the top 3. Patrick Gannon now behind the wheel of the RPM Racing Black car, which rounds out the top 4, and Alias de Vries, who has still a few more laps to go on a 6th stint in this race. Alias de Vries is running solo at the moment for Veraco Esports Team Amber. And at the moment, with regards to the GT3 Pro classification, RPM Racing Red on 265 points are set to take the title at this stage of the championship. RPM Racing Black now find themselves down in 4th position, so that is going to still keep them 2nd in the championship standings. RPM Racing Blue will at the moment stay ahead of Huge Ass White, who ran out the top 6, so it's a top 5 Audi meritocracy in GT3 Pro. GT3 AM, however, it is led by Woking's finest, courtesy of Carl Mundell and the 185 Equipment Geek Racing McLaren 720S. Then it's the RPM Racing Purple Porsche. Rat Crouch behind the wheel of the 111 car that currently runs P9 overall. Jelle Verstraete now back behind the wheel of the Squadra Veloce Bravo by Eagle Ferrari 296, and then Chris Zofer behind the wheel of the 113 McLaren 720S that rounds out the 4 runners in GT3 AM. Alex Klenk for Huge Ass Gold leads the way in GT4 as the Motor Racing Academy number 209 now has come out of the pits. Greg Hubler looks to be taking that pretty much nigh on to the checkered, sharing driving duties with the man known as the Flying Dutchman, Luciano Vitvoet. They are running 1st and 2nd respectively, so Klenk against Hubler. David Barraclough for Talk Freak Racing by TeamSpeak runs P3. ahead of Jason Hightower for the Apex's Lava Racing AMG crew, with WBM White running P5 in GT4. They've got Gillian Carces behind the wheel of that car. Then we go to TCR Sim Racing Grid Phantom lead the way with Ian Bertolucci from Brazil behind the wheel of the Hyundai Elantra NTCR, and is ahead of the the Sim Racing Collective Esports contingent piloting the 399 Honda Civic. Then it's Yacht with Fouad Rijlet from the USA in the 387 Hyundai. Tyler Agostino pilots currently in the huge ass blue Honda Civic, the 337, with the Apex's Lava Racing Civic. Patrick Elgstrand, the number 383 from Sweden, rounds out the top 5. But one of the good things we're seeing here, Tom, is we're seeing that daytime to nighttime transition. Headlights are ablaze, and this is where the drivers that have been put in for this stint are really going to help to, gather their senses a little bit with the light fading, with the headlights ablaze, of course. Braking markers, apex navigation becomes a different skill set altogether, doesn't it?
Yeah, and the lights fading throws another dynamic into the race itself compared to how they've all been going on during the daytime. So I'm sure the RPM teams in GT3 Pro know that too well, given the fact that they're still on the lead lap, the top 6. I've just been looking on the strategy side of things involving those top runners. The driver or team that have pitted in the least recent has to be Alice De Vries for the Foreco Esports Team Amber Squad. They pitted on lap 160 compared to those who just pitted in 12 to 15 laps ago. So I wonder how long it'll be before he pits in. So my understanding, they've done 5 pit stops each, those in GT3 Pro, or at least most of them have anyway. So we've got another pit stop at least to come.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is with Alice De Vries, he's running solo in that car. And, of course, we had the full course yellow, which brought out the safety car for a significant amount of time whilst we had the wave around. So Alice De Vries was very much on fuel-saving mode and using the 3000 IQ Strat. So I think if we get to... I mean, if it's a normal stint for Alice De Vries, who's now running in the low 121.8s, he's been using backmarker traffic and also... because he's done pretty much all the work behind the wheel. If that driver gets to lap 200 to 201 and manages to keep that strategy going, there could be a little bit of a fly in the ointment. And with that, well, folks, it's been an absolute pleasure being in the booth alongside James Parfitt and Tom Cairns. So, JP, I'm going to sign off for now. Thank you very much once again, and I'm going to keep an eye on what happens in this race. It's rather intriguing.
It definitely is. We're going to find out now as well. Much love to you, Mr. Goldschmidt. I will catch up with you soon, no doubt. Have a good one. That's going to leave myself, JB, and Mr. Tom Cairns in the booth for the final hour and 20 minutes. So we'll try and give you some up-to-date maths very, very shortly. And we'll keep an eye out on that one. I think this one's going to be a very good, interesting closing finish off to this event here as well. Steve Parker Hamilton, let's go MRC in YouTube chat as well. He is currently Dan Hanover, 5.2 seconds away here. Tom, action all the way through, and I think it's going to be whether or not MRC can catch FTR Red.
Well, we had that safety car intervention, as Alex rightly mentioned, which put a stoppage to things for about 10 minutes before we went green flag racing again. But the drivers seem to have settled into the race. The top 6 in GT3 Pro on the same lead lap. So still plenty of time. We get another safety car intervention now. That's going to make things all the more interesting heading in towards the final hour of this race. We're on lap number 200. We are seeing a pit stop. We just saw it down at the Equipment Geek Racing Squad. Kyle Mundell replacing the seat now by Brian Fratian. Who is, well, it's a Canadian being replaced by an American in the McLaren, the 185, and so he'll be looking to go as far as he can. They'll probably do another pit stop before this race is over.
Yeah, probably will do. Just tallied up the totals for GT4s. WBM White on 82, Huge Ass Gold on 92, Talk Freak on 77, that's going to be the top three. And then we've got Ineos on 62. So at the moment, You Just Gold is leading the way in the GT4s. Ineos in pit lane, still holding on. They've now gone to 8th place, which at the moment scores them 3 points. So they've actually gone down to 60. So yeah, tough for them one. In the TCRs, Phantom out in front, TSRC in second place, and then Yacht, then You Just Blue, Apex Lava as well. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix is down in 8th place at the moment. They will score 3 points, so it's going to be 93 to 96 just there from Phantom. In third place at the moment, we've got Tail Racing Elantra, which are currently out in the TCRs, so it doesn't look like Tail Racing Elantra is going to score any more points on that one, and then that will leave Hujas Yellow sitting in the prime spot for third, and they are currently in 6th place, so they will score 7 points, and it's going to be by 2 over Tail Racing Elantra. Still all to play for in a couple of the rounds, the GT4 and TCRs. But at the moment, Phoenix is winning the TCR. WBM White are not going to win the GT4. It will be Hujas Gold, Tom.
Yeah, so just been trying to keep up with all the permutations, if you want to call them, as well as the standings that were before the race had started. But yes, a lot can still change. I mean, there's still a good battle between the likes of the TCRs of Phoenix and Phantom. Phantom down in 8th position, as you mentioned. Or they're at the top, actually. Phoenix are down in 8th. So it's going to be very close in that respective category right to the very end. It just depends on whether Phoenix can just move up the order a little bit, then it'll be even closer.
Definitely will. Just going to tally up the GT3s, who just White are in 5th place at the moment. So they're going to score 28. RPM Racing Blue are in 3rd. They're going to score 38. So it's looking like an RPM Racing Red, Black and Blue. No, they won't, because White will grab 3rd. White will grab 3rd on 154, while Blue will be on 152. So at the moment, it's RPM Racing Red, RPM Racing Black, and then Hujas White in that order. And in the AMs, it's RPM Racing Purple will grab 1st place, and then it will be Eagle Speed Cat Esports G will get 2nd, and then ART Sim Racing 2, which is, I believe they changed over to Squadron Veloce 2, will grab 3rd place on 66. So lots of battles and championships still to fight for. The GT4 still slightly up for grabs, depending on what WBM White can do. But at the moment, it's all looking like we've got our winners settled in here, Tom, and we've got an hour and 13 minutes to go.
Yep, so the red squad of RPM Race have won 3 races this season and looking to make it 4 from 6. They've been absolutely fantastic throughout the championship. We're looking at Tom Chiquetto, who's in that RPM Red Racing FTR machine. He may only be 4 seconds in front, but he does look content, doesn't he?
Yeah, but he's coming down. It was 5.2 last time, so he needs to be a little bit smart and a little bit savvy on what's going on in and around him at the moment. You can see Handover there was quicker, 3 attempts, quicker a second on 200. So he's got to be a little bit clever about what's coming on, because it is coming down from this group. So Handover slowly pulling time in. Whether or not it's going to be able to be enough, that's going to be the question, I think, for us up here in the booth will be whether or not the MRC can catch them and take the victory. So we'll have to see how this one goes on that one beforehand. In the overalls at the moment, we've lost Aspire, Fabulous Fordski in the Apex is Lava Tail Racing, and DDK by Eagle, who were out a long time ago. So keeping it fresh, keeping it clean, and hopefully more of these teams will be able to get to the end.
Yeah. Well, just looking at the AM of GT3, the Purple squad have won the last 3. And so in terms of their situation in the championship, just looking at it carefully, they are right at the top with 90 points. So they'll comfortably take the honours there, no question.
Yeah, they definitely will. They've not got a challenger at all. No Eagle Speed G or ART Sim Racing 2. So there we go. Former Tanzo, yes, Mr. Hamilton, I know you are. Former GR86 Tanzo driver, absolutely. So there we go. Let's keep an eye and see how we get on. We got Dylan van Zwigenhoven in pit lane at the moment for the Eagle Speed Academy Sports B team. That's one of the things we will keep out for. Gap up front gone back out to 5.56. As always, it's coming down and it's extending not long after.
So Van Zwigenhoven in the pit lane. I don't know if they'll make a switch. I don't think they did they, in that pit stop of Eagle Speed Academy? So it looks like Van Zwigenhoven has continued on his way down at the back out of all those in GT4. So he's got some work to do. We've just seen Handover fighting his way through the traffic a little bit there. Almost like went right down the middle. Almost got boxed in when you look at it. But he got through it absolutely fine, no question, for the MRC Endurance team, who on merit have got themselves up into second position and making the RPM teams, both, well, all of red, blue and black, make a bit of a job of it so far, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. You know, it's always the way, isn't it? Black obviously had their own mistakes earlier on, and as Costum would call for spinning, I believe, behind the wheel at the time before it was handed over to Gannon. Blues had a fairly consistent race, no real massive dramas for them. I think that's the thing. There was talk of Alias de Vries and this pit stop cycle going on for the Viraco team. Lars pitted on lap 186. They can go about 36 laps. 86, 96, 206, 216, maybe for Alias de Vries, but still I think he's too far away to be able to jump up into the lead three, I think, on that one.
There's de Vries running in 6th position, both in class and in overall, still on the lead lap, although the leader will be coming up shortly behind him. So de Vries may want to just get on with this a little bit in case we do get a safety car intervention, because I don't think you can get back on the lead lap if you're a lap down on the leader. So de Vries will just need to be wary of that, because the lap times we have been seeing throughout the race have been 1 minute 20s or 1 minute 21s. I think mainly the 121s or 22s in recent laps. So he's probably about 5 seconds in terms of a road gap ahead of the leader. He's 1 minute 70 behind.
Yeah, he's going to be close, because he's literally, there's the leader there, which is in turn 4, and you got Alias de Vries just literally up the road, so it isn't going to be long, I think, until de Vries is ending up a lap down. I think, although we got excited earlier on about the wonderful way that they had their pit lane strategy going, I think, unfortunately, it might have been costing, but let's not forget, the kid is driving solo here, Tom. I wouldn't want to be in. He's probably been in the car for nearly 5 hours, if not longer. I think by now I'd be, well, to be honest, I lasted about 2 hours before I needed a wee. So I think Alice de Vries, unless he's not drinking and that, I think he may need a toilet break after this.
Well, he may well do, but he's only been in the pits. Well, the last time he was in the pits was on lap 200, whereas those at the head of the pack have been in since, like, well, the last pit stop was like 184, 185 and 186. So if he's going to need a toilet break, well, this is perhaps not the best time to be having it. We've got an off track as well from the timing tower, although that's gone away very, very quickly. But yeah, de Vries, he may. I don't want to push him too much, because, you know, it's a long race and, you know, it's a very, very enduring one for the drivers. It does physically take its toll on you, but de Vries does need to just get a move on a little bit for when his driving partner gets in the car later.
He hasn't got one. He's solo.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's what we mean. He's solo. That's why he's doing the whole 6 hours solo. So I think for de Vries just to be able to get this far without nipping off needing a toilet is probably not a bad thing for him. So big props to him for driving 6 hours solo. Let me know in YouTube chat if anybody else can manage it. Just to be honest, I couldn't. I barely go 2 hours on comms before needing the loo, blatantly. So there we go. But we'll keep an eye and see how he does here, as we're on board with him now going into turn 1, a left-hander in front of us is a TCR. That is Williams in the TCR. Ben Williams easily dispatched. We've now got a TCR and Baravanavo further up the road, and that TCR is Agostino, who is in the huge ass blue car. So action still hopefully going to be happening. We can get these cars back together in their multi-final pit stops, see where everybody's at, Tom, and hopefully we'll get a few battles at the end.
Yeah, well, if De Vries may have to hope for a safety car, so when the pack bunches up behind the safety car, that could be when it can just nip to the loo and for a quick slash or whatever. But
I don't know how he's going to do that, because he's got to roll, isn't he? He's got to drive under the safety car. I'll be interested to see if he manages that one. He's got to do it in the pit box, hasn't he?
Well, if he does it, when he heads for the pit lane, gets the fuel in or whatever, he can very quickly just nip to the loo that way. That'd be my strategy if I was in his position.
To be honest, Tom, I'd never put myself in this position. I think that was the thing. It would drive me absolutely bonkers to be in this position and of needing the loo going solo. But again, let us know, YouTube chat, how long have you driven here solo beforehand, and what's the longest you have driven? The car's fairly spread out at this moment in time. You see on the timing tower, it's a very Audi dominated and led top 4 in the GT3 Pros, with the huge ass yellow being the only Ford there of Giovanni Romano. He's up the road a little bit there. And then we've got Ineos and Backmarker Razzle Dazzle are 2 laps down. Racing Purple have lapped Squadron Veloce and Sunday Drivers, and Equipment Geek are the only team on the lead lap there, led by Brian Fratian on that one. In the GT4s, we don't actually hit a lap down until further on down the order, which is Ineos Esports. That was due to their 90-second stop and hold for pit lane infringements, where they could only fill up for 6 seconds and for emergency fuel to make the safety car, but they took a full service, so they copped a 60-second penalty and a 35-second added penalty, which was what their pit stop length was. So unfortunately, they're down with WBM, Treehouse and Eagle Speed. TCR, you can see Phantom TSRC on the lead lap. Apex is Lava, huge ass yellow. What actually happened to Logan McKenzie in that Phoenix car? How did Phoenix end up so far back?
Well, it's unlike where Phoenix would be in this race compared to what we've seen from them in previous rounds. So I would be interested to know what happened to whether it was McKenzie or whether it would be the driving partner of McKenzie within that team that had made a mistake earlier on.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Well, whilst you're looking on that, James, I'll keep an eye on the action itself. So we've got 1 hour and 4 minutes remaining, just under that, to go on lap 210. So we're probably going to get around about at least 40 more laps, maybe about 41 or 42, unless we get a safety car intervention between now and the checkered flag. But Mackenzie running in 8th position in class and hoping to just catch up a little bit to the likes of Fun Wheel Drive, Huge Ass Blue and Huge Ass Yellow. We've got a pit stop over at TSRC Esports. Andrew Pike has come in, and that is the team's 4th pit stop of the race. And I don't know whether he's taken over from someone or whether he's getting out and allowing the driving partner, Andrew Pike, for TSRC.
Still going. Yeah, not changed over on that one for Andrew Pike. So he's still going. We've got a handover, is got Makola from Blue, not too far away. In fact, they're very, very close going through the final corner. Then backmarkers, or just to say, not really backmarkers, the slower cars are in front. BMW for GT4 and the Audi TCR. And now the battle's going to be on here for MLC, or the panic will be for Makola, I think, trying to make sure he goes through when the MLC boys do.
Well, Makola right up behind the MRC Endurance team car that is currently in the hands of Daniel Handover. This is going to be an intensifying battle here for the honours of finishing 2nd in the class and overall. So hopefully these two will keep it clean. I think if there's a time to make it more of an attack, perhaps now is a good time. But they're still trying to navigate through back markers at the moment. We've lost 3 cars from the GT3 Pro. We've lost Aspire competition. We've lost Fabulous Ford Skin Racing, and we've lost the Eagle Speed Academy car. So we lost a McLaren, a Ford, and a Porsche in that respect. But Mikola, I think, just made a mistake somewhat on this lap. I don't know whether he had to correct an oversteer or
Traffic.
something.
No,
Yeah.
traffic. He got stuck behind the traffic going in through Thunder Valley. So unfortunately, he lost a little bit of time. However, that is a mistake. He's gone way too deep on that one. He's opened up the corner, but unfortunately, it looks a little bit too deep on that one. Come on, Dan. There's Steve at YouTube chat there as well. Dan's still what? Where are you, Dan? Where is he? Dan handover for MLC. They're sitting in second place.
Yeah, we were just looking at him as you were trying to look on the timing tower. But yes, he is in second place for MRC. There is handover. He's just hold up Mikola, who, as you mentioned, got held up by back markers. Well, the likelihood is that they're going to be held up by back markers a whole lot more, because there's about a gaggle of 7 or 8 that you can just see handover going past the first of them.
Yeah, the leader has cleared them. Tom Shadow. He's got a few more cars. There's Tom at the front. There's Mikola. There is handover. He's going to try and wiggle his way through. Not the most easiest place. Get the inside line. Scares the TSRC TCR. Yeah, TCR's not too impressed. We've just had a flash of the lights, and that's due to the fact that handover has just literally scared us and made us move out the way for the MLC, but he kind of had to there, I think. Tom, there was a little bit of an urgency to have to make that overtake so we can put Mikola a couple of seconds behind him, which is what he has done.
Well, it was a bit of a risk doing it in turn 9 through Thunder Valley, but it paid off in the end. You could just see the gap bridged out more and more. We're going to get a replay of Martin Pearson, who we believe has had a bit of a moment here. What has he done here? He just carried too much speed, didn't he?
Yeah, onto the marbles. And then, unfortunately for Martin Pearson, around he goes, drops down to 8th in class, 9th overall. So, there you go on that one. Right, they had an incident, Phantom Phoenix did, on lap 106 for them, which was a long old time ago, because they're on lap number 191. So a long time ago. They had their incident. It put them all the way down the order, unfortunately. I'm going to try and hunt back and see where I can find that. So, but yeah, they've had a little bit of a drama.
So we're going to get a...
I'm hoping to, Tom. I'm hoping to.
So this is what you were finding from what we spoke about a few minutes ago with Mackenzie here. Did he get a tap? Oh, yeah, he does get a tap.
He did.
Yeah.
Because this is his rejoin.
It's his rejoin, yeah. He'll have taken damage. Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, that was a dangerous rejoin there from Mackenzie, unfortunately. But yeah, that will have hurt the car's steering, I would imagine. It's fine now because he'll have pitted to get the repairs done, but it has left him with more work to do than he had hoped.
Yeah, it did. And that one, miscommunication whether or not the track was clear after the spin is what damaged them. So that was the contact they had after that. Hightower has got Barraclough from Talk Freak closing in. That's also Equipment Geek racing in front of them. And Equipment Geek's just about to clear us and go through. But Talk Freak there, chasing down Hightower, Apex of Lava, Tower Racing AMG. Battle further down, Ben Williams and Tyler Agostino in the TCRs is a closer battle. Fun Wheel Drive and Huge Ass Blue here. TCRs, they've had their moments, but, you know, they've not been too bad today.
No, I wouldn't say they've had too bad of a day. Only they've got 2 drivers on the lead lap to each other. Looking at how many laps they are behind compared to the GT3 Pros, if you have a look at it, they're just on the 214th lap of the race, the RPM Racing Red squad, whereas the TCRs, well, the leader is on his 196. So, but on a track like this, they've not done too bad of a job.
No, definitely not. I think that's the thing. Slowest class is always the hardest class because you've got to manage traffic and, well, it's constantly coming past you. Once you get lap once, you generally get maybe a lap 2 laps break, I guess, generally, before you start getting lapped every lap. That's the thing. You generally see a faster car every single lap after that because they're also spread out across the racetrack. We have broken into the last hour. The last hour, RBM Racing Red, FTR out in front by 4.8. Purple in front by in AMS by 31 seconds. So that's the 2 championships wrapped up in Pro and AMS. The Motor Racing Academy is ahead of Hugh Just Gold, who at the moment is going to wrap up the championship in GT4s. Sim Racing Grid Phantom is leading, but they still lose the championship to Sim Race Grid Phoenix. So, yeah, Dan McFarlane's group still managed to hold on and still take the championship despite being 2 laps down.
As Williams goes through there on Tyler Agostino, and just looking at Mackenzie's lap times, because he's the next driver in the class behind these two. His lap time was 0.6 faster, but the lap before it was at least a second quicker than these two had managed. So you can just tell that Mackenzie's closing down the gap a little, despite the fact that they've been trying to get out of the way of the faster cars. And you can just see there, who's that that's just trying, it looks like a Freedom Racing car that's just trying to go through there. Look at the Merc who
Julian Carissus from WBM.
Yeah, so he's had to wait behind a little bit before he got by, unless he's dropped back a bit now. But it'll hurt his cause somewhat. But Williams put off a brilliant overtake on Agostino to go through into 6th place in the TCR class. And I just wonder where we're going to see more battles like right now. Just looking at the gaps between each car, the closest battle was obviously what we've seen here, but also in GT4, there's a battle going on for 3rd place between Jason Hightower in the 210 Apex's Lava Tail Racing Squad and David Barrowclough for the Torque Freak Racing by Team Sports. So that battle is coming alive again, as you can see in your picture.
Yeah, just starting to come back together is Barrowclough and Hightower. So we'll have to keep an eye and see whether or not this gap comes down. It's been down below a second, but at the moment, it's down to 0.6. So it is coming down quite rapidly for Barrowclough's point of view. He's managing to close in on the Tower Racing car. So see how this one pans out. Coming into the last 54 minutes. And the question will be, on 186, they've got 36 laps, 86, 96, 106, 116, 117. Leaders are going to start coming in soon, I think. For GT3, what should be generally, I think, their final lap.
Well, I was just looking at the number of pit stops they've done, the GT3 Pros, and the last lap they've done. You're probably looking at something like 36, 37 laps on average.
Yeah, that's all they can get done.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be too long before we start seeing the RPM cars coming in, as well as the MRC Endurance team. Bearing in mind, they're all with the same car manufacturer. They're all in the same car as those. But it'll be an opportunity for De Vries to try and get back some of the gap he'll have lost from making a pit stop more recently.
Yeah, just going to try and do some lap time calculations, seeing if they're going to be able to have enough fuel. How long's 36 laps going to take them? A minute 21 as an average. We'll find out whether or not they can get this done in time.
Well, you're talking 48 minutes approx, James, if you consider that, 1 minute 20, a third of 36 is 12. So if you add 12 on top of the 36, then you've got your 48 minutes. So that's what they need for their last stint at most.
Yeah, Miguel Santos has unfortunately crashed. That is the Ineos FTR GT3. They are 8th in class. Oh, bro, you ain't going to dive up there, are you? Oh, you are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not a good spot. All on
Well,
here.
certainly wasn't. Well, it wasn't his corner for starters, was it? It was too far back to try and make that overtake there, so he's lost time. Unfortunately, there has Mr. Santos, who's been running in 8th position for the Inosis FTR GT3 team. I'm just looking at the lap times actually, because the MRC Endurance team have posted their best lap of the race so far, one at 20.8. Not on the last lap, they've just done the lap before that. So you can tell that they're coming alive a little bit there, hence why the gap has come down to 3.1 seconds. Dan Handover absolutely flying. He seems to be liking the conditions. The track temperature has dropped, as you can imagine. The floodlights are coming ablaze more and more and more. So we're not far away from pit stops happening for their last ones, but it just depends who can go the longest, because they will be on better tyres when they come out compared to those maybe pitting in 2 or 3 laps sooner.
Yeah, well, it's all going to be on whether or not they're going to be able to get to the end. If they can pit and give themselves 48, as you said, 48 minutes of fuel, then they might be able to get to the end of the race. If they can't do that, then they're going to be in trouble. So, you know, we'll be keeping an eye on whether or not there's going to be people running out of fuel, whether or not they're going to end up having to splash and dash at the end, whatever the situation will be, and whether or not they're going to be able to be there. That's the thing, I think, for most of these. It's whether or not they can be able to get this done as they're going 3 wide, MRC, GT4 and the Audi. Ooh, both of them making through there nice and cleanly.
Yeah, that was very nearly in tears there for Dan Handover. That would have frightened him a little bit or spooked him somewhat. But he got through, went to the left of both the GT4 I think it was the GT4.
Yeah, GT4 GCR.
Yeah, so that he had to not slalom his way through, but he had to go completely to the left past the pair of them to pull off a double overtake. But yeah, he is through nevertheless. But he's got the gap down to 2 seconds. He's absolutely coming of age now. Is Dan Handover closing in on Tom Chiquetto. He took out nearly half a second of his margin on the last lap alone, and it's no wonder he's closing in on him all the time as the minutes continue to tick down. So we're not far away from the final round of pit stops in GT3 Pro for all these guys, and it looks sewn up at the moment for Racing Purple as far as this race is concerned, certainly for GT4 and TCR. Well, you can see the gap between Phantom and TSRC is a minute. But if you remember, TSRC did make a pit stop whilst I've been on there, whereas Phantom hadn't. So it will be interesting to see how much time Phantom lose when they next come in, and that may put together a race to the flag.
They pitted on 197. They're only on 200, so they're going to go to the end of the race.
Okay, so
that is in for the Blues. FTR Blue, that's the first ones to come into pit lane. We said it's going to be 48 minutes. That's what they've got. Another 3 temps pulled out by Handover over Chicheto. So that's another 3 temps. The gap's coming down to 2.1. Barraclough and Hightower now coming into that darkness area of the night here. It's currently 8:15 in the evening. 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Dry, no chance of rain. There's our leader. Is he going to be able to get through? Well, it looks like at the moment he's getting held up here. He cannot make this through, Chicheto. He's not really sure where to go. Handover's now got the gap to 1.5, 1.4. Still, Chicheto's not through. He's now got to make a dive going in through Thunder Valley. Out the other side he goes, does get the first one. He can't get the next GT4 through the left-hander. He's going to have to sit there and wait, and all the while, this is bringing Handover in. He's on the outside as well. If that GT4 between them. Oh, MRC in pit lane. Dan Handover's pulled in the pit lane before he got into that traffic.
He did the right thing, James, because he would have got held up in the traffic over the course of the next lap. So the fact he's ducked into the pits on that lap there was the right thing to do. Now Chiquetto is going to be up against it. He may have a clear track now, but he'll have lost time being stuck behind those cars that are not in the same class as he is.
Yep. Handover, Patrick Gannon in pit lane as well. So for Gannon, he's in pit lane. Giovanni Romano coming around the right-hander. Is he going to dive in pit lane as well? Nope, he gets to carry on. Giacomo obviously pitted and is coming out of pits on his out lap. Unfortunately, he has got cars in and around him now. So Mikola didn't really come out in the greatest possible area. He's got traffic. He's not going to jump handover. Is he going to jump Gannon? Gannon's still stationary. He's gone down now. He's got to get out on the move. Mikola's already gone through. And RPM Racing Blue retain that position. So great job from them. But it does mean that the GT3 AMs would also start coming in.
Yeah. And that may be a bit of a relief for those in GT3 Pro in a way, because it's less traffic to get through. Although saying that, RPM Racing Red are in the pits, and this is a vital stop for them.
Yeah, that's where handover is. I think he's going to be too far back. He's just coming round the right hand, or turn 4 is handover. So he's going to be too far back, I think, this time around. He's not going to be able to make it unless RPM Red have had some major dramas. Lund Nielsen jumps into the car. How close is handover going to be? He's going in through Thunder Valley. Lund Nielsen still sat there and will be there for about another 20 seconds. There he is, headlights ablaze for handover. He's got about 8 seconds to go because it's going to be there. Romano takes the lead. We've got one more corner. They're on their way out. Lund Nielsen's on his way out of pit lane. MRC are coming at full speed. Lund Nielsen's going to make it out in front. What's the gap going to be? 2.7. He's coming down 2.6. Give it a minute to settle. 2.5. And at the moment, it is currently sitting at... What's it sitting at here currently? Well, I can tell you now. It's going to be quite low. 2.4 seconds. That's what he's... got to make up for Dan Hanover over Charlie Lund Nielsen, and he gained them on pit lane time, which is pit entry, and about 4 attempts on the pit stop. So that's the situation.
Nielsen's pace is going to be interesting to watch now compared to what we saw with Chiquetto earlier on, because Chiquetto, towards the end of his last stint, I think really struggled to get through the traffic compared to handover. So it would be interesting to have a look to see how Nielsen copes with this now as we are heading towards the business end of the race here at Mid-Ohio. Handover just making his way through the traffic more and more and more. Doesn't want to be held up through there. You can see the gap down coming down to 1.2, and that's purely because those tyres will be up to temperature more than the counterpart.
Yeah, they will. Romano's in pit lane. They're going to come through and lap them. Well, not lap them, but overtake him, I should say. That's Giovanni Romano. Where's he going to be in conjunction? He's still in pit lane. Where's Mikola's going to go? I think Gannon's going to get him as well. I think for Romano, it'll be just about lucky if he can come out in front of Alias de Vries. De Vries is a long way back, so that should be an easy done. There goes Black, and it's RPM Racing first, third, and fourth, with MRC and Dan Handover sitting in second place. In the GT4s, they've been on about 37 lap stint at the moment. They're on last lap for 180, and that's only 209, so they've probably got one more stop in them as well. Alex Cofford currently. That has mixed up the order though, because WBM Racing White are now in fourth place. That gains them 12 points. So give me 2 secs. They still lose the championship if you just gold are now in second. Oh, they're going to be draw. It's going to be 85 apiece.
So how many wins will each have, James? That
Well, we were told earlier on that whoever's finished in front on the racetrack wins the race. So in a tie, it's the car finishing in front that wins the championship. That'd be gold.
So you think in the current race that we're in?
Yeah.
I suppose it's a longer endurance one, isn't it?
Yeah, so it'll be generally who finishes in front now should win. But let me just confirm this one.
I would have thought it'd be count back with who's had more wins along the way. I know some races are longer than others, but yeah, it'd be good to clarify on that, just to make sure that role is indeed correct. Alex Cofford, who's right up the tail of the WBM White car, that will be that is Julian Carsey's WBM White. Their sister team, WBM Racing, are in 8th position in the class. They are nearly a couple of laps down on the class leader, Hugh Jaskol, with Antonio Alvarez now at the he's been at the wheel since the beginning of lap 190. So they are looking. They'll probably be in the pits again before this race is over, but certainly opening things up a little as the race continues to settle down. You can see Cofford right up there with WBM White, just thinking carefully about where to get the overtake done if he is going to try and attack. I can tell you, James, that the battle for the lead in GT3 Pro has come down to 6 tenths. So we may want to have a focus on that for now, just in case something crops up involving them, or if they indeed catch up to any traffic that may intervene with the squabble.
I can tell you now, in the event of a tie in the season-end championship standings, the team with the better result in the final race will be declared as finishing ahead of the opposing tied team. So there we go. That's how that one's going to finish.
Yeah, you're right all along, James. So we'll look at Red and MRC here. You can just see that MRC have... he's having a lot of oversteer, though. He's had quite a lot of that on this lap as handover. I wonder if he's made a mistake somewhere where we got caught up in traffic on this lap. But he doesn't seem to... you could just see that's the red car getting held up there by the TRC there. Nearly went off the circuit there, and that's going to give some form of encouragement to handover. So they get through on that TRC now. That is the TRC eSports. That was Andrew Pike, of all people, getting in the way there. So Nilsson will not be too impressed with that, but at least he's got the move done now. But the gap has come down to less than 4 tenths.
Yeah, it's going to be closing in. Hugh Just Black in pit lane for Alex Cofford. We'll keep an eye on the scores. We'll do the final scores sort of within about 5 minutes to go, once we got a little bit more of a idea, I think, of where everybody is going to be. WBM White, no, he's on the inside. Well done, well spotted, because I can tell you one thing, that could have been a little bit more scarier than what it was.
Just keeping an eye on the battle for the lead here, because it's, well, I know I keep saying it comes alive. Well, it has come alive. It's very much intensifying with less than 40 minutes to go. There is Nilsson just running wide a little bit there on the exit of Thunder Valley, and through the winding sections of turns 10, 11, 12 and 13 before the lap is out. But there we go. There is the top two. They're right on board with handover again as they come onto the pit straight. Who's that ahead of them now? Because that'll be one of the GT4s that they'll be going through, I think, judging by the headlights. It's difficult to tell on the liverries at this time. It's for Stratton, so
GT3.
Yeah, it's one of the GT3 AM cars. So he shouldn't get in the way here for Stratton. He is the last of all those in GT3 AM. He's not really, well, say he's not really fighting with anyone. He's 19 seconds off Chris Sofer for Sunday Drivers, so he might get on with it here and close in. But he has only just made a pit stop, so he may be able to get that place back in the near future.
And let's not forget, they do run on the blue flag advisory rule, so he doesn't have to move out the way. Doesn't have to move. It's on the faster car as it is now. Oh, MRC going alongside. Handover pushing out Nilsson. Handover is going to get caught. They're going to try and go free wide. There was contact. Oh, the TCR's gone round. Wow, that's going to be race defining, because who got him?
It was
MRC.
It was the MLC, yeah, because the MLC got up the inside initially. Yeah. But then as he was in the middle of that sandwich, James, so he'll be the one potentially under investigation. But you could argue, should that TCR have read it better than he did?
He didn't ask them to go free wide, did he? That wasn't on the TCR. The TCR was staying as far left as he could. They're the ones that squeezed it free wide between Handover and Charlie Lund-Nielsen. You could argue that Lund-Nielsen didn't give him room on the inside. Enough room for him, but you can't You can't argue that.
I think there was more space for him to use. I think once he, I think he should have read it better, in my opinion, James. I think there was more space on the outside for him to use.
No, it's not on the slower car. Unfortunately, it's on the faster cars to make it through cleanly. And if they can't make it through cleanly, well, then it's on them. Don't go three wide. Take it three wide. That's just crazy. So, which they have done. So we'll see what that comes out with at the moment. We'll keep an eye on the steward's announcements. Going to be under investigation, so we'll see what goes on that one. Gene Robus being Martin Pearson. This is an AM versus a Pro. That is the RPM car. You're going to have to take the word for the picture in the bottom left-hander on that one. And then Morgan Smith with Justin Michaela from WBM Racing. They're fighting out, going side by side. So we'll keep an eye out on the stewards. What the stewards go for this. This is Treehouse and WBM. And Treehouse have just gone through. So fair play. Let's see how they go. Just gone three wide again. And we'll see what goes on here.
Oh, contact, James. The car's gone round there. I didn't quite see which one it was, but Morgan Smith just gone past him. It's Michaela who looks like he may have been the one going round. We're having a look now. Yeah, it was Michaela that got touched round there by Morgan Smith.
Doing incidents for RC to be looking at. But at the moment, Hanover's got back here with Nielsen. So there we go. Hanover's going to try and make that outside line work in through 4. Not going to do it. He wants the inside for 5. He's going to try and use the TCR again. Be careful. Gets his nose cut off for Nielsen. Nielsen chops him off there. Red. MRC Endurance has got nowhere to go. He's going to have to try and go once more here. But I think at the moment there's things going on. And the stewards are going to be looking at it very, very shortly. So let's see what goes on once more on this one.
Drivers will carry on as they are. There is handover right up the tail of Nielsen. Well, he'll be thinking about that instant now, won't he, handover? So if he could just get by Nielsen and try and pull out as much of a gap as possible, that could help him later on, just to help give him some form of assurance in case the stewards do decide to penalise him of some degree. And not only if he does lose the win, he could end up losing second place or even more than that.
Yeah. Let's see what goes on. Stewards will make that decision. They have been reached out to. And we will find out what goes on that one. So keep an eye out. MRC surely, I think, have got something coming. But see what happens. See if it gets called in. See how it all works going on. GT4's Hugh Just Gold still ahead of WBM White, so it will be Hugh Just Gold in GT4s. It should take the championship. Gap up front though, battle for the lead down at 3 tenths at the moment. On board we go with Dan Hanover. Let's have a look at a lap in the dark as we're on our way through Thunder Valley here, Tom, and it looks like a very tricky one indeed.
Yeah, Nielsen running wide there again on the exit of Thunder Valley there. That won't exactly help him too much, but you can see they're riding the curbs as aggressively as they can. And Handover just staying in touch, although we've got an overtake involving the Vireco Esports team. Amber just got through on Hugh Just White for position. I wonder if White have managed to be involved in something here. I haven't seen on the timing side of an off track from them, but we may be able to get a replay as to what exactly has been going on.
Romano has been off the side of the circuit. TSRC.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. 3 incidents in a row. Giovanni had to jump back to pit lane, unfortunately, after that. Broken steering.
Oh, dear.
So, it does look like Giovanni Romano had to go back to pit lane.
Might have had a puncture or something, James, because you can see the way the car just spun round and the way it did. It was like it was on a flat tyre. The way he spun into the gravel.
He's just stuck there. So he's gone back to pit lane at the moment for Hugh Just White. Where is that going to leave them in situation with blue? Oh, they're going to be down in 8th at the moment. So they will be on only 18 points. Ooh, they're going to lose it. It's going to be a 1-2-3 for RPM Racing Blue. Where is Blue still in third? Yep. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 for them in the pros. So, unfortunately, it's all gone a little bit wrong for some of the teams in the dark towards the end of the race. But this MRC battle still hotting up here. Still continuing on, but 31 minutes to go. MRC looking at the inside, handover, and thought about it. Not this time. But I tell you what, handover's looking spicy.
He is. He took a wider line through the apex, which will give him the extra speed all the way down to turn number 3 or 4, because there are a few kinks here. There goes the third corner of the circuit of Mid-Ohio. That's the rolling start line. And now we're heading towards turn 4, the next braking zone. And handover, you can just see he's taking slightly different lines there to what Nielsen will be doing. So you have to say, if you were wanting to be in one of those two cars, you probably want to be in handovers, although maybe not in the circumstances that he could potentially be under later.
Yeah, Treehouse Racing and WBM Racing is under review. UJust Yellow and RPM Racing Red are under review. I'm surprised that is Red and not MRC. I'm quite shocked by that, actually, to be blatantly honest with you, as I thought that was going to come back, that MRC would have been in the ones for that incident. But let's see what goes on in the steward's booth and see what comes out of it here as we go into the last final 30 minutes.
Through turn 2 they go. So you can see once again handover taking that wider line to give him all the speed and momentum down to turn 4. There's another back marker that they are going to be navigating through now. That'll be one of the AMs, won't it? It'll be, can't really tell by the livery on there, but we'll find out in a moment. But he's out of the way now anyway. Or is
Crawford in the GT4.
It's a GT4, sorry, my apologies. Handover all over the back again of Nielsen here. Now just watch Nielsen when he goes through Thunder Valley, James, because multiple times he's run so far out onto the grass compared to how handover has been since he's hopped into the machine. This time around either, that's a better exit this time from Nielsen, but I've seen multiple times where he's gone a lot wider through there, and handover was just very much all over the gearbox.
Yeah, I agree. See what goes on, whether or not they're going to be able to keep that one. That's a very tricky turn, that left-hander, or the right-hander I should say, through Thunder Valley, but it's going to be very, very close. Nose to tail at the moment. On board with handover we go. And he's going to fight it out here. Don't know if this is going to be a good idea. He's going to try around the outside line, handover at the moment. Is he going to be able to get this done? He's got the inside line for the hairpin. He's going to be on the run out. Lund Nielsen's going to be side by side with him coming down. The problem is for Lund Nielsen, he's going to be on the outside line. MRC is on the left, the two headlights on the right. Is RPM Racing FTR Red. And at the moment, MRC is going to go through. He's going to force Lund Nielsen out wide. He did. Chopped his nose off. Told him he ain't going anywhere. Opened it up for handover. Job done.
Well, very good, very good. But he was intervened a little bit by the GT4 on the exit of turn 1, which had compromised Nielsen's line, really. And so handover took the opportunity to go to the complete inside and get the overtake completed and give him the high ground towards turn 4. So cracking job there from handover. But can he pull out the gap in case he gets penalised later?
Well, we're going to find out.
Oh dear, they got held up there, but that's TCR, isn't it?
TCR fun drivers. They've got to go through. Lund Nielsen's going up the inside. He's going to try and send it free wide. He gets the room given by handover. Through to turn number 1 they go. The side by side again. On the right hand, on the left hand side, they swap places. Handover goes to the left of the track. Lund Nielsen can't get through. And handover manages to make it work. But yeah, they're enough going at each other here. And it's literally tooth and nail at the moment.
And this is bringing the blue FTR car into the fray here. So we've got a 3-car battle for the overall win here at Mid-Ohio. And we've got 27 minutes remaining. And goodness knows how this race could end up. This could even go on to after the checkered flag, unless the stewards decide to dish out penalties now. And that way we have a better idea. I do hope they give out penalty. If they are going to give out any form of penalty, that it comes during the race and not afterwards, because what we are seeing is absolutely brilliant to see.
Yeah, it is. But we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to be very, very interesting. And we'll keep an eye out on this one, whether or not it's going to work out. MRC going to go through past the back market for TSRC. Nilsson's going to try and run around the outside line. Is he going to be able to make it work? He's got the inside. TSRC move out the way. Through he goes. And Nilsson loses a little bit more time here. Still a little bit more time. And over getting through the traffic a lot better than Nilsson is.
Yeah, Nilsson's confidence isn't there at the moment. He does not feel happy about getting through the back markers, especially under the conditions we are in now, whereas Handover has been able to just navigate them through brilliantly, although he nearly got held up or taken out by that TCR car, if you remember. But he's got through nevertheless. Nilsson is getting through them better now, albeit on the back straight towards turn number 4. Hopefully he'll navigate through. This is another one of the GT4s that he'll be heading through here. That is Huge S Gold, I believe. That is getting out of the way. It is getting out of the way now, so Nilsson has disposed of him there. Now, looking at the next bunch of back markers, they're quite a bit ahead of these now, so the leaders should be able to have a free run here for a number of laps before they come up to the next back marker.
Yeah. Whether or not they're going to be able to close up. RPM Blue are closer to RPM Red than RPM Red are to MRC. So, yeah, I'm not quite. I think this could be a blue-red situation rather than a red MRC situation here, Tom, I think.
Well, we'll see. We've got 25 minutes to go. There's a battle for third place in GT4 involving the Torque Freed Racing Squad and the Apex Lavatel Racing AMG. That is going on. But this is the battle we want to stay in touch with, although the red team of RPM Racing have really been hampered by the back markers horribly. Nilsson dropping back more than 2 seconds behind Handover, who is pulling away. But now he's got to fend off the blue sister car between now and the end if he wants to be winning this one. But right now, the pendulum is very much not with Nilsson or for the red squad.
No, definitely not. Unfortunately for both of these guys, they're going to lose time. It could be an MRC win here. I think that's what we're looking out for. 2.3. I don't know if Lund Nilsson's going to be able to get there. Is there going to be a splashing dash involved? Is there not going to be a splashing dash involved? Can they get to the end? Well, we're going to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on to your hats for this closing time. Come on, MRC, to Steve Parker Hamilton. Well, stay tuned, guys, because it's going to get very, very spicy, and it's going to be coming down to whether or not there's going to be splashes and dashes involved. So let's see. Oh, I missed that. That was a stop and hold for a second. Somebody send that again. 5 second stop and hold for WBM Racing for avoidable contact with Treehouse Racing. So there we go. Morgan Smith has been off the side of the circuit, and that is WBM Racing.
That'll be for the contacts he had with, I can't remember who it was that he made contact. Oh, he's pulled off. Has he run out of fuel?
No, I think he's pulled off the side of the racetrack and decided he's going to jump back to pit lane. So, unfortunately for that one, You Just White and TSRC is under investigation. Still trying to see the You Just Yellow and RPM. Belk is typing. So we'll see what happens here. There is typing going on. So I'll keep an eye out and see what happens on that one. But at the moment, RPM Racing Blue, tucked up right behind red.
Yeah, there's a pit stop over at the Verrecchio Esports Team Amber, who are running in 5th position as we speak. Ellis de Vries in. So he'll go down a lap on the lead. He's come back out now. and he's still there. He'll remain in 5th place. The top 4 are now on the lead lap. And Mikola for the blue squad of RPM Racing all over the back. And you can just see the gap increasing between MRC and RPM Racing Red now. I just wonder if there may be a little bit of a team play here between the RPM Racing crews, because Nilsson is not gaining any time right now.
5 seconds stop and hold to RPM Racing Red for forcing 3 wide and causing avoidable contact.
I'm very surprised by that, James. I'm very surprised by
It
it.
was never going to be the TCR. Never in a month of Sundays did that TCR was going to cut the penalty. It was whether or not Red or MRC was going to get it. I don't know where that should have gone, but at the end of the day, it went to RPM Racing Red rather than MRC. I had an inkling it might have gone to MRC, but clearly not.
No, well, I won't rant about it, but I am surprised that, you know, the TCR wasn't really...
Realistically, the TCR couldn't go anywhere. That's the problem. The TCR could not go anywhere. It doesn't matter how far left it would have gone. It was not expecting to be put into a 3 wide situation in a corner. It was either going to be MRC or RPM Red. They were the 2 to blame all day. Do you know why? Because they're the faster cars going past the slower cars. That's how it works in here. That's how it's always been said in FTR, is it's on the faster cars. If the faster cars go through and they cause a collision with the slower car, it's always going to be on them over and over, and 10 times out of 10. There isn't even a 9 out of 10. It's not even an 8. It will be 10 times out of 10. It will always be on the faster cars. Brooks Clayton for Hugh Just Yellow was in that Audi.
Yeah.
That was him. That was him spinning on his own. So there we go.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was never ever going to be on the TCR. Never. They were always going to pick one of the 2. It was either going to be Red or MRC.
Well, I think the red car may as well let the blue one go through now, because he knows he's going to be doing that stop and go. He cannot just go to the end and serve it. I think you've got to serve it within 3 laps from when the penalty gets given to you or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, we'll find out when they go in. Good evening, gents. Good evening, Mr. LeMay. So, yeah, it was always going to be on them.
Yeah, well, the penalty's been given now, so Nilsson just needs to get on with it here and try and salvage something that's left. He's going to lose 2nd place, and he'll most certainly lose 3rd position to the black sister car. So worst case scenario, he'll end up 4th, but I just wonder how much he'll absolutely go for it like clockwork as soon as he comes back out of the pits.
Yeah, but it's going to be how far he will be down in pit lane or behind there before he goes down and gets that penalty. We're going to find out as well. What? I'm hoping that was dirt flicking up. There's not percentage of rain. I can't see any rain coming. So...
And it's not coming down, we know that.
Yeah.
There's no chance of rain from what you mentioned earlier, so I'm not expecting any rain between now and the end. Another pit stop going on at Hugh Just White. They have had a torrid last few laps here, because it wasn't long ago since they made another pit stop, and now they're back in pit lane again. So I wonder what's going on there for the Hugh Just White squad as Nilsson makes his way through the back market. But if I was him, he's not coming into the pits this lap, so I wonder if he may be waiting one more lap. I wonder what the rule is within FTR, how many laps you are allowed at most before you have to serve the stop and go.
Well, at the moment, we've got Tom Tichetto in with the stewards. So that's probably why the penalty's not been served, because until they've had a discussion with the stewards, which is what they're entitled to do, then that could be why the decision hasn't been made. But it was always going to be close, and it was never really quite sure on which way it was going to go. I had it 50-50. It was either going to be MRC for trying to dive up the middle, or it was going to be FTR Red for taking it 3 wide in the corner. It was always going to be 50-50, I think, and you know, we'll go from there and see what happens on it, because there's nothing that they see what the outcome is almost, because well, there we go. It's racing, and that's the thing.
You mentioned about Tom Chiquetto going to the stewards. It gives vibes of Portugal 1990, where Mansell got penalised for reversing in the pit lane, and he's just seen Santos there going round. Again, unfortunately, that's not his first moment of the race. So not
This
since
is
I've been
it. This is it. So it was either going to be. Now this is where we can all have a lovely discussion. It was either going to be MRC for forcing it free wide there, or was it going to be red for being almost alongside, or was it going to be on the TCRs for closing him off?
Well, to be honest,
that's the thing.
To be honest, James, I'm looking at that and look at the amount of space the TCR had. I know I respect the rules of what FTR have put in, but I think a driver should always use their own common sense. If you know you've got two cars that are much, much faster coming through on the inside like that and they're battling, you've got a big responsibility to stay out of the way.
I don't know. See what the outcome is. The stewards have finished their talks. So just waiting for any more announcements. And we'll go from there on that one. Let us know in YouTube chat. You see the incident. Who do you think is at fault? Is it the MRC in the middle?
Well, I think Nilsson's doing the professional thing by staying out there, James. This is like what Nigel Mansell did.
He's got to go in. They've got the penalty.
Oh, that's a shame.
Been rejected.
That's a real shame.
Yeah, been rejected.
I'm sorry, I don't agree with that at all. I really don't.
Well, there was no established. There was no established overlap from the RPM car on the MRC car. I've got the MRC car right alongside. I don't know where that. Don't know.
That's going to go on. That's going to go on to the. Well, I can imagine the discussion is going to go long into the night. You can just see McCullough now coming up behind one of the TCRs. Doesn't trip up over it, so he goes through no problem there. So it's down to him really to rescue something for the RPM racing crew, given that the red has had a huge amount of bad luck, it has to be said, since Nilsson had got into the car, and I think it's been very unfortunate that the penalty's been given to him, because I really don't think it was his. I don't think he was predominantly to blame for that. I really don't.
Car driving up the inside and the slower car turning on. Don't know how you can put the. I never said I put the blame on him, Ashley. I said it was 50-50. It was either going to be the MRC for the contact on the TCR or the RPM red on the inside. That's what I said. The initial contact actually come from MRC on the TCR, not from RPM red. And from the picture that we've had and the picture in the look back where it was slow motion, there was initial overlap before contact. So, you know, there we go. There's no, he's put his car on the inside. Well, if he's put his car in the inside, there's an overlap, isn't there? Before they entered into corner entry. So that's why I actually said it was going to be 50-50 on who was to blame. Was it going to be MRC for sending it free wide and hitting the TCRs, or was it going to be RPM red for sending it free wide and not yielding into the corner? So they've made the decision. Come out FTR red. It went to the stewards for discussion. Still come out on FTR red, and they've still served their penalty, which has put them, to be honest, right the way down in 4th place behind FTR Black by 2.5 seconds. So there we go. On that one.
Well, we've got a battle for 6th place in GT3 Pro, James, as we're focusing on now. There's Martin Pearson behind Miguel Santos. If you remember from a moment ago, he had that spin when he was trying to get through a back marker. So that battle is very much alive now. As the laps continue to tick down, as the time continues to tick down, we're probably looking at 9 more laps at most. So we're probably looking at around about a 256 lap race here at Mid-Ohio. And it's been a solid race from MRC. Lucky that they didn't get penalised in that incident, I will say. But you know, they've had a really, really good race up until this point, and it's down to them to just get through it now without any more incidents, given that the RPM Racing blue car is coming at them like clockwork.
Coffard here for Hugh Just Black is behind WBM White. I think if you saw it again like we did at slow motion, I think you might have a different opinion, Ash, on that one. These guys running side by side. They're coming into the left-hander. And WBM White does manage to survive and hold on. We'll keep you updated with the scores in about 5 minutes' time to let you know how it's coming out. And we'll find out on this one for Cofford. It's made it. It's now dropped 8 tenths back. And there's a TCR involved as well. So that battle's going to die out. Ineos GT3 under attack by Martin Pearson for backmarker Razzle Dazzle in 6th and 7th place in GT3 Pro. So we'll keep an eye, and because this is the closest battle on the racetrack at the moment.
They're making their way through the back markers as they are battling, just as what we saw from the leaders, trying to get through the TCRs, the GT4s, and perhaps a GT3 AM, given there's only 4 GT3 AMs in this race. Santos just holding off Pearson for the time being. Pearson was involved in an incident of his own earlier on in the race, didn't he, that caused that safety car, if you remember. Now these two are up against it for 6th place honours in GT3 Pro. Now the red RPM racing car, or the RPM racing red car, is making the time back up on the black sister car, and you can just see it's coming down all the time. Looking at the comparison of lap times, it looks like they've had a worse lap actually than what RPM Racing Black did there. So I don't know where Nilsson's lost the time out, probably through back markers if you ask me. But yeah, the field seems to be settling down, although when you look at MRC and RPM Racing Blue, given it's been 6 hours of running here, we did have a safety car intervention, it's going to be a race right to the end.
Yep, definitely is. Just tallying up on the GT4s at the moment. You Just Gold is out in front from WBM White, and that is only by 3 points. Scenario in TCRs is Phoenix will win, Phantom will be second, and we'll have a tie for third if they stay where they are at the moment by Tail Racing and Elantra and Hugh Just Yellow. And as we know, with a tie, Hugh Just Yellow will win because they are out on track a lot more. So we're going to go into the last 9 minutes. Good chance now for us to hear from our sponsors.
For the upcoming right-hander, brake 30 meters later and ease off the pressure.
Back 8 minutes and 40 to go, and you can see Ineos and backmarker Razzle Dazzle not left each other alone. This is the closest battle on the racetrack at this moment in time, and they're going in through the carousel before they come through the last corner, and they've made contact. They've made contact for Ineos and backmarker. That will surely get called in. Where's the blame going to go? Oh, it's a different line into the corner, and he just didn't realise he was there, I think.
I think it's a racing incident, James. I really do. I think Santos went too far out wide. He didn't quite leave enough room on the inside. When should have been a little bit more kind there, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think the stewards will intervene.
No, I don't think he knew he was there. I think that's the thing. It's like an open corner, isn't it? Logan McKinsey has just been off the circuit. Logan, what are you doing? Is that oh, it's RPM Racing Blue.
I want to get another angle of that, James, because McKenzie
Clearly
continues to
felt
fight it out.
grieved.
To be honest, it was a battle that he was never going to win.
But again, It's on the faster car to make the overtake. So we'll
Yeah.
see back and see what goes on there.
So we're looking at the GT3 AM leader. That is Gene Rubos in the 111 car there for RPM Racing Purple, on its way to a convincing victory. They've already wrapped up the championship overall, no question. And they're actually over 2 kilometres ahead of the nearest challenger of Equipment Geek Racing, currently in the hands of Brian Fratian.
Mm-hmm.
And looking at GT4s, 37 seconds between the leader and the driver in second place there. Greg Huber for the Motor Racing Academy squad, ahead of Hugh Just Gold, currently in the hands of Antonio Alvarez, who's in that BMW machine. There are only 2 cars within GT4 that are not Mercs. Antonio Alvarez and Dylan van Zweigenhoven are in BMWs. We're looking at the battle for fifth place. Fifth place in
class. Julian's there in the car. They're still debating this conversation, that incident with RPM Racing Red. Red are not happy. They're still debating it. SRG Phantom wins today, and SRG Phoenix wins the championship, says Goff Mannanen in YouTube chat. They do. Well done, mate. Congratulations as well. So, yeah, the debate is still going on. There's talks about spotters and all sorts at this moment in time, so I'm going to let them carry on that one. I'm surprised that GT3 is actually being overtaken by a GT4 here. And that is Sunday Drivers, I believe, of Preston Michaels. He does manage to open up there. Looks like he's got damage of some sort. He's either that or he's not seeing the dark very well. He's not looking quite as quick as he could. So there we go for Preston Michaels.
Unless he's under fuel, James, that could be another factor.
5 minutes to go. So 5 minutes to go. And it looks like Dan Hanover is going to win for MLC with Jaco Mikola in second, with Patrick Gannon from Black in third. Charlie Nilsson looks like he's going to be down in fourth place, with Elias de Vries in fifth. Dean Robos is going to win RPM Racing Purple FTR and the championship for them. Brian Franian will become second for Equipment Geek. Unfortunately, they don't gain a position for Equipment Geek. They get up into, where are they? 5th place. Jellyfish Stratton from Squadra Veloce will put themselves in 4th. And then Preston Michaels from Sunday Drivers is in 4th on the racetrack at the moment, not really in the championship. GT4s, Motor Racing Company Academy will win the GT4s, but it will be Hugh Just Gold who will take the championship by 3 points, unless WBM Racing can do something absolutely inspiring, which I'm not quite sure what that will be, because they're in 6th, so they've just lost another 2 points. So it will be down to 5 points from Hugh Just Gold to WBM Racing Whites. Then we're going to have Torque Freak in 3rd. Apex's Lava Tail, AMG is going to finish in 4th. TSLC, Phantom's going to win the race, but it will be Phoenix who will come home and take the championship win. They're in 5th at the moment. They will win by only, mind you, 9 points. So, yeah, very, very close. Phantom win the race. Phoenix win the championship by 9 points, Tom.
So those are the permutations right now, or as it stands in the classes in terms of who's going to win what, with the positions as they are. The gap between MRC and RPM Racing Blue is 4.3 seconds, so it looks like the battle for the win is all but over, but still questions raised over the incident and the penalty being given to RPM Racing Red for the collision with the MRC and the Hugh Just TCR car that got involved at turn number 6. That, I can imagine, is going to go on into the evening for sure. So we're on lap 254 now, looking at where the leaders are. So they'll be coming around. They'll have 2 laps to go at the end of this lap. So they are very much on their way to victory here. Dan Handover, take nothing away from him, James. He's been absolutely sensational.
Yeah. He has been amazing since he got in the car. He closed up the gap. made the overtake somewhat questionable, somewhat open for debate, somewhat, I'm sure it will continue to be debated. But at the moment, for Dan, he has taken the win. There is a head steward stepping in at this moment in time. Lots of chat going on in the community about the incident as well. It's going to be one of them that's going to be debated for a long and time. But MRC is in the penultimate lap, so second to last for them. But great racing all the way. Great racing to everybody who's finished the 6 hours, really, Tom, because it's a long old race.
It is, especially for someone like De Vries, who's been in the car since the very beginning. So hats off to him to finish only one lap behind the leader overall. That does take some doing. I wonder how many energy drinks he had prior to being behind the sim. So yeah, but what a race it has been. And looking at the lap times, so there's all setting similar lap times to each other, the top three, although Nilsson has really, really struggled since he got into the car. I think the MRC would have overtaken him anyway, but the incident involving the TRC and the MRC did nothing to help the situation for Nilsson, and RPM Racing Red will feel every reason, will have every reason to feel really, really unhappy with the penalty that Nilsson got.
Well, it's not my decision. It's not yours decision. It is down to RCs, and they've made that decision. It's not going to change now. Final lap of the race for Tom Cicchetto. For MRC, for Dan Handover. Sorry, that's because I was looking up at the community at the time when Tom was typing. Final lap for him. 3.5 seconds in front of blue, with black, with red. And a great job for all of the guys here. Been an absolutely stunning run from MRC. They have taken the win. We will hopefully have a chat with some of these guys at the end. 5 second stop and hold for TSRC, converted to a 20-second post-race penalty for avoidable contact. Not quite sure how that's going to go down well, but there we go. For the boys in TSRC. And yes, they did forget about the quali ban, MRC. They ended up at the back end of the field all the way through. And they worked their way to the back of the to the back of the GT3s during the pace lap, because they were allowed to overtake, being the faster cars. And then they've gone on and taken the victory. But MRC Endurance wrapping up the final race of this evening, the final race of the season. Checkered flag, MRC flagging away, flashing the lights for David Handover, comes over the line in first place. RPM Racing Blue grabs second, and RPM Racing Black grab third. It is going to be a red, black, blue podium. So a great job from the RPM boys. Charlie Nilsson's going to come over the line. Well, Black's got to come over the line first. Where is he? There he is on the final corner. And Black will come over the line and grab himself third place. RPM Racing Red. FTR will come through. Gene Robos will win the AMS in the GT3s for RPM Racing Purple and the championship. Absolutely dominated for them. TSRC in the TCRs, Ian Bertolucci has already crossed the line and wraps up the win in that series, with Phoenix, who's going to come over the line to take the victory and the championship. But it was Greg Hubler, Motor Racing Academy, who wins for GT4s, as all of these guys are coming over the line. The middle driver is rarely given the penalty. Yeah, but there's also still conversation going on about it, Steve. There's still conversation going on. Lots of conversation. So there we go. But let's bring you out the results. Where is Dan Hanover? He is on the racetrack there doing donuts at the moment. So we'll bring you up the results here currently. Unfortunately, we need lights, boys. We need lights. We need you all together to give us lights. But here are the results of this one in the TCRs. Sim Racing Grid Phantom take the victory with TSR Esports in second. However, they do have a 20-second penalty, but I'm pretty sure that's not going to equate to a lap, so they should still hold on. Yar in third, then Hugh Just Blue in fourth. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix have won the championship. So Phoenix have won the championship by 9 points. Great job from them. Apex is Lava Racing Civic in sixth. Fun Wheel Drive seventh, and then Hugh Just Yellow eighth. And the Apex is Lava Elantra did not finish the race for them. In GT4s, the Motor Racing Academy with WOR taking the victory in the GT4s. Hugh Just Gold with 1 lap down. They have gone and wrapped up the championship as WBM White did not get fourth place. Top Freak Racing in third. They finish in third in the championship. Then it's Apex Lava Tail Racing AMG, Hugh Just Black. WBM White will finish in second in the championship, 5 points back in the end. Ineos got fourth, I believe, from this one. Treehouse Racing 8th, Eagle Speed 9th, and then WBM Racing did not complete the race. In the GT3 AMS, RPM Racing Purple took the win and lapped everybody right up in there. They've wrapped up the championship for them, so good job on that one. Equipment Geek will grab fourth in the championship. No, Squadron Veloce will grab fourth. Then Equipment Geek will get fifth. Eagle Speed in behind, so great job from all of them. In the pros, RPM Racing Red take the victory in the championship. MRC Endurance win the race today. Blue come home in second. They will clinch third in the championship. Black got second in the championship, and Red got first. So an RPM Racing Blue, Black, Red in that order on the championship. Virico Esports grabbed fifth. That was great from Elias de Vries, the whole 6 hours solo. Backmarker Russell Dazzle got sixth. Ineos got seventh. Then Hugh Just White got eighth. They missed out on third place by 6 points, unfortunately for them. Aspire Competition in ninth. Fabulous Foreskin and DDK did not finish the race. So some great action taking place on that one. Lots of appointments going on. There's lots of investigations that's happening at the moment. Hugh Just Yellow, Squadron Veloce Bravo is under investigation for an incident. Sim Racing Grid Phoenix and RPM Racing Blue under investigation. Hugh Just Blue and the Apex is Lava Tail Racing under investigation as well. So I suppose in that way we can look back and say it's all in provisional. But let's have a chat here as well. We better start this off. We'll have a chat with, let's have a chat with the winner of the race first, and then we will do the championship wins here as well. The winners of the race is MRC Endurance. There has been lots of controversy, lots of debates still happening. I've got to be out. There's still conversations still going on. But let's have a listen and tell us what Dan Hanover thinks of that incident. Dan, first off, congratulations on the win. No qualifying, started at the back in the GT3s after the end of the pace lap, made your way up and took the victory.
Yeah, I was saying to the guys, didn't expect to be where we were in 6 hours ago. But yeah, it was good. I mean, Yanis, they both drove really, really well. Like it was really good. Yeah, really good.
Well, I've got to ask, Dan, right? Because where would I be if I didn't ask that question? What was your view on the incident? Because to be honest with you, my view up in the booth was 50-50. Now, the reason I said that is because you guys had the initial contact with the TCR. RPM, there was some overlap, I'm not going to lie, on going into the corner. So where do you stand on the incident? What do you think went on with it?
Yeah, I mean, again, I've not watched the incident back, to be fair, so I'm seeing it from my perspective. Obviously, during it, it's all just happening very quickly, and then you have a chance to reflect. It's not trying to upset anyone, but yeah, I don't think it necessarily should have been a penalty. It could have been something where, at least from where I was, now again, I haven't seen it, like I said, but I probably could have backed out of it earlier. Charlie maybe could have backed out of it earlier as well. And we could have just carried on basically behind the TCR until we went through right-hander. But then, you know, the TCR was technically well within his right to take the line. But then again, it's like, well, you know, in hindsight, if the TCR had stayed a car width wider, then we would have all gone through potentially. I'm not saying that the TCR should have done that. Like I said, you know, they were technically well within their right to take the line. So I can't say much more than that because I haven't seen it from other angles. But you know,
it's on your shared screen there, sir.
oh yes, here we go.
Yeah, this is the thing for me. I think, yes, we've agreed up in the booth the TCR could have gone a little bit wider, right? But he wasn't expecting you guys to be free wide. Now, you can see on the right-hand side, there's some initial overlap from FTR Red, just there, at the point of contact. The question could be asked whether or not he was going to make the corner. I don't really know. That's why I had this at 50-50, because I didn't know who was going to cop the penalty. And unfortunately, it was FTR Red that got the penalty. So it was always going to be tricky, wasn't it?
It was, and you know,
it worked out for you.
Well, I mean, it did, but at the same time, that's, you know, it's not necessarily how, you know, we wish it would have gone. Again, it's, you know, something that I mean, the battle that me and Charlie had before, like that was one of the best races I think I've ever had. It
Agreed.
was such a good, like it was, yeah, we were both aggressive enough, but not pushy. Like we weren't completely mugging each other off, like on different corners. Like it was just good, hard racing. And it is a shame that it ended like that. And yeah, there's probably loads of different angles that make it look slightly different. But for me, yeah, I personally, it was just one of those. It was just one of those incidents where lots of things happened at the same time, and you know, I think there's a shared bit of you know, responsibility from at least, you know, myself as well. I don't think that was something. I'm not going to say that I wasn't a part of it.
Yeah, of course. I'll tell you what we'll do. Well, we've got Yanis sitting up there in the booth on his own. I didn't realise you were up there, Yanis. Welcome in, sir. Congratulations on the victory. You might as well come down and join us, and I'll do you both together. How are you?
I'm very good. I didn't expect to win at all. But I mean, Earl had a great drive, Jen had a great drive. I did quite well as well. It was just, I guess, meant to be today.
Yeah, you did well, mate, at the end of the day, didn't you? But, you know, it was kind of a whole team effort, wasn't it? I think for you, didn't get off to the greatest starts, but you dragged it through, and Dan got in the car and he grabbed the ball by the horns, and you just got your heads down and got on with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the ideal start with the Cuban, obviously, but we were not fighting for the championship, so we might as well just take the Cuban, have some more fun, have Earl drive with us as well, who just started again like December of 2024, so it's quite new to iRacing. Yeah, so he learned a lot, I think. Had a great experience, probably winning. Very unexpected, so yeah.
Yeah, right. I think it's been amazing for what you guys have achieved, and I'm sure the conversations will go on well into the night about the incident, and there you go. But Yanis, tell you what, let's go for you first. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go, bud?
Earl for being so open to do it this spontaneously. Good guy.
And Dan, same question.
Yeah, same. Just, you know, for Yanis and El for letting me join, the whole MRC team for letting me join as well. And yeah, no, yeah, really, that's who I want to shout out to.
All right, man. Well, guys, take care, bud. Thank you so much for both of you joining me, and well done again, and congratulations on your victory.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Right, now I'm gonna do something I've never ever done before. I'm gonna bring 3 people in the booth all at the same time. Why have I done that? Is due to the fact that they are part of the RPM Racing Purple FTR GT3 AMs, which can sit here and now say they are the Trophi.ai FTR Endurance Series GT3 AMs winners of the championship. So let's start off with the man that brought the car home first. Gene, welcome in, bud. Congratulations to you guys.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, we were really happy about this, and I mean, I have to say a big thank you to Brack and Robert for giving me a chance to come into this championship, and I'm really glad I could join them in this victory.
Well, dude, you definitely did, and it started off really well. Qualified quite high up as well. Gene, was it more about management of yourself, considering, I'm not being rude here, but you did lap the whole entire GT3 Anfield?
I mean, I think we just had more of the better choices in traffic and also the whole race and the whole championship. I mean, if you look also at Sonoma and Zandvoort, we won by multiple laps because of the choices we made. And we had one misfortune safety car today, but then again, we played it out the way we could and looked at the fuel for the last stint to make sure we didn't have to do a splash and dash. So it's basically more the strategy calls we made were very good for the whole season, and staying out of trouble the whole season. That was pretty much the key to our success.
Yeah, I do fully agree with you on there as well. Robert, you had to jump in the car, buddy. You were quite up in the standings, mate. Was it nerve-wracking, or did you sit back and think, I can boss this?
I wouldn't say boss it. No, I mean, especially the last 4 races, we've kept our focus very clearly on the AM Championship. We had the P3 at Zandvoort in the last race overall, which was great, but we made sure that we were always fighting against the right people and, like Gene just said, making the right decisions.
Yeah, you did, and I think for you guys, that's what's part of your success, right? If you could sit back and give somebody one piece of advice, Robert, in endurance racing, what would it be?
Have good teammates, I guess. I mean, I would say overall, looking back at the whole season, like a big moment that stands out for me is like the final stint in Jerez, the 3rd race of the season, when Gene took the front of the field with a great overtake and then just defended like an absolute lion for the rest of that stint, and that really showed us that we can take on the rest of the Anfield and win. For me, that was the catalyst of the race of the season rather. And then for Brack and I, it's obviously pretty special. We've been part of every FTR season so far, and to get a championship win, it's obviously a great moment.
Yeah, it definitely is, and perfect time to bring Brack into the booth. Brack, well done, mate. Congratulations on your championship as well. Part of the whole committed team to RPM Racing Purple. How did you get on out there today?
Well, I had a lot of fun. I have been really pretty rusty because I had to take a couple months off there, and to come back just for this to hopefully get the the series win. It was very special. But I was pretty nervous getting out there, but was able to lap pretty safe and actually kept had some good pace too. So
Yeah, you did, and I think that's great to see, isn't it? It works out that it's a great team effort, and I think going forward for you guys, it's a lot to build on as well. Are you going to come back next season and defend your championship? Are we going to see you out here again on racetracks?
yeah, certainly, I hope so. I don't know about the other two. I think Gene might work his I rating up into the pro level, but we'll see what Rob and I could put together.
I'll save the I rating just for the next season to defend the championship, because I want to defend it. I mean, it's one thing winning it, and now defending it is the second thing to do. So I'll take a couple of races off, and if I go above the required I rating, I might just drop a little bit, because I want to defend it.
Yeah, don't tell anybody that
Don't
you're
do
going to
that.
purposely smurf your account. Mind you, you've did it on video live on YouTube. That'll be there forever, Gene. So, and also, mate, me and you have got an appointment next week, so be careful,
Yep.
buddy.
Next Tuesday.
You wait till that gets brought up again.
All fine. I can defend everything. So.
Well, Brack, anyone you want to shout out before we let go? Let's start this one with you.
Mostly just the RPM team. Across all of the teammates we have, everybody works together really well on setups and practice sessions and things like that. So RPM certainly has been a great addition for us. So
awesome job, Gene. What have you got? Who have you shouting out before we let you go?
Yeah, the same. Both Brack and Robert, thanks for letting me join the team, and also the rest of the RPM boys have been great for taking me on the team, and the way we've just been handling everything. It's amazing, amazing team.
All right, and last but not least, Robert, who have you got for us?
I can't add anything to that.
You
RPM Racing,
can
best
shout mum
team.
and dad out or something. I don't know.
Mom and dad.
I don't think my mum's watching.
Oh, okay. Fair play, mate. Well done, guys. Congratulations. It's been great speaking to you all. And Gene, I look forward to our chat next week.
Yeah, see you Tuesday, man. Can't
Take
wait.
care, guys.
Cheers,
See you
guys.
later.
Bye.
Right. I'm going to bring this man in first because he's been harassing me in YouTube chat. It is, of course, your winners of the championship for RPM Racing Red. It is the GT3 Pro winners by, I've got it at 53 points. Let's see what it turns out at the end, but it is Mr. Tom Chichetto. Tom, welcome in, bud. How are you?
Hi, thanks for having me.
No worries. Congratulations.
Thank you. Doing pretty good. It's definitely an interesting track to do the final race on. Never raced here, but was a lot of fun. Got very spicy, and my heart rate definitely went up. So I think it was a good evening.
Come on in. Tom, I got to ask. What's your take on the incident?
I take my right for my Fifth Amendment, something like that. No,
Tom, you chicken.
It's okay. It has been cleared up, and it's all good. It was just, I guess, in the heat of the moment. But I love this league. I love how it's run. It's been my second season now that I've run in, and I definitely intend to continue. It's a lot of fun, definitely.
It is. I agree with you. I think it is a lot of fun. It's been a great season this season, to be blatantly honest with you, Tom. And I think you guys have done an amazing job up here as well. And FTR RPM Racing Red, of course, for FTR Red, Black, Blue. That's the podium. You can't really ask for more than that, can you? With Purple taking the GT3 arms as well.
No, it's you could probably say it was the perfect season for RPM Racing, but it doesn't come from nowhere. We do a lot of preparation. Everyone puts the time in, everyone puts the laps in. So success doesn't come from nowhere, and we've shown it this season with some great competition. And I guess everyone's going to come back. I would hope so. To try and defend their titles.
Well, Gene's even said he'll have to drop his IR to try and stay in the AM. So
yeah, that boy is quick. It's going to be hard for him to tank. I think he's going to struggle with that.
I did say to him, you might not want to admit that live on a YouTube video. But hey, listen, I've got him next Tuesday for a chat for 45 minutes. So he could be in deep trouble there, Tom, to be blatantly honest with you. I look forward to that one. Well done, mate. Congratulations on your win for RPM Racing Red and the championship. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
I guess I want to shout out my mom again for birthing me, my dad for helping with that, the whole RPM team, and you guys for an amazing broadcast, and all the staff. It was a great season, and I can't wait to be back.
All right, mate. You take care. Big shout out to your mum and dad for birthing you as well. Fair play. Tom, have a good one, buddy.
You too. Bye.
Bye. Oh, dearie me. Right, let's bring in the next three. I'm going to do three together because they are all part of the same team. It's Logan McKenzie, David Johansson, Dan McFarlane, your TCR winners by 9 points in the end. Shush, Dan, you've got me all stumped at the moment. Here it is, the boys from the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix team. Welcome in, Dan. Let's start with you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
No worries. It's my pleasure, of course, as always. Well done on the win, though. Congratulations for the championship.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you. We worked really hard this season, so we've won the CCR championship here for like 3 or 4 seasons now. So it's great to get one finally.
Did you make it hard work for yourself?
We like to get in our own way sometimes, especially me. But I think at the end, we did enough to bring it home, so we're proud of that.
I will say, yeah, at one point when you were at the back end, it was very, very close. If there was one more TCR on the field and you were behind that one, you would have lost. I've got to be honest. But you were quite lucky. We had a short field, Dan. So well done for you. David, congratulations on the victory, bud. Well done for being the champion. How was it out there?
Well, I wasn't driving today, but
No, you
it
weren't.
was
You're right. But you've been out on the other seasons. You've been in other races, haven't
yeah,
you?
yeah, I have. I couldn't be there today because real life stuff, because the race got pushed a week because of Bathurst travel hours.
Yep.
But yeah, well, nice to watch it on the broadcast.
Oh,
Got a
well,
bit
of
worried
course.
there when they had the incident, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, not that Dan was responsible for that or anything, for that dodgy rejoin, was he?
No comment.
David, you cop out. And the man, of course, on the racetrack at the moment we're looking at him is Mr. Logan McKenzie. Logan, well done, bud. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Well done, mate. You sound very calm considering you've just won a championship.
Well, I'll feel better about it tomorrow, but I feel like I should have passed one more car out there today, and really, anytime you're the fastest car and you don't win the race, it's a little downer. But winning the championship is a nice pick me up.
Yeah, to be fair, Logan, you didn't really need to come in and win, to be honest with you. You just needed to keep it where you kept it, 9 points ahead of the Phantom team, and that was it. Surely, do you not come into the final round like that and think, we don't have to win, we can relax, I've got to aim for 5th?
Absolutely. But you can relax and win at the same time if you're fast enough. And I think we were fast enough today. So it's just unfortunate. But the whole season's been great. It's been a lot of fun, especially Sonoma. I think I had a drive through the field of Sonoma that was just really entertaining. So it's been great. And I'm happy that we were able to bring it home.
Yeah. I agree. I think you guys have had a great season, and bringing it home and taking the victory is well deserved. So let's start off with you, Logan. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
I'm actually going to shout out Matthew Mayer for the setup that he had cooked up for this one. I think we used a variant of it, and it was really fantastic. So all that pace that I was using to close the gap to their team, well, it's partially his fault, so shout out to him.
No worries on that one. David, anyone you want to shout out before we let you go, bud?
All my teammates and to the Phantom guys, great that they took the win today and the P2 in the championship. And then to Yart, that we also are buddies with, to get a podium today. Great work for them.
Awesome job. And the same question to you, Dan, before we let you go, bud.
Yeah. Shout out to Sim Racing Grid as always. It's a great group of guys, and shout out to all our friends at the Alpha Touring Challenge. We have a great group of guys all learn TCR. I probably would not be as fast as I am in TCR without everybody over in that community. So shout out to the ATC guys.
Oh, man. Well, guys, thanks so much for joining me. It's been a pleasure as always, and I look forward to hopefully seeing you on track next season.
Thanks for having us.
We'll be there.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Let's pop them three back up into the booth. And we'll bring down the next two. It is, of course, your GT4 winners from Hugh Just Gold. WBM White made it hard for themselves, and they've gone and lost the championship by 5 points. But these guys had to do one job coming into the evening, and that was finish ahead of WBM White, and they didn't, and they did it. It's Alexander Clement and Antonio Alvarez from Hugh Just Gold. Let's start with you, Antonio. Well done, buddy.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here and enjoy this championship with Klingis. Has been great season, I think.
Well, dude, you won the championship. Of course, it's a great season when you win the championship, isn't it?
Oh shit! Yeah, sure. We had a couple of tricky races, but everybody kept their head down, and we got it at the end. But today was kind of perfect execution, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you guys did an amazing job, and I think at the end of the day, you had to keep it on the track. You had to beat WBM White, which you did, is what you did, And I think for, the guys at WBM White, they might be kicking themselves that they've thrown it away at the end. But, don't take anything away from yourself, Antonio. It's been a great season from you guys. Let's bring Alexander in. Alexander, are you here?
Yep. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thanks so much. Well done. You are 2025 season champions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah.
How do you think? How do you? It's really hard sometimes because how do you feel? Like, tell us. How does it feel coming into that? I know it's sim racing, and some people go, "Yeah, it's only sim racing," but I've won a championship. How is it for you to actually take home a championship this season?
Yeah. No. I mean, it's definitely. It's not nothing. And I think, especially since, as you mentioned, we had to execute coming from behind this race. I think that's especially satisfying, knowing that we got the job done today, and we really did a perfect race. Obviously, not winning, but everything we needed to do to get the championship.
You literally had to be WBM White, and you did it. And I think that was the difference between the two teams. You've managed to execute it, Alexander. They didn't. They got it a little bit wrong. But going in, are we going to see you guys within the Huge Ass Gold team back again, or are we thinking we might not see all of you? Because obviously Alex was in there as well. Alex Coffard, you got yourself and Antonio. Are we going to see you guys back in here again?
We'll see. We always shuffle things every season, so we have to see how it goes the next time.
Alexander, what do you think? Would you like to come back and defend it?
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely be back. I think we're already talking about possibly shuffling some teams around, though. So I might be in a GT3, maybe a GT4. We'll have to see what happens, but definitely be back in for the next season.
Yeah, well done, guys, on that one. Alexander, while you've got the mic open, let's start with you. Anyone you want to shout out before we let you go?
I mean, just shout out the rest of the HJ crew. Sven Demel, who also drove an Huge Ass Gold this season. So, the three of us put it together. And of course, shout out to you guys and the organizers for putting together a great series.
Well, thank you so much for that one. It's been a pleasure. Antonio, anyone you want to shout out, bud?
Yeah, same. Everyone in the team that helped on this season, and hopefully we can go ahead into the next one with the same focus and energy.
Yeah, absolutely. I do. It'd be great to see you guys back on the racetrack. But thank you for now for joining us. Well done, boys. Here's your winners, the Huge Ass Gold team for the GT4s. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, let's pop them back up there. And let's bring Mr. Tom Cairns back into the booth. Tom, a lot of interviews, a lot of happy people, a lot of people who were quite calm, relaxed, and chilled about it. But overall, it's not been a bad season here this season.
It certainly has not been. I mean, I've been around for half of the races this season, done Belle Isle, Zandvoort, and of course this one, Mid-Ohio. But yes, it's been a fantastic season for the drivers. Lots of entertainment, quite a bit of controversy as well, particularly tonight. But it's part of racing. It's what we all truly, truly love. And I'm sure the drivers are raring to go for the next season of this Trophi.ai FTR Endurance Series. And if this season's anything to go by, goodness knows what the next campaign is going to bring.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you to all of the organisers, Richard Crawford, all the guys in FTR, the RC and Race Control, who have been 1 week, they've been flat out. Next thing for Brandon Blakesley and Jeffrey Belk, they've been quiet, but it's been fun here as well. Massive shout out to all the guys that have worked here for JPB this season. Tom Cairns, Alex Goldsmith, Ewan O'Leary, Jim Cunningham. Who else has been on? I can't think of who else, but if you haven't missed anybody, much love to you all. And of course, a big shout out to Trophi.ai for sponsoring this season as well. And don't forget, for you guys at home, much appreciated for coming along and joining us for this ride. Well, guys, that's it. That's the end of the FTR Trophi.ai season 2025. But for now, I've been James Parfit. I've been alongside Tom Cairns, Alex Goldsmith, and Jim Cunningham. And as always, take care. Have a great week. And you never know, we might see you on the track next season. Good night.